Reborn in the apocalypse, I begin by plundering all the city's resources. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. 101. Baijin's Magic. The tyrant was born early. Xiao Yu clicked on Baijin's occupation attribute, professional attribute gene enhancement. The genes of all team members are strengthened, making the body immune to the mutated T-virus, immune to mutant T-virus attack. I depend. Never worry about being bitten by zombies again. Xiao Yu was so excited that she almost cried out. Baijin's genetic enhancement did not increase her physical attributes, but she was immune to the T-virus in the current environment. It is simply a stroke of genius. In fact, the survivors have T-virus in their bodies. Since the body has established an immune system, it has reached a balance with the T-virus. Therefore, the survivors at this stage will not naturally corpse, but once bitten by zombies, the mutant T-virus in the zombie will break this balance, causing the survivors to become zombies. It's good now. After genetic enhancement, even the mutant T-virus in the dead body can be immune. Come, have the ability to take a few more bites. Xiao Yu couldn't help twitching, and the look he looked at Baijin was not as fierce as before. This woman is simply a treasure. Don't look at me like this. I'll explain it to you later. 39. Baijin has acquired powerful abilities, but the expression on his face was like a ghost. After all, she is a scientific researcher, and Xiao Yu's ability to form a team and instantly gain powerful strength is unbelievable to her. 2020. You sit for a while. 35. Xiao Yu asked Baijin to sit down, and then continued to check her professional skills. Occupational skill: ecological transformation. Transform the ecological environment of an area to increase the growth rate of animals and plants by 5 times. Plants can be sown in 4 seasons, and animals can be fertilized in 4 seasons. This skill. Xiao Yu was stunned for 5 seconds, and his heart burst with joy. Really dozed off to send pillows just as he was about to engage in agricultural production, but was suffering from seasonal reasons. Baijin brought a magical skill: transform the ecological environment of an area. Plants and animals grow 5 times faster. Plants can be sown in all seasons. Animals can conceive in all seasons. I rely on it. Even the breeding industry is included, and it really is a doctorate in the Department of Ecology and Biogenetics. Epic, especially in the 4 seasons of sowing and 4 seasons of fertilization. Crops are not limited by seasons, so you can plant what you want. Animal conception is not restricted. Most animals have only 1 sunny period a year. This greatly limits the number of cubs. It's good now. Livestock can, like humans, no longer be restricted by the sunny period, and can quickly start animal husbandry from now on. Everyone will have meat to eat, of course. Slaves and black pins don't. Rules are rules unless the black pins perform well. Replace them with brush pins. Xiao Yu smoked a cigarette. His excitement calmed down, and then came to Baijin's side. Just ask. If you don't understand anything, you can ask. Xiaoran was not here, so for today's team training, I had to come by myself. Baijin has recovered from the panic. However, there was still a lot of doubt and confusion on his face. Can you tell me why I get so much power by holding my hand? 9. I want a reasonable explanation, otherwise, I'm not at ease. I lost it. When it comes to scientific research, you must understand everything before you give up. Xiao Yu can only helplessly spread out his hands. Ignore this question. Because with your IQ, it is difficult for me to explain it to you, although the system does not explain clearly. But Xiao Yu still wants to pull the pressure up. Because your IQ is not enough. It's not because I don't explain it to you, but I can tell you very clearly, it's me who gave you strength. You just need to understand that from now on, you are my team member, and you will do whatever I ask you to do. If you don't obey, just kick out of the team, okay? You can digest the rest slowly. If you really can't digest it, you can ask other team members. Xiao Yu didn't want to continue entanglement with Baijin with her scientific research spirit. Xiao Yu will definitely collapse. This is your battle suit. Take it and put it on. You will be pleasantly surprised. Xiao Yu handed Baijin the level 2 battle uniform, and then told her not to run around for the time being. After the team members got acquainted with each other at night, she would not need to restrict her at this time. The system prompt is issued again. Activate team attribute 10 to unlock the team store, mall. Xiao Yu immediately called out the team list, and sure enough, he saw the newly unlocked mall function below. After clicking it, a product page will pop up. There are very few types of commodities listed, only ordinary bullets, guns, cold weapons, and shields. Purchases require points. 1 point can be exchanged for a common weapon, or 200 bullets. The store also has a recycling function the same as the purchase ratio. Ordinary weapons can be exchanged for 1 point, and green weapons can be directly exchanged for 10 points. There are also suits for sale. A set of 10 points is just an ordinary battle suit, with a certain defensive ability, and with tactical marten boots, the wearer can get a faster start. Up speed. Ordinary suits do not come with other attributes suitable for followers to wear. In addition to increasing a certain defense and activation speed, the key is that standard equipment can make the armed personnel more energetic. Dressed fancy, felt like a motley crew. It happened that Xiao Yu's space warehouse had a surplus of cold weapons and shields, so he simply converted all of them into points, and then bought battle clothes for his followers. The other side of the eastern continent at this time, just as night fell, there was also a secret base in the shape of a honeycomb under an ancient manor. This is the head of the Hexagon Conference, the seat of Roth Connor's family. Nearly 40,000 people live in the entire base. All are direct line members of the Ross family at this moment. Roth Connor's face was not very good, and a blond man in his 40s stood beside him. Matthew, why did you only discover this base now? Matthew is an important member of the Ross family. He was originally just a businessman, but later entered the high level of Sam Kingdom, and according to the family's instructions, started the StarNet project. Take advantage of inexpensive recycling technologies, constantly launching satellites into space, forming a huge satellite network. Nominally these satellites are civilian. In fact, it is an all-weather surveillance plan implemented by the Shire to control all mankind. Thousands of satellites. There are many surveillance satellites hidden in it, controlling every move of all mankind at this time. Roth Connor was staring at a surveillance screen. Damn, the development of this base area is so fast. It took only half a month for the T-virus to fully erupt. And they built a solid wall relying on natural dangers. Oh, there are still so many houses. Have you calculated how many people there are in this base? Matthew took a deep breath and said helplessly, a preliminary estimate is that there are no less than 2,000 people, and their strength is very strong. There is a locomotive force of about 200 people. It was these 200 people who actually cleaned up all the zombies in a small town, also emptied all the supplies in the town. You know, the population of small towns in the Eastern Kingdom is very dense. 99. Hear Matthew say that. Roth Connor's face was even more ugly because in the future family battle, their first goal is to seize the territory of the Eastern Kingdom. Now such a powerful base has emerged. If these survivors are allowed to hide in the base area and continue to evolve, they will become the biggest stumbling block in the future. No. This base must be cleaned up. Survivor Clearance Program. It is the unified view of the entire Chalet people. Especially this base area is still on the land that they are bound to win. Roth Connor made up his mind. Hazards must be eliminated in advance. Notify the ancient capital base immediately and release the Tyrant to clear the survivors. The Tyrant is a biochemical warrior developed by the Ross family. It was originally planned to be used in future territorial battles, but now Roth Connor has decided to release it in advance. Mr. Ross, I'm afraid this is not good. Although we know that every family is developing biochemical warriors, no one has exposed it. 99. We release the Tyrant now, which is equivalent to exposing it in advance, Matthew said worriedly. Ross shook his head. The Tyrant is just one of the biochemical warriors developed by our family. Our cards will not be exposed. Compared to destroying the survivor base, even if the Tyrant was born earlier, I would not hesitate. In fact, Ross is also a little distressed because the Tyrant is not perfect. His character is extremely cruel, and his IQ is very low. Once released, it's hard to get it back. However, in order to destroy that base, he had to make this decision. And he had already mastered the technology anyway. You can create as many tyrants as you want in the future. Mr. Ross, since you decided to let the Tyrant be born in advance, just destroy all the bases near L City. 99. Roth Connor looked at satellite surveillance footage in the mountainous area of L City in the Eastern Kingdom. There are more than a dozen bases, large and small. There are also many small temporary camps. Roth Connor frowned habitually. With so many survivors, it is impossible to rely on the Tyrant to destroy them all. There are only 3 Tyrants in the ancient capital base. 2.3 We can only select 3 bases as bloodbath targets, after which the Tyrant will lose control and we will no longer be able to direct it. With a sigh, Roth Connor continued, as long as the largest base is destroyed, the other survivors will not have to worry about it. 9. The zombies will eat them up soon. Russ's order was conveyed to the eastern province of Shu on the outskirts of the ancient capital. There is also an underground base, which is the branch secretly built by the Ross family in the Eastern Kingdom. The supreme commander of the base is Filey. After receiving the order from Patriarch Ross, he ordered it immediately. Add weapons to the Tyrant now, let them out after dark tonight. Rumbling, a huge metal gate opened slowly. and 3 pedestrian monsters with a height of 5 meters stood quietly. They closed their eyes as in a state of sleep. A group of soldiers rushed in quickly, opened the arsenal, and equipped the monster with a Vulcan machine gun, a chain of bullets, and a huge butcher knife. Just wait for dark. The 3-headed monsters will be released and the survivors' base in L City will be washed away. Once again, remind lovely readers, do not insinuate anyone or organization in the book review area. This book has nothing to do with the real world. 102. Void. Immediately rise up. Massacre. Evacuate. The sun hangs on the top of the mountain, and in the evening sky, the setting sun burns a red cloud, dyeing it with a magnificent splendor. One Finger Mountain was also plated with a layer of golden red. Xiao Yu leaped from the top of the mountain, clothed in the rays of the sun, and landed on the plain of the back mountain. He decided to try the effect of the ecological transformation skill first. Ecological transformation is said to be a skill, but in fact, it is a formation method. With the evolution of 2 ceremonies, 4 images and gossip, an endless cycle is created, which is the best environment for the growth of all things. The array method needs to determine 4 directions first. Then he laid down 8 cosmic images, namely, the positive image of dry, the positive image of kun, the positive image of thunder, the positive image of wind, the positive image of fire, the positive image of water, the positive image of mountains, and the positive image of water. Finally, the yin and yang eyes representing the 2 instruments are placed in the middle. At that time, the formation will run automatically. The ecological environment in the region will change rapidly, and animals and plants will usher in the peak of growth and reproduction. Xiao Yu rode a motorcycle and galloped across the plain. He first arranged the 4 spirits in 4 directions, followed by the 8 cosmic images, and finally completed the eyes of the 2 instruments. Formation done, the entire Yizishan area, as well as the surrounding area, all are enveloped in it. After completing the ecological transformation, Xiao Yu's mental power was consumed a lot, and he gave his daughter a mouthful immediately full of blood. Ecological transformation is not permanent, and the array needs to be maintained every day. This matter will be handed over to Bai Jin later. At this time, Xiao Yu could feel that in the area, although the weather was still in June, there was a hint of coolness in the sweltering heat. Although the temperature is still more than 30 degrees, but it will not make people feel hot and dull, and there is a sense of vitality. The ecological transformation is really magical, and the environment has been transformed. The water resources in the region have also been purified, which is very important. Although I have never heard of anyone who was infected with a T virus because of drinking water in the past life, it cannot be ruled out in the future anyway. You can drink clean water. Of course, it's the best when night falls. The Yizishan base is brightly lit, all solar street lights. The mobile unit cleaned up the nearby zombies. Bai Qian took a group of people out and pulled out all the solar street lights on both sides of the road and installed them at the base. The entire base was illuminated translucently outside the base under the dark night sky. 3 helicopters headed towards L City from the outskirts of the ancient capital. Below each helicopter hangs a tyrant. They are fully armed, wearing thick armor, carrying a Vulcan heavy machine gun, full of bullets on his body, and a huge butcher's knife on his back. Gradually, after arriving in L City, the 3 helicopters separated and went in 3 directions. Gradually the night was getting deeper, and there were still some scattered firelights on a cliff in the deep mountains of L City. Here is a base of more than 300 people. It was formed spontaneously by the villagers outside the mountain. The leader was the owner of the local coal mine, who was sleeping soundly with 3 village women in his arms. Suddenly the base wailed. The leader stood up, and a bullet whistled past his ear, shooting the village woman he liked the most. A body was cut in 2. Magobi, 35. What happened? The leader quickly got down on the ground, crawled out of the small shack, and looked down the cliff. Only in the moonlight a vague figure, holding a weapon in his hand, opened fire frantically toward the cliff. What happened? Why do you fire at us? Louds are not zombies. The leader's head is short-circuited. In his opinion, those who can shoot must be human survivors. Even if you want to snatch your own base, you won't shoot without saying anything. When you meet, maid, stop firing, I'll give you everything. Anyway, just order food. As long as you are brave, you can go down the mountain to the farmer's house to find it during the day. As for women, not to mention, they are all peasant women in the mountains, and they are not good looking. Take it if you want. However, the vague figure at the foot of the mountain seemed unmoved and continued to fire on the cliff. Intensive bullet rain doesn't cost money. Soon, the leader was killed, and more than 300 people in the base were torn to pieces by Vulcan machine guns. Not a single one remains. The internal organs were scattered on the ground, and the blood pooled together and flowed down the cliff. With everyone dying, the tyrant stopped shooting, and then, like a machine, it stayed in place. After a minute it roared suddenly, and walked away with heavy steps. It's out of control at the moment. Become a wild bio warrior. The other side, the base of the defenders of Y City. Here is the temporary base formed by the defenders evacuated from Y City. The leader is Colonel Gu Weiguo. I saw Yizishan send a video to gather the survivors before, and Gu Weiguo also let someone send a video, not to grab people with a Yizishan, but to gather nearby survivors and fight against the zombies together. There were 345 soldiers in the garrison base, 290 ordinary survivors. Gu Weiguo hadn't slept yet, and he was holding a map in his hand to examine it. Although his base was in a mountainous area, there was no dangerous terrain. No, the base area has to be moved. In recent days, groups of zombies have often broken into the base at night. Fortunately, it was discovered in advance by the soldiers on the vigil, but at present, they are facing a shortage of ammunition and their food is about to run out. After all, there are more than 600 mouths to eat. One finger mountain, one finger at the mountain. Gu Weiguo repeated these 3 words and quickly found it on the map. He silently calculated about 70 kilometers apart. If you want to transfer all the people, you must not take the road. Once you encounter a corpse group, convoys will be paralyzed on the road, and the chaos will lead to more deaths. It is estimated that it will take 3 days to reach Yizi Mountain by the mountain road, but safer. Gu Weiguo decided to hold a meeting tomorrow and transfer everyone with him. All this time, don't worry about being shameless. After all, more than 600 lives are on your hands. You have to be responsible for them. Judging from the video released by Yizishan today, they built a wall, which is the most suitable place to live at this time. The sound of gunfire suddenly erupted outside the base, followed by the screams of soldiers. Gaoji zombies are here again. Gu Weiguo's mood suddenly became tense, not because he was afraid, but when he heard the screams of soldiers, which meant that someone had been bitten. Gu Weiguo immediately rushed out of the tent. The sound of gunfire also alerted other sleeping soldiers, and the entire base area was awakened at this moment. Just then a soldier came running. Colonel, there is a humanoid monster outside, which is invulnerable to swords and bullets, and more than 20 of us have died. The voice just fell. Puff. A bullet that ripped a debriefing soldier to pieces. As a veteran, Gu Weiguo knew very well that this was definitely a heavy weapon with a caliber of no less than 12.7 mm. What a monster! He even used such a large caliber weapon to attack his base. Gu Weiguo led people to the gate of the base, which was actually a valley entrance. He saw a humanoid creature 5 or 6 meters high. I don't know if I'm wearing armor or what. Anyway, the bullets hit it and sparks scatter. At this moment, the humanoid monster, with a heavy machine gun in his hand, was firing violently. It's the Vulcan heavy machine gun. Although the light is not good at night, he can still recognize this handheld weapon at a glance. Hidden, everyone hides. This dog said the marksmanship is very good even with bunkers in the valley. More than 50 people died. The soldiers continued to fire, but when everyone fled, they didn't carry heavy weapons, 5.56 caliber rifles. They couldn't beat the monsters at all. Come on, transfer everyone at once. Transfer overnight. After a dozen soldiers took orders, they immediately returned to the base and organized the survivors to evacuate quickly. Colonel, what about us? A soldier asked. Gu Weiguo gritted his teeth. We can't withdraw. Once we withdraw, this monster will rush into the base area, and those who have not had time to leave will be slaughtered. If this sentence is placed before soldiers would agree without hesitation, but it's different now. Colonel, we are no longer soldiers protecting the people. We are survivors now. This sentence moved all the soldiers. The world is like that. The superiors also failed to practice. 220. Who is not a survivor yet? Everyone is struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Why should we protect who? Colonel, let's evacuate too. We are also ordinary people with flesh and blood. This dress is just a status symbol in the past, not now. 35. We're running out of bullets. That monster is invulnerable, and there's no point in fighting it, let alone winning. Gu Weiguo listened to the soldiers' advice. In such a short time, another dozen soldiers died, all of whom were children in their teens and 20s. Gu Weiguo was bleeding in his heart. But how can I easily abandon the oath that I have held for more than 20 years under the bright red banner? Seeing the humanoid monster, he was walking towards the mouth of the valley with heavy steps, the Vulcan machine gun in its hands, just like the reaping sickle of the god of death. The fresh life is passing away one by one. Can't hesitate any longer. Go, drive me a car full of gas cans. Gu Weiguo decided to make his ambitions clear with death. He didn't want to abandon his beliefs, and he didn't want to let his people die in vain. Hurry up and bring me a truck of gasoline. Don't feel sorry for me. I want to accompany my wife and children. I miss them very much. Gu Weiguo took a deep breath. His mind was full of pictures of his wife and daughter. But it was a pity that his daughter turned into a corpse and bit his wife, so he had to deal with his 2 favorite people by himself at this moment. The soldiers were also moved. They did not expect that the colonel would make such a decision. "Colonel, we accompany you to fight this monster." 35 Yes, we're not leaving. Anyway, there are zombies everywhere. It's really exhausting to live. After you die here, you'll be clean. Look at this young face. There was a crazy look in his eyes, and Guiguo was even more reluctant. They are still too young. They should live well. Guiguo pointed a gun at a young soldier. The dog said, "You didn't obey the order, did you?" 35 Go and bring me a truck of gasoline. 103 Chief, godlike man. Stop for me. When the Y City defenders retreated into the mountains, they took away a lot of fuel. Now Guiguo's idea is very simple. Pulled a car of gasoline and hide it, and perished with this monster. The muzzle of the gun rested on the soldiers. For Guiguo's order made the soldiers unable to refuse, and the slightly green face showed a resolute and fierce look. "Okay, I'll go." The soldier picked up his rifle, turned around and crawled for a distance. After leaving the monster's gun line, he immediately got up and ran back to the base. "Come on, get some people here and help me get the gas into the car." Soon, the body of a pickup truck was filled with 3 barrels of gasoline. Then the soldiers drove their cars frantically towards the mouth of the valley. He pressed the accelerator all the way. When passing through the mouth of the valley, he still did not let go. "Colonel, brothers, I'm leaving first." The young soldier stepped on the accelerator. His voice was excited, and his expression was excited and crazy. The pickup roared out of the valley and slammed into the monster. "Come back on your horse. Stop for Liuzi," Guiguo roared angrily. He clearly just asked the soldiers to pull out the gasoline, but he drove into it by himself. "The dead child of the dog, you Magobi, are you not alive?" 55 Guiguo was incoherent, and he regretted it, regretting that he should not have let the soldiers pull gasoline. He should have gone by himself. This is usually a habit of commanding subordinates to develop. I didn't expect to hurt a stunned young man at this point. The pickup truck galloped towards the tyrant. The Vulcan heavy machine gun fired immediately. A shuttle of bullets hit the pickup truck, and the driver was torn apart instantly. The bullet went through the body, smashed gasoline cans with a bang. The flames shot into the sky, and under the inertia of the pickup truck's acceleration, the burning gasoline fell on the tyrant. It was enveloped in fire. Roar. The tyrant let out an angry roar. Burning gasoline flowed in through the gaps in the armor, and soon it smelled of burning. But the tyrant still carried the Vulcan heavy machine gun and walked towards the mouth of the valley step by step. Useless. Isn't this dog afraid of fire? There should be no pain, no reaction when burned. 35 The tyrant, whose whole body was burning with raging fire, continued to fire, causing an extremely powerful visual impact. Even Guiguo realized that this thing cannot be defeated. Even if it perishes together. Retreat. 35 Retreat now. Guiguo finally gave an order to run back to the base with his soldiers at the mouth of the valley. At this time, a large number of survivors were running towards the back mountain. Others were carrying large and small bags. Plus it's dark at night and can't run fast. Everyone has lost their luggage on horseback. As long as it's not food, they've all lost it. Evacuate lightly. At this time, the tyrant had already rushed into the base, and the Vulcan heavy machine gun spewed flames. Those who had not had time to evacuate were torn to pieces one after another. "Colonel, let's go." A group of soldiers covered Guiguo and escaped into the back mountain. Taking advantage of the cover of the night, everyone fled wildly. Tyrant has night vision. It continued to fire violently, but the dense woods behind the mountain interfered with its vision. It didn't take long. The lucky ones escaped from the back mountain in a mountain call. Guiguo counted the number of people, more than 600 people. Less than 200 survived. He regretted why he didn't evacuate earlier. Go to Yizishan. It's only safe there. At the same time, the Vulcan heavy machine gun in the hands of the tyrant has been shot out of bullets. It removes the butcher's knife from its back. Taking heavy steps, he continued to chase towards the back mountain, but at this time it was no longer under the control of the Zile people. This mountain range has another wild biochemical warrior. A finger mountain on the 10-meter high fence. Searchlights shot at the pitch black plain. Let the zombies partying on the plains at night have nowhere to hide. Boom, boom. A garrison used a sniper to kill 2 zombies. Yeah, the marksmanship is not bad. Another garrison took up the sniper, and the quadruple scope aimed at a zombie at the end of the searchlight. Just as she was about to pull the trigger, suddenly, a huge black shadow slowly walked out from the end of the searchlight. What? The garrison snorted suspiciously, and his expression suddenly became solemn. What's wrong? The team member next to him asked, and then he also picked up the sniper and looked out from the quadruple mirror. Shit, what monster is this? Hurry up and notify the Legion commander, the garrison immediately said nervously, after calling Red. Immediately notify the army commander Guo Xiao that an unknown monster appeared under the mountain. Every follower's mobile phone has downloaded the signal source by the Red Queen, so you can call it any time soon. In Guo Xiao's bedroom, a lolly in a red princess dress appeared out of thin air. Warn, Your Excellency, Legion Commander, there is an unknown monster at the foot of the mountain. The situation is urgent. The soldiers of the night guard of the garrison ask you to go down immediately. 39 Guo Xiao jumped up and got up. Mali put on his battle clothes and ran down the mountain quickly. At this time, only the Red Queen was left in the room, but she did not leave immediately, but was hesitating whether to wake the master, mainly because there are no surveillance cameras on the plains. She couldn't determine what the new monster looked like, and naturally she couldn't evaluate the monster's strength. But I thought that Guo Xiao had already gone to support the Red Queen. Did not wake up Xiao Yu. Down the mountain in the quadruple mirror of the entourage of the garrison, the tyrant walked out of the darkness step by step and appeared under the illumination of the searchlight. Everyone took a deep breath. What monster is this, full of steel armor, with such a large gun in his hand? 99 as much as it gets. Just shoot it first. A garrison pulled the trigger. The 7.62 sniper rifle spewed flames, and a bullet accurately hit the tyrant's head. Clang. Sparks splattered. Can't even sniper rifles go through. Just then, the tyrant raised the Vulcan heavy machine gun. Be careful. Squat down. The dense rain of bullets poured into the city wall. If the garrison did not observe with a quadruple lens, and then squatted down in advance, it might have been torn to shreds. At this time, a large number of bullets shot on the city wall, and the cement fragments splashed. The walls were battered with potholes. The wall designed by Xiao Yu's magic pen has 10 times the strength, which does not mean 10 times the defense. Strength stands for impact resistance. Defense stands for resistance to penetration, of course. The wall designed by the magic pen, with a blessing of 10 times the strength, will also increase the defensive performance. Don't look at the Vulcan heavy machine gun hitting the wall with potholes, but the craters are shallow. At this time, Guo Xiao had already descended from the top of the mountain, and immediately came to the city wall, and then stuck his head out to check under the bright searchlight. A sturdy and strong monster like a giant is walking towards the base. It moves slowly, but every step is a big one. Guo Xiao suddenly realized that this thing is definitely not a zombie. And a zombie can't grow this big. It is even more impossible to wear armor all over. He also carried a heavy weapon in his hand and a long knife on his back. Guo Xiao took out a bolt-action sniper rifle and was about to give it a headshot. A garrison immediately said, "Commander, we tried it just now. I can't beat it at all. Even the sniper rifle can't penetrate. The matter is very serious. Once this thing is close to the city wall, it will be troublesome to break the gate. Xiao Yu must be notified." After calling Hong, immediately wake up the leader and ask him to come down the mountain immediately. The other side, the underground base of an ancient manor. Roth, Connor and Matthew are watching satellite surveillance footage because the searchlights illuminate the plains brightly, so the picture is very clear at this time. Roth Connor's face was not very good looking. 66Y. The tyrant's Vulcan heavy machine gun only shoots some shallow craters on the opposite city wall. It shouldn't be. After all, it is a heavy weapon with a 12.7 mm caliber. Even explosion-proof concrete does not have such a strong defense. Don't waste bullets. Let the tyrant cease fire immediately. Break open the gate and rush into slaughter. In the previous base, if the tyrant was not out of ammunition, he would have killed more survivors. Roth Connor was brooding over the incident. He was furious that he had escaped nearly 200 survivors. After all, he took a great risk in releasing the tyrant this time. Even though the whole world was occupied by zombies, but there are certainly some military bases still in operation, especially those bases that have mastered missile launch technology. They are capable of long-range strikes. It is the armed deterrent most feared by the Sheila. That's why Roth Connor chose to use a helicopter to quietly release the tyrant at night. After all, it is easy to expose during the day. If a military reconnaissance satellite discovers the underground base of the Shelley people, it will be troublesome. Now that the tyrant has been released, it must have the best harvesting effect. The technicians who control the tyrant send new orders immediately. There is a signal receiving chip in the tyrant's head, and it is not out of control at this time, so he complied with the order and gave up firing for the time being. It took heavy steps and rushed towards the gate of the Yizishan base with a sturdy and strong body. Every step you take, you can feel the earth shaking. The garrison on the city wall was a little flustered to keep, or not to keep. The key is that defense is useless. Sniper rifles can't penetrate, and cold weapons don't even think about breaking defenses. But if you don't keep it, it is equivalent to giving up the base area. The girls of the garrison have regarded the base area as their home. It is impossible for them to give up. "Captain, what should we do?" The ball was kicked to Guo Xiao. She is the top person in charge, and now it is up to her to make decisions. Don't panic, Guo Xiao said calmly. I have informed the leader. He will come soon. Don't you believe him? Mention the leader. The girls in the garrison immediately admired him immensely. That was a man with divine power. At this time in the dark night sky, a dark figure descended from the sky. Xiao Yu slowly fell to the city wall. Team leader, Xiao Yu nodded, looking at the tyrant who was rushing towards the gate with a puzzled look on his face. What monster is this? Never heard of it before. At this time, the tyrant was less than 50 meters away from the gate, and he was about to hit it. Xiao Yu shouted, stop for me. Sheen. 104, gorgeous explosion, purple seedling knife. New species. At this time, the garrison on the city wall fired wildly at the tyrant. Although I know I can't beat it, I also hope to use dense bullets to stop it, but to no avail. I just didn't expect that. With Xiao Yu's order, the tyrant, who was running wildly, actually stopped the entourage of the garrison on the city wall. All of them were so shocked that their heads short-circuited. This is the leader, too strong. Such a powerful monster was immediately stopped. Only Guo Xiao knew that Xiao Yu should have used mental charm just now to control the tyrant. That's why she's not worried. As long as Xiao Yu comes, no matter how powerful monsters are, they are scum in the face of spiritual charm at this time. An Xiaoran also flew down from the mountain immediately after. Han Kexin, Bai Qian, An Xiaoran, Liu Tingting, Xiao, Lu Man, including Bai Jin, who just joined the team today, all came down the mountain. Everyone looked at the tyrant standing still for a time. I was horrified. This is definitely not a zombie. What kind of monster is it? Is it man-made, or is it natural? Fortunately, we didn't rush into the base, otherwise there would have been a lot of casualties. Xiao Yu fell from the city wall. Then with a thought, the giant-like tyrant slowly knelt on the ground, then took off his helmet with both hands, revealing a hideous and terrifying face. It has no skin on its face. The naked eyeballs are like two upside-down rice bowls, and a row of snow-white molars are like animal traps, which makes people palpitate. What's your name? Roar. The tyrant let out a low roar, completely speechless. Can you write? Roar. It was still growling, not even sure what it was expressing, only because Xiao Yu responded instinctively after being controlled after many attempts. Xiao Yu was basically certain that this thing had no IQ, and even if it had 220, it would be pitifully low. It also means that tyrants have no value if it has an IQ. Xiao Yu can also make the tyrant treat himself as a master through spiritual invasion. Just like in S-City, the soldiers at Kyoto always regarded Xiao Yu as a special commissioner. Even if he could not recall any information on the document, he still believed it later. Guo Wei, who directly issued a special commissioner pass to Xiao Yu. Why are they so obedient? It is because of IQ. As long as the spiritual charm penetrates, it will be branded in the subconscious, but not tyrants. Whatever brand you put on it. It's a savage and tyrannical monster, impossible to tame mentally and mentally. Pity, if you can control you, with your physique and invulnerable armor, you can kill yourself in a sea of corpses with ease. It is also impossible for Xiao Yu to use spiritual charm to control tyrants all the time. A thought moves. The tyrant slowly lowered his head and stretched out in front of Xiao Yu. A wave of hands. The green seedling knife appeared in his hand, the blade with a flame-burning blade pattern beating, and with a sound of breaking the sky, it cut off the tyrant's head. The huge head rolled down. Xiao Yu felt that a force was absorbed by him. This is Lu Man's occupational attribute, energy dividend. Killing the T-virus carrier will automatically gain energy to strengthen yourself, and all team members and followers can enjoy a certain energy dividend. That is to say, the body of this monster also has the T-virus. Is it a zombie? Or something else? 5. When Xiao Yu was wondering, 3 beeps sounded. Ding, ding, ding. When the tyrant died, he dropped 3 lucky chips in a row. Pick it up immediately. BHCD. You picked up the lucky chip and turned it into blue sniper rifle. You picked up the lucky chip and turned it into purple meow knife. You pick up the lucky chip and it becomes experience ball X1. Oh, is it gorgeous? Xiao Yu took out a blue sniper rifle, then aimed at the tyrant's body on the ground and pulled the trigger. Boom. One shot easily pierces its armor. Xiao, here it is for you. If I encounter this kind of thing in the future, I'll just shoot it in the head. Guo Xiao took the blue sniper rifle. I am very happy. Xiao Yu took out a purple seedling knife again, the heavy blade, condensed and sharp-edged, exuding an all-conquering terrifying power. The flame-burning blade pattern on the blade seems to come alive like a real burning flame, burning and beating handsome group. Xiao Yu waved the knife gently, and the tyrant's helmet was split in two, like cutting tofu. This knife, don't think about any of you, it's mine. 35 Xiao Yu immediately put the purple seedling knife into the space warehouse, for fear of being missed by others, especially in Xiaoran. Even if you spend the whole time tonight and want to play with it, you can't give it to her, Captain. You all have purple weapons. 99 Will you give me that green seedling knife? Bai Qian stared at Xiao Yu with longing in her eyes. She had always envied Xiao Yu's green weapon, long and awesome, especially suitable for locomotive combat. Rush into the corpse group. The slender green seedling knife cut the zombies like cutting tofu. Xiao Yu is not stingy either anyway. I don't need it anymore, so I gave the green seedling knife to Bai Qian. Now come back to the mountain with me. Meet now Hilltop Villa lobby. Xiao Yu sat in the middle, and all the core team members were present. What do you think about tonight's event? 35 Xiao Yu looked at everyone with a serious tone. He had also thought about what caused the apocalypse before. It has also been discussed with survivors in previous lives. The conclusions drawn were also varied. At that time, Xiao Yu was just an ordinary survivor and didn't have time to think about it, but it's different now, leading so many people. The point is, the tyrant who appeared tonight, he had never even heard of in his previous life. There are definitely hidden secrets here, Captain. I think the monster that appeared tonight should be a mutant zombie controlled by a certain organization. 5 Impossible. Zombies don't control weapons, and how can it grow so big after mutating? The armor on its body is too thick for defense, and it is not something that ordinary organizations can manufacture. Team members, you speak my word. Just like when Xiao Yu discussed with the survivors in the previous life, no conclusion was reached in the end. However, Lu Man remained silent. Xiao Yu knows her, she is a delicate and thoughtful woman. Lu Man, tell me. 99 Lu Man sorted out his thoughts and said, I think that monster is definitely not a mutant zombie. Its appearance must be premeditated. You think it was carrying heavy weapons and appeared outside our base, and its purpose was obvious, to destroy our base. So, who is going to destroy our base? Why destroy it? I don't have the answers to these questions for the time being, and what is certain is that it is definitely not an ordinary survivor organization or a military force. Xiao also interrupted immediately. Yes, there is no Vulcan heavy machine gun in our country, and the weapon of this monster comes from abroad. Xiao used to be a sharpshooter at the police station, very knowledgeable about firearms in various countries. Xiao Yu frowned. You mean, this monster came from abroad? Lu Man shook his head. Not necessarily, but it must be related to foreign forces. Xiao Yu took a deep breath. There are some bad guesses in my mind. If it really has something to do with foreign forces and is so anxious to destroy the Yizishan base, then the answer will come out. Someone doesn't want to see survivors grow. On the other hand, some people hope to exterminate human beings, which may be the reason for the full-scale outbreak of the T-virus. Xiao Yu broke out in a cold sweat. He has always believed that the end of the world is a natural disaster, but now it seems that it may be man-made, although there is no definite answer, but the clues are already pointing in that direction. He didn't tell his guesses. I believe Lu Man thought so too at this time. Bai Jin said, Captain, take me to the hospital tomorrow. I'll get some equipment, and then dissect this monster, and by the way, test its genes and blood to see if it's a natural mutation or a man-made one. Forget that there is also a PhD in biogenetic technology in the base area. Bai Jin's scientific knowledge can come in handy. Okay. I'll take you to the hospital tomorrow morning. The tyrant's body has been taken into the space warehouse by Xiao Yu, so it will not spoil. Everyone, go and rest. Ross family underground base. Ross Connor sat in the monitoring room, watching the video playback carefully. The expression on his face was uncertain. This man is too strong. Look, he jumped directly from this mountain, and when he landed, he slowed down again. 5 It shows that he has mastered the ability to fly. Matthew added, what shocked me the most was how he managed to make the tyrant automatically take off his helmet and put his head over and let him cut it off. 99 Could he control the biochemical warriors, and as soon as he touched it, the tyrant's body disappeared? Is this the power of magic? These two questions have puzzled Roth Connor and Matthew for a long time, and they have never been answered. This Oriental man will definitely become the biggest stumbling block for the Zile people. Kill him no matter what. Matthew shook his head again and again. No, Mr. Ross, we've taken a risk by sending a tyrant tonight. If our presence is detected by some surviving military bases, it could be devastating to the entire Ross family. In fact, when the T-virus first appeared, high-level officials from all over the world already suspected us. 35 It's just that there is no evidence. Now that the whole world is occupied by zombies, those high-level executives who are still alive should have come to their senses and hated us even more. I believe, just discover our base, They will shoot black bullets at us without hesitation. Matthew is not being alarmist. Roth Connor is very clear about this, but he also has his own plans. Matthew, don't worry, there are so many kinds of biochemical warriors in our Ross family, and soon there will be a whole new species, perfectly born. 39 We just have to quietly let it out at night. There's no need for a helicopter. Naturally it will not be detected by satellites. 99. 105. Pregnant all night. Beauty Tang King Su, kill the tyrant. The next morning, Xiao Yu first took Bai Jin to the L City People's Hospital and moved a bunch of experimental, laboratory and observation equipment including surgical instruments. However, the operating bed is exempted. The tyrant is so big, it is definitely not suitable to lie on the bed. After returning to the base, Bai Jin began to dissect the corpse, preparing to conduct a comprehensive examination of the tyrant. Xiao Yu came down the mountain. Today's gate is relatively deserted. The sun has risen, but no survivors have come to defect. Peak period is over. The number of people who come to defect from behind will gradually decrease, but once it appears, it is often a car team. Anna is in command of the survivor manager. Let them bring people to renovate the enclosed land as soon as possible, and the base area will start agricultural production soon. Before during the sweep, Xiao Yu also collected a lot of cultivators, but not many, so he used the magic modified machine tool to make a batch of farm tools: hoes, shovels, pickaxes, carts, whatever you want. Everyone went into battle with tools. Try to dig out all the enclosed plains within one day. The Minister of Agriculture originally wanted Bai Jin to serve, who made her a doctor of ecology, and the ecological transformation skills are only available because she joined the team, but today she is dissecting the tyrant. Xiao Yu can only temporarily take over. According to Xiao Yu's plan, of the 1,000 acres of land, 900 acres are used to grow wheat, 80 acres to grow vegetables, and 20 acres to grow pasture. In the future, the breeding number of sheep will increase, and then the planting area of pasture will be expanded. Xiao Yu plans to continue mopping up building materials such as reinforced concrete, gradually circle the plain in front of Yizi Mountain. In the future, not only can large areas of pasture be planted, but the surplus land can also be used to grow food. At this time, Anna ran over. Captain, I heard from the guards that all the rams and aways were sunny last night. 5 They said the aways were probably pregnant. Xiao Yu was instantly happy. After the ecological transformation, the area can be sown in 4 seasons, and the animals are not restricted by the sunny period. You tell the guards of the flock, let them separate the rams and aways. The aways are pregnant, and the rams can no longer toss them, otherwise the lambs are prone to problems. Just suffering for those rams. This is also impossible. Xiao Yu looked at the busy survivors on the plain and suddenly thought that harvesting would be a hassle. After sowing, a harvester is also required. Grain dryer in particular. The grain dryers used to be directly exposed to the sun for dehydration, and the base area is not so large to repair the drying field. Besides, there is hardly any sun in winter. It seems that I have to go to the ancient capital plain tomorrow, the ancient capital of the Great Plains, also known as the Great Granary of Shu Province. Before the end of the world, rice and wheat were planted on a large scale every year, and every village had a grain dryer. Every township has a harvester. Go out for a walk and come back, get dozens of harvesters and hundreds of grain dryers are no problem. However, Xiao Yu was also a little worried. The monster that appeared last night was obviously artificially created and wanted to destroy the Yizishan base. No, I have to sit on Yizishan. Let Bai Kai and Nigun and Yi Keshu lead the team out tomorrow. 35. Although each player has a strong strength, but they also have their own weaknesses. Only when Xiao Yu combines their strengths and sits in Yizishan can he feel more at ease. Phoenix Mountains. This is where L City and Y City meet. After several days of trekking through mountains and rivers, the beauty of Tangdao finally came here. From the ancient capital, she took out a zombie on the road on the weeds by the roadside, wiped off the blood on the blade. There should be 2 days left before reaching Yizi Mountain. 95. The Tang knife beauty muttered to herself. She looked at her knife. It was full of gaps, and she didn't know if the knife could still be used after she reached Yizi Mountain. She was a little worried. The swordsmanship of the whole body relies entirely on this Tang sword. This is not an era of peace. If the knife is destroyed, there will be no chance to forge one again, which is equivalent to cutting half of one's own ability. At this time she heard footsteps, and there were quite a few. Any zombies? There shouldn't be so many zombies in this mountain, right? She followed up and climbed the big tree gradually. At the bend of the mountain road, a group of figures in soldiers' uniforms appeared. Look at how hurried they look. Obviously not zombies. Tangdao Beauty immediately jumped down from the tree, and then stood in the middle of the road. She did not dodge. This is the trust in the soldiers before the end of the world. It didn't take long. The group of soldiers came forward, led by a man in his 40s. Girl, Hurry up and leave, the monster is chasing after him. Beauty Tangdao frowned, thinking to herself, what kind of monster is chasing more than 100 people in embarrassment? Don't be stunned, come with us quickly. My name is Gu Weiguo, I'm the colonel of the Y City Defender, I won't lie to you, hurry up. At this time, Beauty Tangdao heard heavy footsteps. The frequency is not fast, but she was very powerful, and she was also faintly worried. So she ran with Gu Weiguo's people. My name is Tang Kingsu 35, can you tell me what's chasing us from behind? Gu Weiguo didn't know how to describe it. The thing has the size of a human, but it is at least 5 meters tall, which is completely beyond the concept of human beings at this time. An emotionless growl came from behind. You heard it, it's the one that killed more than 400 people in our base area, and has been chasing and killing us since last night. The sound of heavy footsteps was getting closer. Tang Kingsu turned around and glanced. She instantly felt that her scalp was numb. It was a giant-like monster, wearing metal armor and holding a huge butcher knife. The heavy body took giant steps due to running all night. The team was exhausted, and the speed of escaping was getting slower and slower. The giant monster quickly caught up with the people at the back of the line. Butcher knife. The 3 were instantly beheaded. What? I don't want to die, someone help me, don't leave me, drag me away. 3 more people were overstretched and killed by giant monsters. Tang Kingsu's physical strength is not bad. She rested in the tree last night, and did not fight with zombies during the day, but now she runs very fast. But she had some doubts. Colonel Gu, are you saying that this monster killed more than 400 people in your base last night, and then chased you all night? Yes, and I don't know why it is chasing us. Tang Kingsu realized that something was wrong. We have to find a way to solve it. Otherwise we will keep chasing, and once we run out of energy, we will have to wait to die. 99 Gu Weiguo smiled bitterly and said, how come I don't know the truth? This monster is invulnerable, and can't even burn gasoline to death. The only way is for us to run separately. Running separately is very beneficial to Tang Kingsu because she is very strong. These soldiers and survivors can completely attract the monster and give themselves a chance to escape seeking flowers. But as a warrior she has never been a person who likes to escape, especially making these soldiers a tool for her own escape. Colonel Gu, where are you going to escape? One Finger Mountain. It's just right, I'm going to Yizi Mountain too. Why don't we go like this? We take a small road and run into the dense forest in the mountains. The monster is huge, and in the thorny woods, it is not as flexible as us. Gu Weiguo also thought about this method. It's just that with so many people, once you walk into the jungle, some people will definitely get lost. Finally found and killed by monsters at this time. At the back of the team, 2 others who could not run were killed. I can't hesitate any longer. Okay, everyone obeys the order. All get off the road, walk through the mountains and jungles, and keep up. 5 Everyone plunged headlong into the thorny jungle. The complex terrain will cause great disturbance to the tyrant, and it will also cause a life and death test for the survivors who are physically exhausted. Vines and thorns underfoot. If you are not careful, you will trip over people, and some people will fall down and have no strength to get up again. Then he was beheaded by the tyrant who was chasing after him. 0 Don't stop, keep running up the mountain. After going up the mountain, it's going downhill, and then it won't be so tired. Gu Weiguo has been cheering the people behind him, but he didn't mean to stop. After so many changes, Gu Weiguo knew very well that sometimes he had to abandon some people, otherwise everyone will die. This is the law of survival at the end times. Gradually, everyone finally ran to the top of the mountain, and then continued to run down. Downhill is much easier. Some people simply sit on the ground and slide down. The tyrant also chased down from the top of the mountain. It is huge, and its armor is extremely heavy. It is not easy to run downhill, and it often falls to the ground or get trapped by thorns. However, this thing is too murderous. It will never die, and after breaking free from the shackles, it continues to pursue the crowd. At this time, Tang Kingsu ran down the mountain. First she saw a few mountain village houses and a paddy field in front of the door. June is the rice growing season. The field was full of soft mud and water, and Tang Kingsu's eyes lit up. Colonel Gu led it to the paddy field. Gu Weiguo is not stupid either. The tyrant's size and heavy armor can easily be dealt with as long as he's led into the paddy fields and sunk in the mud. Follow me all 99. To the ridge the crowd followed Gu Weiguo and Tang Kingsu and trotted along the palm-wide ridge. Tyrants have no intelligence. After chasing down, he rushed directly into the paddy field, and then he couldn't run fast. Step 2 steps 3 steps. When it got to the middle of the rice field, it couldn't run anymore. Roar! The tyrant threw out a butcher knife in anger, cutting a survivor into 2 pieces. It doesn't even have weapons now. Good chance we killed it. Otherwise, if we break free, it will probably chase us to a mountain. Gu Weiguo picked up his rifle, hit it in the eye. Although the tyrant is fully armored, There's a 2-finger wide slit in the eye area. It was too far away before, can't get in, now trapped in the paddy field. Nearly 100 rifles are fired together, and there is always 1 or 2 bullets that can go in. Soldiers kept firing. The tyrant's eyes were finally burst, and the bullets exploded in his head. Hold head high. With an unwilling roar, the huge body collapsed with a bang. Again. 106. The test results come out. Copy the tyrant. The bullet shot through the gap in the helmet and pierced the tyrant's head. The huge body fell into the rice field, but it was not dead yet. Its body was still struggling. Gooey goo. Let the soldiers continue to shoot under short-range point shots. The hit rate is greatly improved. Bullets hit the tyrant's eyes one by one, and slowly, it stopped struggling completely. Gooey goo wiped the sweat from his forehead. What kind of monster is this? Its vitality is too strong. Everyone could not help but sigh. If the head is pierced, it will not be able to die. Compared with the zombies that can be killed by headshots, this monster is ridiculously strong. Come on, let's go out and have a rest, Han Kexin suggested. Everyone was very tired, especially the people led by Gooey goo, who were chased and killed all night, and almost all of them collapsed. The tyrant's body lay in the paddy field. Although everyone was curious about what it looked like, no one dared to take off its helmet. The Dujiang River is a large river running through the Shu province. At the same time, it is also the branch of the Xian River, the longest inland river in the Eastern Kingdom. At this time, whether it is the tributary of the Dujiang River, or the Xian River and its tributaries, it has ushered in a doomsday. A large number of ships, going down or up against the current. All of them came towards Ale City with 1 finger on the mountain. Zombies can swim. It doesn't matter the 200 series, because their swimming speed in the water is much slower than the speed of the boat. As long as the boat doesn't stay on the river, zombies have no chance to climb aboard. On the wide river of the Xian River, 2 women are paddling hard on a small wooden boat with sculls. One of them was graceful, with a very light body. The brows are smart and beautiful. She is a rare and stunning beauty. Her name is Yu Xiaojun. She is a 3rd-year dance student. She paddles with her classmate Liu Li. Although they were both tired, but he didn't dare to stop, because there were some zombies floating on the river, and they didn't seem to be tired. Just like this has been swimming up and down the river, attempt to attack passing ships. Yu Xiaojun and Liu Li have been paddling on the wide river of the Xian River for 2 days. Of course they dare not spend the night on the boat. Usually, they go ashore at a safe point where the terrain is dangerous, and then return to the boat to continue rowing after dawn. In fact, along both sides of the river, you can see some sand mining boats, fishing boats and motor boats from time to time, but they won't open. There are a lot of people who can drive, but there are very few people who can drive, and it can't start without a key. Therefore, on the Xian River, most of them were rowing manually, and at this time, the sound of a motorboat came from behind. Yu Xiaojun turned to look at it. A motorboat was speeding away from a distance. She just glanced at it, and did not wave for help. Because I have tried many times, no one wants to stop a boat on the river. It is very dangerous. The motorboat passed near Yu Xiaojun and Liu Li, and the surf nearly overturned their boat. These bastards deliberately passed us by. I cursed the motorboat for hitting the reef. Liu Li scolded. Yu Xiaojun smiled. Xian has no reefs. 35. At this moment, the motorboat in the distance suddenly overturned, and all the ordinary people fell into the river. This hitting a zombie. There are many zombies on the river. The waves are rippling and the sun is reflecting, so the sight is not very good. Driving too fast can easily knock over zombies. It doesn't matter if it is a larger sand dredger. If the motorboat hits the zombies, it will definitely capsize. Hey, help us. Hey, come and save us. The 4 men and women who fell into the water frantically waved to Yu Xiaojun for help. She dared not go there because the zombies on the water have already swam past in a surrounding situation, and they will die if they pass by. Soon the 4 men and women were madly bitten by the zombies in the water. Blood stained the river surface, while those zombies are eating. Let's quickly move away. The ancient capital of the Great Plains. An off-road vehicle was driving fast on the road, leaving the zombies that rushed up on both sides far behind. The fitness goddess grips the steering wheel with her eyes fixed on the front. She scolded, "Damn, there is another car accident." The fitness goddess quickly brakes before the zombies catch up. He immediately turned around and drove into another path. How unlucky. 35. She has been on the Great Plains of the ancient capital for several days. There are more and more car accidents on the road, and every time you encounter such a situation, you have to turn around. Speaking of which, she's also very lucky. Last time, she spent the night in a private house and was surrounded by hundreds of zombies. In a panic, she smeared the blood of zombies on herself to get away, but the corners of his mouth were also stained with zombie blood. I thought I would be turned into a corpse. As a result, nothing happened in the next few days, which made her feel relieved, since every night, Before she found her foothold, she would kill 2 zombies, wait until night falls to disembowel the zombies, then he smeared all the internal organs and blood on the outside of the off-road vehicle, and hid in the car to sleep peacefully. There were surprises along the way, but the road was blocked, and I didn't know if I could reach Yizishan gradually when the off-road vehicle drives into the country road. I am really afraid of what will come. Another car accident ahead, can't get over it, and the country road is very narrow, and it is very troublesome for the off-road vehicle to make a U-turn, so it can only bite the bullet and turn into another road. Just came out of the corner, a dozen zombies appeared in front. The fitness goddess stepped on the accelerator to death and slammed into it frantically. Bump bump. The car body deviates from the direction due to the collision, dropped the wheel on the narrow road, and half of the car body fell into the drainage channel on the side of the road. Depend on. She burst into foul language, and before the zombie got up from the ground, she immediately opened the car door, picked up the barbell and ran. This barbell has been with her since she escaped from the gym. A heavy iron rod smashing zombies is very effective. She has killed no less than 20 zombies now. Lost the car. She could only run as fast as she could. There is a yard in front. The wall is not very high. It should be possible to turn in. She went to the door and listened first, but there was no sound in the yard. I knocked on the door a few times with a barbell, but there was still no response, indicating that there were no zombies in the yard. It is safe inside. The fitness goddess throws the barbell and then he jumped up to the edge of the wall, followed by exerting force on his waist, and flipped in with his feet. Fortunately, she works out all year round. She has an amazing waist-to-hip ratio and a bloody bumpy figure, but it does not affect her flexibility. She landed softly. As soon as she stood up, she saw 4 men in the yard, all staring at her. In the afternoon, Xiao Yu inspected the construction site, and Wu Daking was digging the mountain with his people. The 2 mountains next to Yizi Mountain are sloped in some places and must be dug to ensure that the zombies cannot go up the mountain. Leader, it's not enough to dig up this mountain. In the event of heavy rain, mudslides are prone to occur, or the mountain collapses. We also have to reinforce it with concrete, Wu Daking said worriedly. Xiao Yu nodded and waited until they had leveled the mountain before starting to reinforce it with concrete. Xiao Yu returned to the base again. Across the plain, more than 2,000 survivors were in full swing, turning the ground under the sun because the entire vicinity of Yizi Mountain has been ecologically transformed. Although it is very hot, there is always a faint coolness, and I will not feel irritable or heat stroke because of the heat. Canals have been dug in the plains. The water from the Dujiang River has been introduced, and it can be watered at any time after planting. Tomorrow at this time, Xiao Yu noticed there were fish in the canal. It seems that he swam in from the Dujiang River, and he suddenly thought that since animal husbandry is to be engaged in, breeding and aquatic products must also be engaged in. Looks like a pond needs to be dug. The fish in the river will definitely not be eaten in the future because more and more zombies are swimming into the water. As long as you stop by the Dujiang River, you can see zombies being washed away by the rushing water every 10 to 20 minutes. Maybe these zombies will bite some fish in the water. If the T-virus spreads in the water, it will be troublesome. While the fish in the water are still healthy, we have to catch some quickly. Xiao Yu found Xiao Yu, immediately let him design a large reservoir by the river, and asked Wu Daking to send a team to dig it. Tomorrow a reservoir dug out by the river water will infiltrate directly, and there is no need to worry about dry water. Even if the river water is polluted by the T-virus, it will still be purified by the ecologically transformed environment. Xiao Yu went to check the farm again. In fact, it is a row of red brick houses with cardboard boxes covered with thick quilts and filled with eggs, duck eggs and goose eggs. Then a light bulb hangs in the middle. Cover it with clothes. Due to ecological transformation, chicks hatch in about 5 days. Everything in the base area was carried out in an orderly manner. Xiao Yu returned to Yizishan. Bai Jin found him, and it seemed that the tyrant's test had a result. Captain, after testing, it was found that this monster was indeed not born naturally. 99. It's genetically different from humans and zombies. 35. Although zombies are no longer human, there are still about 25,000 protein codes in their genes. 35. Not very different from humans, zombies are more like the product of human evolutionary failure, but the body of this monster has more than 100,000 protein codes. And its RNA splicing products are more abundant, which means that its vitality is more powerful, and its regulatory sequences are more variable, almost infinitely controlling the division of genes, making its lethal parts more tenacious. In layman's terms, a headshot won't kill it, unless you smash its head to pieces, or, like you, cut its head off. None of these abilities can be born naturally, it's the result of human intervention. Bai Jin was very excited, but Xiao Yu was at a loss, but he remembered one thing. This thing was really created artificially. It seems that the previous guess was correct. Someone wants to destroy Yizishan. Xiao Yu believes that he has no enemies, and even if some people find him unhappy, he will not use such a big battle to destroy his Ishin. The only explanation is some people don't want survivors to be strong. Xiao Yu looked at the tyrant's body. A crazy idea was born in his mind. Bai Jin, are you capable of replicating this kind of thing? 107. If you can't control your lower body, then go to die. Xiao Yu has always been interested in the tyrant's physical fitness. If Bai Jin can copy this monster and control it, he will be able to create a lot in the future anyway. The magic machine can make equipment, get them a thick armor, rush into the corpse group. It is definitely a killing machine. Bai Jin frowned and said, Captain, unless you assign me a biogenetic technology research team and get all the equipment back, maybe in 2 or 3 years, I'll be able to replicate this monster. 5. But you have to make this chip first. While speaking, Bai Jin held a chip in her hand. Xiao Yu took it and asked, what is this? Bai Jin said solemnly, the brainwave chip that was taken out of this monster's brain is specially used to receive instructions. 39. Through my tests, I found that it also has a mutant T-virus in its body, so let's take a wild guess. The person who controls this monster should have started developing it a long time ago. Even before the T-virus was known to the public, they started developing T-virus monsters. You know what I mean? Xiao Yu nodded. If you still don't understand it, it's biscuits. Before the T-virus was discovered, a certain force was developing giant monsters. And the giant monsters had T-virus in their bodies. It is clear Doomsday is the organization that caused the leak in the process of developing the T-virus. Just don't know if it was intentional. Still unintentional. Captain, I think the force that developed the T-virus is not a country, but an organization. Why do you say that? You think, if it is a national force, it is impossible to attack us, which logically does not make sense. Xiao Yu nodded. Yes, it is not excluded that some countries will develop the T-virus as a weapon, but anyway, a country represents a mature civilization system. If the end of the world happens, even if it is irreversible, it is impossible to destroy the survivor base. The only explanation is T-virus leaks, belonging to evil individuals, or groups of organizations. If that's the case, it's good for us. At least individual groups do not control the military, and it is impossible to attack us with missiles. Xiao Yu felt a little relieved in his heart since the other party sent a modified monster to attack the base area. It means that there is no military power under control, and the threat to the base area is much smaller. It was getting dark outside by this time. The players came back one after another. After dinner in the evening, Xiao Yu arranged for tomorrow's task. Kainan and Kyushu took the mobile troops to the Great Plains of the ancient capital to collect cultivators, harvesters, seeders, and grain dryers. Anyway, all kinds of agricultural equipment must be brought back. In addition, Xiao Yu decided to train an armed force of survivors, no guns, all equipped with cold weapons. After all, only relying on the power of the followers, the speed of cleaning up zombies is still too slow at present. There are more than 2,600 people in the base. With a return of agricultural equipment, there is no need for so many laborers, and these people cannot stay idle in the base area all the time. Gotta send out to kill zombies. Xiao Yu thought about this plan for a long time, so those shields were not recycled. And they kept the equipment for ordinary people. Now the question is, there is no suitable coach, whether it is Xiao Yu or the team members. The swordsmanship is all wild. Killing zombies depends on speed and strength. In the face of absolute speed, you can easily kill zombies without skills. To organize an army composed of ordinary people, it is natural to be trained by people who know the swordsmanship, otherwise the efficiency will be much lower. This matter can only be put on hold for now. There is really no way. You can only train casually, make do and pull it out while fighting, and groping for experience. The ancient capital of the Great Plains farmhouse. The goddess of fitness was sitting at the dining table, and 4 men were there, each with a bowl of white porridge on the table. Girl, let's eat. The conditions are limited now, and we can only take it for a while. The fitness goddess smiled, looking at the 4 men in front of him, a rural old man in his 50s, 2 middle-aged men in his 30s, and a young guy in his early 20s. She is a woman. It feels like a sheep in a tiger's den. She originally wanted to leave, but after she climbed over the wall and came in, she attracted all the zombies outside. Crazy BG on the door now. Fortunately, there was an agricultural vehicle in the yard that blocked the gate. The 4 men were also very calm. It seems that it is normal for zombies to hit the door. Girl, what's your name? The old man in his 50s asked. You're Kimin, Miss Kimin. Let's eat. Don't worry, we are not bad people. And the zombies outside can't get in, so you can stay here tonight with peace of mind. The old man spoke very sincerely. He also looked like an honest man, but Kimin never let down his guard. But her food is kept in the car. I ran away in a hurry and didn't bring food with me. Looking at the white porridge in the bowl, Meng felt that the drugs on the TV, although they should be in reality, should be so bad for her, that anyone she encounters is drugged, right? What's more, this is the countryside of the ancient capital of the Great Plains. The 4 men in the yard were probably also local farmers. There should be no drugs. Meng was too hungry now, so she drank the white porridge in the bowl. I didn't feel anything unusual after dinner. Meng felt that she thought too much. Although there are no good people in the last days, not everyone is a thug at this time. The old man in his 50s was holding a bundle of cypress branches and a handful of hay in his hand. He walked to the door talking to himself. The dog said, "Don't knock on the door, let's go. Folks in the village, eat me as much as you can." The old man lit the hay, then he dragged the cypress branches up again, and soon thick white smoke was emitted, and the zombies outside were so smoked that they sneezed. The old man walked back with a smile. "These dog things are most afraid of smoke, and during the day we will go out and get some cypress branches and come back." 35 As soon as they knocked on the door at night, they set fire to branches and smoked them away. Meng felt that the old man was very smart. The way of smoking is cleaner, and it is much easier to cover up the smell of oneself than to use the blood of zombies. The zombies outside ran away. Meng's dangling heart also relaxed. 4 men and 1 woman chatted in the courtyard, but chat and chat, they will always pull some dirty jokes, intentionally or not. Meng realized that this was not a good sign. There are many men and few women, and the rural people are also human beings, and they also have 7 emotions and 6 desires. So there may be problems. It's night time now. He couldn't run away, so Meng proposed to rest. The men arranged the biggest room for her, but after she locked the door, she couldn't sleep soundly, so put the dagger under the pillow. The barbell is also placed at the head of the bed. Not long after, footsteps sounded outside the door, and there was a knock on her bedroom door. Meng could only pretend to be asleep. After a while, a man pretended to come in to get something, but Meng was still pretending to be asleep when the 3rd man came. He opened the door from the outside with a key. "Girl Kimin, when you were away, I slept soundly, and when you came, my heart was like a cat scratching." 35 I can't see it again at night. Just think I'm the pretty male star on that TV. Meng heard that it was the old man in his 50s, and in the faint moonlight outside the window, he could see that he was taking off his clothes. Meng backhand grabbed the dagger from under the pillow. The moment the old man pounced, a knife stabbed into his abdomen. "What, you stinky BCH!" the old man screamed while covering his stomach, and another man rushed in outside the door. "Second uncle, what's wrong with you?" Meng knew that this matter could no longer be good, and she realized that these men must have conspired just now to occupy her tonight. Otherwise, why the old man called is someone rushing in from outside. He simply turned his heart away. Meng was not a good stalker, fled all the way, fought all the way, and was no longer the arrogant goddess who only knew how to make iron take advantage of the poor light in the house. She grabbed a bar at the head of the bed and hit the other man with a stick. Should have hit the head because she heard a crisp sound of bang. The man fell down with a scream. The whole process takes less than 3 seconds. There was a man in his 30s and a guy in his early 20s left outside the door. The two rushed in together, 220 seeing the dark figure on the ground, and then looking at the blurred Meng on the opposite side, he naturally guessed what happened. "Stinky mother-in-law, the old man kindly took you in, but you are revenge for your kindness." Meng also knew that these people should have been kind enough to take him in, but she is a woman. She is still a very beautiful woman, and the man in this room has no control over his lower body. She didn't want that to happen either, but just because you gave me a bowl of porridge, I can't be at your mercy. I don't want to explain. It's not my fault that this happened. No wonder you, stinky mother-in-law, I have to kill you tonight. The man jumped up. The old man on the ground covered his stomach and reminded, "Be careful. She has a knife in her hand." Puff. As soon as the voice fell, the man who rushed up was also stabbed through the abdomen with a knife, and his body fell weakly. Second uncle, she has a knife. You shouldn't have said it sooner." The man knows he is done now. It's not like before. If you get stabbed in the stomach, you can only wait to die. There was still a young man standing at the door, and now he was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this woman to be so sturdy. "They have been hiding in the yard. I didn't go out to kill zombies, and there was no blood on my hands. Naturally, I didn't have murderous intent, so I felt a little overwhelmed at this time." Several flashlights shot in from outside the yard, and then a flying needle hit the young man's neck. The young man rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Meng didn't react immediately. Where did the flashlight come from, and what is the flying needle? Next moment a flying needle was also shot in her neck. She felt dizzy. "I really want to sleep." Slowly, the eyelids closed uncontrollably, and the body fell down. At this time, a group of men in black rushed in, one more woman. "These 3 men are injured." Kill them biu biu biu. The silencer-mounted pistol killed the old man and 2 other men. Get these 2 alive. 108. Super Serum Warrior Yi Kimin, I want to eat you. Qimeng and the young guy were taken out of the courtyard. 2 helicopters landed from the sky. The man in black lifted the 2 of them onto the plane, then lifted off into the air and headed towards the ancient capital. The plane is full of foreigners with hook-nosed curly hair. Unfortunately, there were originally 5 living bodies, 3 died as a result. I don't know if Commander Philly will get angry. 99. Not long after, 2 helicopters came to the outskirts of the 5th ring road of the ancient capital and stopped on an artificial island in Luhu Lake. The parking lot went down automatically. Even the plane came to the ground with it below. This is a large underground base. It is said that Luhu Lake is an artificial lake that took 10 years to excavate. Half of that time is digging this underground base. The scale is imaginable. Such a big move, still in the Far East country. It is almost impossible to complete, yet the Chalet people rely on astonishing wealth. Penetration is pervasive. When you think they are far away, they have actually penetrated into the government. Therefore, it took 5 years to dig a secret base in Luhu with great fanfare, and it's not known yet. At this time, Qimeng and the young guy were carried to a secret laboratory, which was full of foreigners in white lab coats. Dr. Abraham, this is the newly caught live body today, all dissected. An old man wearing glasses with the bottom of a soy sauce bottle glanced at the unconscious Qimeng and the young guy. Male's anatomy. The woman was injected with my newly developed T-virus serum. The assistant nodded. Together, the 2 white coats carried the young man into the autopsy room. Abraham picked up a dose of blue needle and plunged it into Qimeng's neck, and slowly injected the blue T-virus serum into it. Isolate her and observe for 3 hours. 99. If there is no response, throw it into the zombie cage and continue to observe. Good. Dr. Qimeng was locked in the isolation room, and she was still in a coma. Gradually 3 hours passed, and she didn't change her body, nor did she have any other reaction, as if she had fallen asleep. Okay, Abraham said excitedly. The first phase of the experiment was successful, and her body was able to withstand the T-virus serum. Now put her in a zombie cage and see what happens when she gets bitten. 2 assistants opened the zombie cage. Inside was a zombie locked with an iron chain. Qimeng was thrown in, and then the chain that locked the zombie was loosened. The zombie roared and rushed in front of Qimeng. Then he opened his big mouth and took a bite, but Qimeng seemed to have fallen asleep and was not woken up by the bite. Boom! Gunshots sounded. The zombies in the cage were killed after another 3 hours. Qimeng's wound from the zombie's bite actually healed. Not even a scar left, and she didn't change. Abraham cried out in excitement. T-virus super soldier! She's a T-virus super soldier, and her genes are a perfect fit. Bring her out immediately, implant the tracking chip into her brain, and then put it back where she was, and let her grow freely. We just need to observe silently. The next day Qimeng shook her head and woke up and found herself sleeping on the bed with 3 corpses lying on the ground. She reacted suddenly. It seemed as if these men wanted to be detrimental to themselves last night, then got killed. What happened then? Why can't I remember it at all? She thought it was very strange that after killing 3 people, she could still sleep so soundly. And the sun was out outside. Qimeng no longer thinks about what happened next because my mind is blank, can't even think of it. She picked up the bar at the head of the bed and inserted the dagger back into the holster on the outside of her thigh. Open the door and go downstairs. It was quiet outside, indicating that there were no zombies, so she dug out from the small courtyard just landed. A zombie appeared from the corner, and then roared and rushed forward. Fortunately, there was only 1 zombie. Qimeng was already very experienced. She lifted the barbell and smashed it. Bang! The head of the zombie was smashed into flour on the spot. Qimeng was startled. She didn't have such a great strength at all, and the speed of the stick just now was much faster than before. What happened? Am I suddenly so powerful? At this time, 3 more zombies rushed up. Qimeng had an illusion. She thought she could easily kill them, just thought so. She took the initiative to rush up, and the barbell in her hand swung out. Power down. Kill a zombie with a stick with a backhand wave. He smashed to death again. The last kick kicked the zombies that came up, and pulled out the dagger and stabbed the zombies in the head. The action flows smoothly, clean and neat. My god, I'm so amazing, haha. Qimeng did not doubt what happened to her body. But the powerful power she suddenly acquired gave her hope of surviving in the doomsday. One Finger Mountain, here I come. 35 haha. With my current strength, it should be easy to reach Yizishan. 35 Qimeng said with emotion. At the same time, at the Luhu base on the outskirts of the ancient capital, the Commander Feely, and the biochemical gene Dr. Abraham, were secretly watching Qimeng through surveillance. She's growing fast. Only a very small number of people's genes could withstand the backlash of T-virus serum. This woman will be our super soldier 35. The future replaces our Ross family and fights for global territory, Abraham said excitedly. Commander Feely was still a little puzzled. Doctor, are you sure about the chip in her brain? Can we really control her at any time? Certainly, Abraham answered in the affirmative. The chip in her brain is the same as that of a tyrant. The reason why we can't control the tyrant for a long time is because it is too brutal. For a monster with almost no IQ, it can't be tamed. This woman is like us. Although she is a pagan, she is a real human being who can be easily controlled, but let's not disturb her for now. Let her continue to grow until you need her. Completely control her and make her a puppet. 5. Hear Abraham's confident answer. Commander Feely was also relieved. Well, I'm going to report this good news to Mr. Roth Connor. On the vast ancient capital plain, a team of heavy locomotives is speeding on the road. In front of you is Fengling village. Everyone, please slow down and go to the village with me. 35. Bai Qian used the wireless communication headset to give instructions to the team members. Shi and Kishu. Today's task is to go to the ancient capital plain to collect all kinds of agricultural machinery and equipment. The convoy quickly drove into the village. Go straight to the village committee. Generally speaking, grain dryers are bought by a village with funds raised, and they will be placed in the warehouse of the village committee after they are used during the harvest season. 200 mobile troops braked at the village committee square. Quickly clean up all zombies. Bai Qian took the green seedling knife Xiao Yu gave her, smashed the lock of the warehouse door with one knife, opened the door and saw 3 grain dryers. Good guy, this village is quite willing to buy 3 at a time. Bai Qian touched these dryers one by one, and all of them tightened up the space warehouse. Okay, go to the villagers' homes and search. In addition to grain dryers, planters and cultivators are also required. And most farmers have such small equipment in their homes. Large planters and harvesters cannot be found in every household. Only by luck mobile units like to go out and sweep, because they can get smuggled goods. 2 team members kick open a farmhouse after killing 2 zombies. I found bacon and sausages in the refrigerator. Yeah, we can eat extra tonight. It's great that you don't have to pay for it. Xiao Yu never asked the mobile unit to hand over materials. After all, they did not have a storage warehouse, and the 2 trunks of the locomotive could hold limited materials, so it's up to them how much they can put on. There's also grain in the farmhouse. Bai Qian didn't deliberately collect them either. Xiao Yu just asked her to search when she came across them. She should waste time collecting food. These grains will be swept away by other survivors. Yizishan's agricultural production has begun, and it will continue to produce grain. Not only self-sufficiency, there is even surplus food. Sow in 4 seasons, 5 times the growth rate. It only takes 1 month from sowing to harvesting, and counting the time required for plowing and harvesting, it can be harvested at least 11 times a year. That is to say 1,000 mu of land can produce 11,000 mu of grain a year. Couldn't finish it at all. Xiao Yu even considered that when the wheat was immature, it could be harvested in advance and used as silage to feed the livestock. All to this extent, if you sweep the food outside again, you will appear petty at this time. Bai Qian kicked open a farmhouse and found a small tiller, a seeder, and a silage crusher in the utility room. The shredder is also the equipment that Xiao Yu, who died, designated to get it back. Since then, animal husbandry has grown into a large scale. A lot of grinders are needed to shred the forage. As Bai Qian continued to sweep, all kinds of agricultural equipment in this village were basically moved into the space warehouse. Feeling a bit tired, Xiao Yu is not there. No one is her. She can only rely on self-recovery if she can't get up. Everyone, take a rest with Liu Tingting's 5 times the recovery attribute. Bai Qian can quickly recover. She lit a cigarette. As soon as I took 2 sips, I saw an off-road vehicle approaching and parked in front of everyone. Then a woman got out of the car. She is very beautiful, with wavy curly hair, an exaggerated S-curve and an amazing waist-to-hip ratio, which is extremely enviable. The opponent is holding a metal stick with a dagger pinned to her waist. It is no threat to Bai Qian. Women don't seem to be afraid of mobile units at all. You are the people of Yizishan. I have seen you on the video. You are amazing. By the way, my name is Yakimin99. I thought of going to Yizishan for a long time, but unfortunately there are too many zombies, and they have been circling the plane. Can you take me with you? Qimeng said excitedly. She saw this locomotive team very early, and after confirming it again and again, she found that it was indeed a person from Yizishan. So I just drove over there with confidence. But at this moment, Qimeng suddenly felt a sense of hunger. She wanted to eat the woman in front of her. Sheen. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. 109. She smells so good. Repair her body. Don't abuse the heroine. Upgrade immediately after becoming popular, and will not be monitored in the future. Qi Meng felt a little scared. In fact, she is not hungry, and even if she is really hungry, she cannot have the urge to eat people. She looked at the woman in front of her as if everyone is food. This is not an idea in her mind, but an instinctive feeling. Think of the powerful power that he suddenly gained. Qi Meng was getting more and more frightened. She felt that something must be wrong with her body. Fortunately, she still has reason and a clear consciousness to constantly remind herself that they are the same kind, not to be used as food. Absolutely not. At this time, Bai Qian and Yi Qiushu looked at Qi Meng from head to toe, and both showed meaningful smiles. This woman is simply a stunner. At least the overall rating is definitely not worse than them. The team has long come to a conclusion that the captain only accepts stunning beauties. The woman in front of her named Qi Meng. Isn't it just the seedlings who joined the team? Bring it back and pull the team closer, and everyone's strength can be improved again. Your name is Yu Kimin, right? We are indeed the people of Yizishan, and we belong to the mobile troops in the base area, but this time out on a mission. 5. It may not be back until the afternoon. Follow us first and get in my car. You're off. Road vehicle is not suitable for traveling. Bai Qian said there were car accidents all over the way. Only the leaping ability of the magic modified locomotive can ignore these traffic accident scenes. The locomotive team set off again. Qi Meng sat in the back seat of Bai Qian's retro motorcycle. She smelled the good smell of Bai Qian, and her appetite hit again. Look at her pale neck. I really want to take a bite and suck in a mouthful of warm blood. Tear off another piece of meat. Qi Meng didn't dare to tell the other party this feeling, because she was afraid that she would be refused to take it back to Yizishan. With mixed feelings, she followed the convoy all the way to Sweep, and saw the incredible scene of 220. Bai Qian stretched out her hand and touched it, and she could make a large piece of equipment disappear in an instant. Yu Qiushu comes and goes like the wind, fly around like a fairy. She never imagined that human beings could have such a powerful force. This gave her a sense of mystery about Yizishan. What shocked her the most was that Bai Qian said that if she got to Yizishan and the captain could take her fancy, she would also gain superpowers. This made Qi Meng extremely shocked. It turned out that the superpowers of these two women were bestowed by their captain, the leader of Yizishan. Qi Meng became more and more curious about this leader. This curiosity, even a little bit of appetite, is properly suppressed. The other side, underground on the outskirts of the ancient capital, Luhu Underground Base Commander Felix and biochemical Dr. Abraham are watching Qi Meng through surveillance. Oh, incredible! This woman actually got mixed up with people from that base area. It looks like she will follow her back to the base. This is a surprise. As long as you break into this base, there is hope to assassinate that flying man, Commander Philly said excitedly. Abraham couldn't hide his excitement. Yes, once she enters the base, we will activate long-distance brainwave intervention to let her kill the flying man. Mr. Roth Connor will be happy about it, maybe. Our base will get more resources tilted because of this. Dusk is coming. Bai Qian and Yi Qiushu led the mobile troops to return. No matter how fast the locomotive goes, it takes more than an hour to walk on the expressway, so you have to go back a little earlier. The fleet of heavy locomotives pulling the wind is speeding on the road. The female riders held sharp long knives. After the zombies along the way rushed up, they waved their hands, and the heads of the zombies fell off under the sprint of the locomotive. It was so chic that Qi Meng's eyes were hot. She was thinking that it would be cool if she had such a locomotive, with their driving skills, and a long knife like this. Does it feel exciting? Don't worry, as long as the captain chooses you to join our team, you will be stronger than them. As for whether it will be more powerful than me and Qiushu, that is not certain. Bai Qian said while driving. Qi Meng was even more curious about the leader of One Finger Mountain. Listen to this tone. Those powerful motorists were also given strength by that man. I don't know what kind of person he is at this time. Qi Meng's appetite came again. She gritted her teeth and tried not to look at Bai Qian's neck, but she smelled so good. But it entered the nose with a breath, and it was so fragrant that it seemed to take a bite. Gradually the convoy returned to the territory of El City, and after driving for a while, they saw 3 sun mountains in the distance, the most dangerous one in the middle like a finger holding the sky. Qi Meng recognized it at a glance. It was Yizishan. Mobile units do not make stops after entering the gate. Keep going up until there is no road. Halfway up the mountain, Yi Qiushu flew directly to the top of the mountain. Really, it's like this every time, flying straight away at every turn. It's too pretentious. I wish your aunt came, and suddenly fell from the sky with dysmenorrhea. Bai Qian habitually damaged the autumn water. The two are already familiar with each other's missions together every day, and they have long been accustomed to joking with each other. Qi Meng, Get into the elevator with me. Bai Kai and Nigen took Qimeng into the elevator. After reaching the top of the mountain, Xiao Yu was found in the garden of the villa. Captain, I brought someone back. Her name is Qimeng. She's very powerful. Just smashing an iron rod can smash a zombie's head into blossoms. I see how great she is, so I brought it back for you to see if it is suitable for you to be your entourage. Don't look at Bai Kai and Nigen, who is usually very casual, but in front of Xiao Yu, he was still very measured. I didn't say that Qimeng was good looking and brought it back for you to accept. Instead, I said that she was very powerful, and I suggested that she be accepted as a follower. The first time Xiao Yu saw Qimeng, she was attracted by her beauty and figure. The facial features are three-dimensional like meticulous carving. His eyes were clear and focused, with a hint of natural charm. When looking into her eyes, I can't help it. BHCD, there is a feeling of discharge, and there is a decisive and fierce killing. This is the murderous aura she has experienced on the great plains of the ancient capital. Xiao Yu looked at Qimeng carefully, the exaggerated curves, and the amazing waist-to-hip ratio. But there was no trace of fitness. The comprehensive score of appearance is not to be said. I just don't know what the job is like. He dreamed that Xiao Yu had been staring at her, and she was a little nervous. Boss, I heard that you have a team. Do you know if my conditions are suitable for joining? This is what Qimeng cares about most. Xiao Yu stopped and said, don't worry, let me ask you, what did you do before? I'm a fitness trainer, specially teaching women. Female fitness trainer? It is no wonder that the figure is so good, giving people a sense of strength in the blood. Whether you can join my team depends on whether you have this fate. Give me your hand. Xiao Yu took Qimeng's hand, not knowing whether the profession of fitness instructor could be recognized by the system. Ding. Matching team, name, Qimeng. Occupation, female fitness instructor. Comprehensive score, 97. The other side, the fifth ring road of the ancient capital, the underground base of Luhu Lake. Commander Philly looked at the surveillance screen. Since Xiao Yu was in the garden, he could clearly see that he was holding Qimeng's hands. This man is really a womanizer, holding hands when he sees a beautiful woman. Now is the best time to assassinate him. Abraham, do it. Abraham was also looking at the surveillance, and he also realized that this was the best time, and suddenly made a move when the man was distracted. The success rate is almost 100%. Abraham immediately sat in front of the biochemical warrior's brainwave interference device, and was about to issue an order when he found that Qimeng's brainwave signal disappeared. How is this going? Why is this so? No. She can't realize that a chip has been installed in her brain. 5. Even if you know, she doesn't have the ability to take it out either. At the same time, one refers to the mountain, in the garden of the villa. A prompt popped up in front of Xiao Yu's eyes. Ling. Qimeng is in line to join the team, but it is detected that she has been implanted with a brainwave chip, and she starts to automatically pick up. Gradually on the back of Qimeng's head, a chip the size of a fingernail was slowly extracted by a mysterious force. The chip fell to the ground. The back of her head instantly recovered as before, not to mention wounds, not even scars. Xiao Yu was immediately stunned. Who is this woman who has a chip implanted in her brain? Robot, should not be. If it is a robot, the system will definitely prompt it. This time the prompt appears again. Ling. It was detected that T-virus serum was injected into Qimeng's body, which was extremely unstable, and began to repair the anti-phagocytic ability of T-virus serum. Xiao Yu was dumbfounded again. Who is this person, who is even injected with T-virus serum? Although I don't know what T-virus serum is, but certainly not a good thing, otherwise, the system will not actively repair the backlash ability. Ling. The anti-phagocytic ability of the T-virus serum in Qimeng's body has been repaired, and Qimeng has successfully joined the professional goddess team. Call. Xiao Yu put down his hands and let out a light breath. This time, Qimeng was the most complicated one. Give me the chip. Bai Kai and Nigen had already picked up the chip. Xiao Yu took it and handed it to Qimeng. Say, who installed this thing for you? Who injected you with a T-virus serum in your body? And what is the purpose of your visit to Yizishan? Xiao Yu is basically determined now Qimeng must have something to do with the organization behind the giant monster because of the chip in her brain, exactly the same as in the mind of the giant monster. Qimeng is also confused now. In addition to shocking her with a powerful power, seeing the chip in Xiao Yu's hand is even more inexplicable. What chip? And what is T-virus serum? I don't know. Do not know. In front of me, no one has a secret except for monsters without IQ. Xiao Yu's thoughts moved. Spiritual charm unleashed. 110. Dual attributes. Dual skills. The combination of man and knife, incarnation of God of war. A powerful spiritual force penetrated into Ye Qimin's brain, and under Xiao Yu's careful cross-examination, Ye Qimin can be said to know everything. There are no secrets in the end. Xiao Yu found out that she really didn't know about the implantation of chips in the brain and the injection of T-virus serum. It seems that she didn't take the initiative to sneak in and sabotage, but there must be a conspiracy behind it. Fortunately, it was detected by the system and stopped in time. There is no doubt about this. It must have something to do with the organization behind it. First send the tyrant to come out clearly, and then start with the survivors who defected to Yizishan after the failure. What a despicable and dirty garbage, only dare to hide in dark corners and use these shameless means. Xiao Yu patted Ye Qimin on the shoulder. Okay, you're alright, congratulations on being my team member. Speaking of which, Qimeng knew nothing. Xiao Yu naturally wouldn't blame her either. Xiaoran, take Qimeng to wash up, and put on the battle clothes. By the way, 99 Qimeng has been wandering outside killing zombies every day. It is estimated that there is no time to take care of yourself, and there is a lot of dried zombie blood on the clothes. Here comes a finger mountain. He has also become his own team member, so naturally he has to pay attention to his image. Go ahead, if there is anything you don't understand, Xiaoran will tell you. Ye Qimin looked at Xiao Yu excitedly, tears flashing in her eyes. In addition to shock just now after she joined the team, the appetite for humans disappeared, indicating that she had returned to normal. I am a normal person, I'm so happy. Xiaoran left with Qimeng. Xiao Yu and Qian stayed in the garden when the Red Queen suddenly appeared. Master, the chip you gave me before, I have checked. It belongs to the brainwave chip implanted in human skin, which can remotely interfere with the behavior of the implanted person. Xiao Yu raised his brows, as he had guessed that dirty forces behind this want to use remote control to destroy the base. Wait until I find out. Must be uprooted. After the red, can you detect the chip being implanted? Yes, master. Since the behind the scenes can remotely interfere with the brain waves of the implanted person, it means that the chip can receive satellite signals. I can determine whether the other party has been implanted with a chip by discovering the satellite signals released by the implanted person's body. This is easy to do. Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. However, master, I am still a level 1 host, and the signal coverage area only refers to the top of the mountain, and it is temporarily unable to cover the bottom of the mountain. This is also the reason why Ye Qimin appeared and I didn't find out in time. Then you just need to install a level 1 mainframe under the mountain, and the signal connection between the two mainframes is possible. It's like a network base station. Xiao Yu nodded. There are 4 level 1 mainframes in the space warehouse, and one will be installed at the foot of the mountain in a while. Master, I suggest you upgrade me to level 2 host as soon as possible. After level 2, I can not only invade the surveillance satellites, but also directly cover a 10-kilometer diameter area of Yizishan. Any signal will not escape my detection. An enemy hidden in the dark cannot use remote control methods to cause any damage to the base before the Red Queen has swallowed 4 host chips. There are also 4 hosts in the space warehouse tomorrow. Let the mobile troops continue to clean up the zombies in the nearby town, and strive to explode the 2 hosts. In fact, Xiao Yu was not afraid of the little tricks of the forces behind it. He is all-powerful. Xiao Yu's occupational attributes are hardened, and she has her life-saving skill once a day, so there is no possibility of being attacked. Just thinking about it badly, I always feel that there are a pair of eyes staring at myself in the dark, which is very uncomfortable. Master, I suspect that her base is being monitored, since the mastermind behind the scenes has mastered the remote satellite technology. He has also dispatched people implanted with brainwave chips to destroy it twice. The description knows her base like the back of the hand. Xiao Yu also thought of this. By means of behind-the-scenes forces, he must have mastered satellite monitoring technology, but he has no better way for the time being. We can't let everyone hide in the room every day without going out. Master, as long as you raise me to level 2, I can block satellite surveillance, 5 within 10 kilometers in diameter. There is no signal from any surveillance satellites that can penetrate in. The base area will be safe by then. That couldn't be better. Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and it was imminent to raise the Red Queen to level 2. Qian, you will lead the mobile troops tomorrow, and wherever there are many zombies, go to kill them. You must give me 2 more hits and the host will come out. Okay, Captain. After solving the problem, Xiao Yu continued to check Ye Qimin's professional attributes and skills. I was busy talking about the behind the scenes. No time to look. Professional attribute Super Serum. The self-healing ability of all team members is increased by 20 times. Xiao Yu almost exclaimed, 20 times. The self-healing ability is terrifying, not to mention instant recovery if you get stabbed. As long as you don't die, You can recover 70 to 80% within an hour. This professional attribute is so powerful, isn't your Kim a fitness coach? Super serum has nothing to do with her profession. Xiao Yu thought for a moment. The reason was immediately found. When Yu Kim was forming a team just now, the system indicated that she had been injected with T-virus serum. Later, the system repaired the anti-phagocytic ability of the T-virus. That is to say, at this moment, she retains the T-virus serum with no anti-phagy power in her body, that is, the super serum. This also led to the super serum, which became her professional attribute. I'm afraid the mastermind behind the scenes can't imagine that he actually gave me a big gift, AAA. Xiao Yu laughed out loud. He continued to look down. Professional attribute dynamic fitness. All stats of all team members are increased by 50%. 2 professional attributes. Yi Kim actually has 2 professional attributes. This is a real surprise. In fact, Yi Kim has become a super serum warrior after being injected with T-virus serum, so she has 2 careers naturally. It also has 2 occupational attributes, and her dynamic fitness is to directly increase all attributes by 50%. Not how many times it increases. Take Xiao Yu as an example. After Yu Kim joined the team, he activated team attribute 11. And Xiao Yu's all attributes increased by a terrifying 22 times. That is to say, after the passive fitness is increased by 50%, it is equal to an increase of 11 times again, reaching 33 times. The horror kinetic fitness is a percentage increase. Even other team members can be instantly increased by 5.5 times as more players are recruited in the future. The change after the increase is more obvious. Epic, with a 33-fold increase in all attributes, Xiao Yu felt the full and terrifying power in his body, as if he could pierce a mountain with one punch. The swing speed is estimated to be at least 25 knives per second. Even if you are caught in the corpse tide, you can still be one husband and 10,000 people. The acquisition of this kind of power gave Xiao Yu a strong sense of satisfaction. In the end times, there is nothing more pleasurable than gaining power. 4 flowers. He continued to check Yu Kim's professional skills. Occupational skill virus control LV. 1. It can control T-virus carriers. Depending on the target's mental strength, up to 200 units can be controlled. Another control skill in its blast, T-virus carriers. All zombies today, including survivors, are T-virus carriers. That is to say, this skill can not only control 200 zombies in an instant, but also control 200 survivors on the number of control far more than the charm of the spirit. However, T-virus control is only to control its behavior, but not its thoughts. This is less than spiritual charm, but the victory lies in the number of controls. And each has its own strengths and weaknesses. The 2 skills can be used together to make up for their respective deficiencies, and as the skills are upgraded, the number of controls will increase, and even if the level is high, it may be possible to control the mind. In addition to T-virus control, Yi Kim has another skill. Not bad. Dual attributes, dual skills. This time I found a treasure. Occupational skill heavy weapon LV. 1. When using a heavy weapon with a weight of no more than 200 jin, it can have a 100% affinity with a weapon, and the melee ability is extremely strong. 0. Xiao Yu felt this skill carefully, suddenly startled. This is so magical. 4 heavy weapons that do not exceed 200 jin reach 100% affinity. What's the meaning? It is equal to a natural heavy weapon expert, a grandmaster level expert, even if it is just an ordinary person. As long as he has this skill, take heavy weapons instantly incarnate the existence of the god of war, and it is not limited by the weight of the weapon. Even if he can only carry a weapon of more than 10 kilograms, after obtaining this skill, he instantly picks up a weapon of 200 kilograms and swings it like a fruit knife. Iron Goddess, pull out a heavy weapon skill. This is no one. Xiao Yu doesn't have a 200-pound weapon, but he has a magic machine. This machine tool is not omnipotent, as long as there are materials, not high-precision work pieces. It can be produced. Weapons can only be considered high-quality props, not high precision. It was already dark at this time. Don't worry about monitoring the satellite. Xiao Yu directly summoned the magic machine tool. Then 60 weapons of various kinds were thrown in. Although the weight exceeds the standard a little, the machine tool can control the parameters by itself, and the excess material will be spit out. Next is the form design. What kind of weapon do you make? The hammer, the axe, the Qinglong Yanyu knife, and the Fangshan painting halberd seem to be not very good. Kill zombies or a big blade is more agile. Xiao Yu thought about it and decided to design it according to the style of the 6-style broadsword. Of course, it must be one piece. Although the magic modified machine tool can make an assembled broadsword, but it doesn't make much sense. Anime is designed with fancy assembly skills for the cool and imposing pictures. Kill zombies in real life still more solid and effective. Soon, A 200-pound one-piece 6-type broadsword was sent out by the conveyor belt of the magic-modified machine tool. The blade is dark, the blade is sharp because the materials are all recast by fusion of weapons dropped by zombies, so the quality doesn't matter. Xiao Yu slowly held the handle of the knife, and 100% affinity was instantly generated, which was an unparalleled sense of fit. It was as if the knife had merged with Xiao Yu. The transformation of the realm where man and knife are one instantly transforms Xiao Yu into an existence like a god of war with a heavy sword. Again G. 111, the proud goddess has become a fangirl, and the captain is so fierce, please complete the order. Xiao Yu held the 6-style sword and felt the transformation of his body and soul. When he let go of his hand, this transformation disappeared without a trace. It's amazing. Holding the heavy sword, immediately transformed into a god of war, and immediately returned to his original form when he let go. It's not a big problem though. There is a heavy knife in the space warehouse at any time, and when you need it, you can take it out instantly. In fact, a 200-pound knife is not too heavy for Xiao Yu, who has 33 times the full attributes, but only if you master heavy weapons. You can have 100% affinity at this time. The system prompts again. Ling. Activate Team Attribute 11 and Reward Skill Upgrade Ball X1, which has been distributed to your Space Warehouse Skill Upgrade Ball. Is it possible to upgrade skills directly? Xiao Yu took it out from the Space Warehouse. It was the same shape as the Experience Sphere, but the color was different. It was red. The information of the Skill Upgrade Ball also came to mind automatically after crushing. You can immediately upgrade a skill up to level 3. It is a hurdle to upgrade the skill to level 3. Level 3 skills can comprehend new functions, such as Xiaoran's level 3 Space Warehouse, which comes with the ability to transform space. Start at level 3. The experience orbs required to upgrade skills will increase exponentially. Xiao Yu filtered his skills, and the second level skills are divided into Magic Machine Tool and Follower Mark. The Magic Modified Machine Tool is too expensive, 220. Even if it is a level 2 machine tool now, the mobile unit is still riding a level 1 Magic Modified Locomotive that is Xiao Yu's own black muscles, converted into a 2-level car, so it is better to upgrade the minion mark first. After reaching level 3, you will not only increase the number of people, but also unlock new functions. Xiao Yu crushes the skill to lift the ball. A mysterious force was guided by him to the imprint skill of his followers, which instantly broke through the limit. Ling. Your follower's mark is upgraded to level 3, and the brand of courage is unlocked. All followers will be automatically marked with a mark of courage to improve their courage and combat effectiveness. Improve courage and combat effectiveness. This is very good, especially for new followers, who often lack courage and need time to hone courage. Attached to the rank 3 minion mark, they can be put into battle immediately, and training and adaptation will become easier. Besides, 200 places have been added to the rank 3 minion mark, and all minions will also receive 3 times the increase of all attributes. Another temporary property can be shared. Xiao Yu checks the attributes of the follower. The garrison currently has 2x shooting talent and storage. 1 more hardening can be added. In this way, self-protection and defense capabilities will be greatly improved. The 2 attributes of the mobile unit are god level driving and hardening, which can be supplemented with a 2x shooting talent. In the future, you can also shoot and kill from a long distance while riding a motorcycle, especially with gunmen. It must be killed from a distance, and the mobile troops cannot be cut in the face at this time. Baikai and Nigan kept staring at the 60 swords in Xiao Yu's hand, with a sly luster in her eyes. Don't think about it, you can handle such a heavy knife. But you can't use it well. This is Kimon's skill. Baikai and Nigan took Xiao Yu's arm. Captain, you are using a big knife now, that purple meow knife. Go. 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 It turned out to be the idea of hitting my purple seedling knife. Don't even think about it. Although the 6-type broadsword is powerful and heavy, there is no pressure to smash the armored vehicle with one knife. But there is only one purple seedling knife, and it is sharper, and sometimes sharp tools must be used, such as a gold shop safe, which can be split with a 6-style broadsword, but it will deform with a purple seedling knife. It can be like peeling tofu. The unique thing on Xiao Yu's body allows the team members to play freely, but you can't always dominate. I'll give you a purple weapon later. This one won't work now. At this time, Xiaoran brought Qimeng over, and she put on a brand new level 2 battle uniform, made of slim black fiber material, which outlined a perfect and powerful body. A pair of high-bond tactical marten boots, sexy and heroic. Captain, Sister Xiaoran told me everything just now. Thank you. It not only gave me great power, and you saved me. Saved you? Xiao Yu was a little confused, and Qimeng continued, you know, starting today, I don't know why, but I have the urge to eat people, especially in the back seat of Cayenne. Looking at her white neck, I really wanted to bite it hard. 9 I depend. By Cayenne shrank her neck. Did not expect this Qimeng to be better than this one. Is she Lara? I was terrified at that time, and instinctively thought that humans were food. Fortunately I didn't lose my mind. You can suppress this urge with consciousness until you pull me into the team. At that time, I can clearly feel a powerful force that seems to be healing me. 35 I was back to normal after that. Now that I see everyone, I have no appetite. After Qimeng finished speaking, she was relieved. Only after she has returned to normal person can she speak out happily. If it was before, she would never dare to speak. It's not just about worrying about being kicked out of Finger Mountain. She was even more afraid of speaking out, being isolated by everyone, and becoming a monster that was neither a human nor a zombie. Xiao Yu probably guessed what was going on. The reason why you have the urge to eat people is because you were quietly injected with T-virus serum. It can make you strong, and it also has backlash. Just now I have repaired the anti-phagocytic power of the T-virus serum in your body, and you will be a normal person from now on. Although it is a system repair, however, this compulsion still has to be taken on himself. Your Qimeng's admiration for Xiao Yu instantly soared into a frenzy, and her eyes were full of little stars. Captain is great, simply divine. Before the end of the world, she was also an arrogant goddess, and no man could gain her eyesight. Seeing Xiao Yu at this moment, I feel like a deer is running around in my heart. By the way, I made this knife for you. Don't use your stick in the future. Xiao Yu handed the 6-style broadsword to Qimeng. Her skills are heavy weapons, so she must be equipped with a broadsword first. Xiao Yu himself is not in a hurry. When the mobile troops go out for a sweep tomorrow, the weapons that burst out will create a 6-style broadsword for personal use. He's thinking about one thing now. According to the introduction of Qimeng's skill heavy weapon, it has 100% affinity for weapons that do not exceed 200 pounds, not subject to weight restrictions. That is to say, the right hand holds a 200-pound weapon, and the left hand can also hold it just as long as you're not overweight. Xiao Yu decided to give it a try. He took out 15 shields again, threw them into the magic modified machine, and quickly produced a thick shield with a diameter of 1 meter 5. Weighs 200 pounds. Shields are armor, but can also be used as weapons, such as shield bash. Xiao Yu dropped to the ground. Qimeng, pick it up and try it. Qimeng didn't know Xiao Yu's intentions, but picked it up obediently, with a big sword in one hand and a heavy shield in the other. Light as a feather in her hands, totally manageable. This shield is also given to you. Keep it as a spare. If you encounter a giant monster holding a Vulcan heavy machine gun again, the ordinary shield will definitely not be able to stop it. Qimeng's thick and heavy shield should be no problem at this time. All the team members returned to the mountain, and the kitchen had already prepared dinner. Everyone eat, celebrate the new team member tonight. Early the next morning, by Cayenne, Xiao and Qimeng, who had just joined the team, led the team to Linshu town, 25 kilometers away. Today's task is to clean up the zombies in the town. Try to release 2 level 1 Red Queen hosts as soon as possible, so that the Red Queen can be upgraded to level 2. After Xiao Yu's follower mark was upgraded last night, the number of mobile troops has reached 300, and the huge convoy is speeding on the road. Although the zombies on the roadside are cleaned up every day, but every day, there are zombies wandering out of small towns all over the world. Boom! By Cayenne blasted the head of a zombie into scum. Flip your wrist lever action shotgun. Complete with flip loading. Qimeng looked hot from behind, so handsome. She was looking forward to the fact that she would be able to blast a lever action shotgun today, and then she would be able to be cool at this time. A small group of corpses appeared in front. The number is about 40. By Cayenne fired another shot. Because it was a green shotgun, it was so powerful that it directly sprayed the 6 zombies in a line to death. Xiao in the back wielded a tang saber, also cut off 2 zombies. Qimeng's eyes lit up. Now it's my turn to show. As soon as she stretched out her hand, a 2-meter-long 6-style broadsword appeared, and the blade alone was 1 meter 6. Heavy knives. As the locomotive galloped, the heavy knife continued to cut off the head. The locomotive passed 10 headless corpses, fell slowly behind them, stunned the motorcycle girls behind. Wow, Sister Qimeng's knife is so powerful. 99 so big, it's still so long. Hey, you're actually driving. I was driving. Everyone wears wireless communication headsets, and they can chat occasionally while driving. They're all women, and they have nothing to say. When you start the car, you can run over it directly in the face. It didn't take long for everyone to come to Linshu town. Xiao flew around the town first. After investigation, he came to a conclusion of 2.3. There are an estimated 6,000 zombies in the town. Although the number is quite large, there is basically no threat to the 300-strong mobile force. It's the old rule, I'll take people to attract monsters. You are ambushed at every intersection, and when the zombies come out, you rush out to harvest. With the increase in the number of mobile units, tactics also began to change. It can attract at least hundreds of thousands at a time, and use wide roads and various intersections to cut and eliminate them. Bai Qian and Yi Keshu took a team of 10 people to the town. The rest returned immediately, then drive into the small roads on both sides of the main road and hide it. The locomotive keeps the ignition state at all times, and will rush out immediately once it receives an order. About an hour later, the monster-attracting team hummed the horn and led the dense zombies out of the town. The number is at least 700 or 800. Attention to all units, the corpse group will enter the predetermined location immediately. Please get ready. 55 Bai Qian finished speaking. The 10 old team members who were attracting monsters drove towards their respective designated roads, and 700 or 800 zombies were divided into 3 groups. Enter 3 roads respectively. Each unit that attracts monsters, immediately accelerate, so that the corpse group is not too concentrated. As long as the locomotive that attracts the monsters accelerates and leaves, the dense group of corpses will become scattered because they lose their target, which is more conducive to the sprint harvesting of the next team. 112. Kimin, God of War. After level 2 red, the base area is no longer threatened. The huge corpse group was led to 3 roads and scattered into 3 small corpse groups. After the locomotive that attracted the monsters accelerated away, the corpses lost their target and began to wander around the road, some running into the fields on both sides of the road. This leads to more scattered zombies on the road. After about half an hour, Yikeshu flew into the air and landed on a tall tree, silently observing the movement of the corpse group. The locomotive team, the corpse group you are in, has been dispersed and can be harvested. With a voice falling, a 100-person locomotive brigade lurking in the fork in the road rushed out from the small road. Leading the charge are the old players. Whether it is courage or technology, including combat power, they are very skilled. The long line of locomotives madly rushed towards the zombies on the highway. The 10-ton locomotive was heavy and powerful, and rushed into the corpse like a bell. Zombies were knocked flying. The sharp blade in his hand was swung, and the heads of zombies along the way fell one after another. Everything went smoothly. 100 locomotives slaughtered from the road, and in the end only 40 or 50 zombies were left. The tail car began to turn around and launched a second charge. 2 rounds are over. Nearly 300 zombies instantly became corpses. A large group of locomotives completed the task and no one was injured. All mobile units have hardened attributes, and as long as they are not surrounded by large corpses, there is basically no possibility of injury. Bai Qian flew to the other side again. Second Locomotive Brigade, your group of corpses is not completely dispersed, and you need to wait. Then Bai Qian came to the roof on the other side of the road. 17 The third locomotive team, you can charge. Qimeng is in the second Locomotive Brigade at this moment. He was holding the 6-style sword in his hand, and his heart was already itching. Others don't understand what heavy weapon means. Only she and Xiao Yu know it best. That is 100% affinity, the almost invincible melee ability of man and knife. Let her wait until the corpses are dispersed. She felt like she was sitting on pins and needles, and she wished she would go out now and slash the zombies with a big blade. Hey, wait no more, Qian, Kishu, I'll go up first. Don't worry, I'll run if I can't beat you. Qimeng rushed out of the road with her motorcycle, which shocked Bai Qian and Yi Kishu. Qimeng, come back, are you crazy? Charge alone, you will die? The mobile unit is talking about cooperation, damn it. Kishu, you should pay attention in the sky at any time. Once she can't hold it, take her away immediately. 99 This new team member is really cool. One person dares to attack a group of 300 corpses, even if he joins the team and obtains the ability. It is not so reckless at this time. Yi Kishu was on the roof. Qimeng had already rushed out of the path and rushed towards the group of corpses. Seeing that she was about to hit the corpse group, she suddenly braked suddenly, then put away the locomotive, and switched to the 6-type broadsword. A man is standing in the middle of the road in the face of 300 zombies roaring and rushing over. He was calm. This Qimeng doesn't take corpses seriously. 35 It really pd me off. Yi Kishu, who has always been elegant and calm, was also taken aback at this moment. She immediately performed King Kuang and flew towards Qimeng. When passing over her head, he grabbed Qimeng and prepared to take her away, but Qimeng's knife weighed 200 jins, plus his own weight. Yi Kishu felt that he had caught a big tree that was motionless. He almost took himself out of the air, and at this time, the corpses had already rushed up, so Yi Kishu had to fly away, and then landed on the roof of a building. Turn around and take a look immediately. His scalp tingled with shock. Qimeng was already fighting with the corpses. The heavy knife, 2 meters long and wider than 2 palms, was like a meat grinder among the corpses. I only saw a wall of knives dancing out of the air. All the zombies were violently decapitated, and the roads were full of blood and corpses. Ye Xiao is stunned. Qi Meng's combat power is so powerful. Chu Shui, how is Qi Meng? Have you taken her to a safe place? Ye Xiao looked at Kimin, who was killing all directions. I think she doesn't need me to take it. 35. But think carefully. Ye Xiao was relieved. At present, in the entire team, except for Guo Xiaoxiao's enhanced headshot, the skills of the rest of the team are almost supportive. It's time for the combat team to appear. In fact, the skills of the other team members are not weak, but they are not good at fighting at this time. The people from the first locomotive team and the third locomotive team withdrew from their respective battlefields. When it came to the road of the second locomotive brigade, I saw corpses all over the place. There is also Qi Meng standing proudly among the corpses. The 6-style broadsword has long been stained red with blood, and is dripping down drop by drop. Oh my god, so fierce. Bai Kai and Nidan drove to Qi Meng. You did it all. Qi Meng nodded at this time. Both herself, Bai Kai and Nidan and Ye Xiao realized one thing at the same time. Kimin is not suitable for mobile units. She is strongest in ground combat and should be reassigned to other positions. One refers to the mountain base. Today is the day of sowing. Bai Jin dissected the tyrant yesterday, and today is fine. She naturally has to perform the duties of Zhang of the Ministry of Agriculture, even though she's a double doctor. But Xiao Yu appointed her as Zhang of the Ministry of Agriculture, and there was nothing she could do, so she could only study now. Fortunately, among the survivors, there are many people who have engaged in planting and breeding. Bai Jin quickly promoted a wave of people. Let them direct these people to sow for the construction of the fish pond. Wu Daking also arranged for someone to start excavating directly on the edge of the Dujiang River. Also got a dozen pumps. As long as the depth is sufficient, the work can be stopped directly. No need to hit concrete. There is no way to beat the concrete. After all, it has been soaked in water. Xiao Yu used the magic architect pen to design the construction drawings on the fish pond. Therefore, the construction speed of the excavator is very fast. It is expected that within 3 days, a fish pond comparable to a reservoir will be dug up. Xiao Yu has already sent someone to set up the net by the river. I believe that the fish will be caught soon, and then thrown into the fish pond. With a transformed ecological environment, the conception speed will be extremely fast. A large number of fry can be reproduced very quickly. Xiao Yu went to the farm for a walk, and then came to the sheepfold. The ram and the ewe were separated, and the belly of the ewe was slightly bulging. The rams bleated wildly on the other side. Guess it won't work. Hey, whether ecological transformation is good or bad, it doesn't matter to human beings. Such beasts who can't use contraception are uncomfortable. Noon. Bai Kai and Nidan's voice came from Xiao Yu's earphones. Captain, we have already revealed 2 Red Queen hosts. You can get it yourself. So fast? Xiao Yu quickly checked Bai Kai and Nidan's space warehouse, and sure enough, he saw 2 Red Queen hosts move over quickly. Then Xiao Yu tiptoed a little and flew back to the top of the mountain quickly. He quickly dismantled the mainframe, took out the 2 chips, and inserted them into the mainframe that needs to be upgraded, with the last 2 chips being swallowed by the Red Queen. The Red Queen, wearing a princess dress, appeared in front of Xiao Yu. She seemed to have grown up a bit. Master, I have already risen to level 2. Hack the surveillance satellite right now, and it will be fine soon. You can finally have surveillance satellites, and once the invasion is successful, the signal of the Red Queen can cover an area of 10 kilometers around Yizishan. Any signal entering this area will be detected by her. Most importantly, it can block other people's satellite signals. It will be safer than even if someone wanted to blow up Yizishan with a missile. They would not be able to lock it here. About a minute passed. The Red Queen happily said, Master, I have successfully invaded a military surveillance satellite, not a spy satellite for taking pictures, but a camera satellite for real-time monitoring. It can transmit pictures in real time. However, the resolution is only 1 decimeter. And there is no clear picture quality from spy satellites. Talking room. A 3D stereoscopic picture appeared in front of Xiao Yu. It means the top of a mountain. The picture is indeed not as clear as the pixel of the mobile phone, but it can still be seen clearly, which is completely sufficient for monitoring. Although photographing spy satellites has a higher resolution, but it's troublesome. Every time a photo was taken, the satellite had to return and the photo was developed. What Xiao Yu wants to monitor is the surrounding zombies, the required real-time video screen. Master, there is one more thing I have to tell you about. 220. The orbit is very low due to the high resolution required for monitoring satellites. 5. So the area that can be monitored is relatively small. It can even cover the territory of the Eastern Kingdom. Xiao Yu nodded. As long as it can monitor the zombies in real time and the movements of the mastermind behind the scenes, It is completely enough anyway. Within 10 kilometers of Yizishan, other satellite signals have been blocked, and others cannot monitor me. Queen, please check first to see if there are any chip people in our base. The chip man that Xiao Yu said naturally refers to tyrants, including the kind of chip implanted in Kimin's head earlier. Master, I have checked 99. We don't have chip people in our base, and they won't appear in the future. You can rest assured. 35 Xiao Yu nodded after the Red Queen rose to level 2. She was obviously more confident. By the way, you have to pay special attention to the ancient capital of the Great Plains, and report to me in time if you find any abnormalities. Xiao Yu suspects that a mastermind is in the ancient capital. The Great Plains, possibly in the suburbs, possibly also in ancient urban areas. The reason is simple. Qimeng didn't have the idea of eating people the day before yesterday. She slept the night before and felt that her body was different yesterday. This shows that she was quietly injected with T-virus serum the night before. The mastermind behind the scenes must be not far from ancient. Otherwise, it is impossible to complete this series of operations in such a short time. At this time, on the outskirts of the 5th ring road of the ancient capital, Luhu Underground Base Commander Filey and Biochemical Dr. Abraham, staring at a biological chamber filled with green liquid. A brand new monster is soaked in the liquid soon. The barn door opened, and the monster crawled out of it, sticking out its long tongue and making an unpleasant roar. Your Excellency Commander. It is the newly developed biochemical warrior of the headquarters, named Lickers by headquarters. The 2nd generation brainwave chip is implanted in the brain, and although it has no IQ, it can still be controlled by us. The technology is mature now. We can mass produce Lickers. 113, the strongest biochemical warrior. This man cannot live. A satisfied smile appeared on Commander Philly's face. The 2nd generation brainwave chip has finally perfectly solved the uncontrollable defect of biochemical warriors. Dr. Abraham, how fast are Lickers producing? Abraham pushed the glasses at the bottom of this soy sauce bottle. The Lickers are transformed from ordinary zombies, and the raw materials are easy to obtain. The transformation is also very fast. Basically in a day, you can mature, but nutrient solution is needed. As long as there is enough nutrient solution, it is no problem to transform 1,000 heads a day. Philly's eyes lit up. How many Lickers can be transformed with a nutrient solution currently stored in our base? 99. Your Excellency Commander, I'm afraid I will disappoint you. As far as the current hoarding is concerned, at most 500 Lickers can be transformed. However, the nutrient solution is the main raw material, and it is the corpse of the zombie. It's just that the refining speed is not fast. Faley pondered for a while, then silently estimated, I am afraid that 500 Lickers are not enough to destroy that base. 35. Abraham shook his head. No. Your Excellency Commander, you don't know much about Lickers. I got first-hand information. They are 5 times stronger than normal zombies. The speed is 3 times that of ordinary zombies. It doesn't sound powerful, but Lickers have night vision and can walk flat on walls. 5. If we attack at night. 35. Attack from the searchlight blind spots on both sides of the Yizishan base. They can easily climb the city wall, and after entering, they can create a massacre, can climb walls. Philly showed a meaningful smile. Maybe we can test the actual combat capabilities of the Lickers. It is good. I have decided to reform the Lickers immediately, and strive to launch an attack on that base tomorrow night. At this time a voice suddenly came from Commander Felix's earphones. Report to Your Excellency Commander. The Yizishan base has blocked our surveillance. What? Blocked surveillance? Faley and Abraham immediately came to the monitoring room and saw that there was a black area in the picture. Can't see anything. How large is the masked area? 10 kilometers in diameter. Such a large range is equivalent to making everyone blind. Unable to see anything. What annoyed Philly the most was that since the other party can block Matthew's star network monitoring, it is enough to prove that the method is clever, and it is very likely that he has also mastered the monitoring technology. Damn, this base makes me feel more and more threatened. We have to get rid of it as soon as possible. 99. But remember not to operate in the daytime. I'm worried that Yizishan also has surveillance technology. It is very likely that the local military will be stationed. Contact the military base, and provide technical support. I have to report the situation to headquarters immediately. Dr. Abraham, the transformation of the Licker program continues, and will be accelerated. Soon Ross Connor got a report from Luhu base, so he immediately called Matthew and let him see if there was a way to crack it. After all, Matthew is in charge of Star Network. All the technicians were also trained by him, but Ross Connor was soon disappointed. and their satellite signals never penetrated Yizishan. It means that this area will permanently lose the right to monitor. What shocked Connor the most was that since the other party has the ability to block their own monitoring, it means that they may have means to monitor themselves. No, this base area is an uncontrollable and dangerous existence for us Zilay people. I have to call the hexagon? Set it up for me now. 10 minutes later Connor walked into the projection conference room and sat at the hexagonal table. After starting the conference program, his figure appeared on the virtual screen at the same time. The heirs of the 5 major families are also displayed. Everyone, today's hexagonal meeting is held temporarily, and I have very bad news to tell you. Connor tapped the remote. A picture appeared in front of everyone. This is a survivor's base in the Shu province of the east, and there are no, almost perfect natural dangers, and thick walls. 35 There are at least 2,000 survivors living inside. They can rely on natural dangers and slowly evolve into powerful life form. An existence that even we can't fight. But I want to tell you that this is the picture from yesterday. Connor pressed the remote button again. A whole new picture appeared in front of him. Today, this base has been separated from our monitoring, and all satellite signals cannot penetrate within 10 kilometers in diameter of the entire base. The worst thing is, before this, I have sent biochemical warriors to attack, but failed. 35 In this base, there is an incomparably powerful man. 35 Connor changed another surveillance screen. It's him. This is the video we saved before. He asked the biochemical warrior to kneel on the ground obediently. He also took off his helmet and stretched his head over to let him cut off. Now what do you realize? Connor said very calmly, but in fact he was very uneasy in his heart, because the Luhu base had already played against Yizishan and the tyrant was killed. This must have raised suspicions on the other side. The consistent style of the Zilay people is to act as the mastermind behind the scenes, and will never show up rashly. Connor blamed himself, seeing that the whole world has become a playground for zombies. He lost his vigilance, adding a finger to the mountain bases on the territory he is determined to win, and it's developing rapidly after comprehensive consideration. They took the risk and made the current passive situation at this time. The heirs of the 5 major families have also been fried. Mr. Connor, have you forgotten the motto of our Sheila? We are hands in the dark, and you failed to attack the survivors' base without consulting us. 35 Now I want to drag us to deal with this base with you. My Morgan family is the first to object. Yes, the troubles that we have caused, we will settle it ourselves, and our Sassoon family will never take action. Our Buffy family. The 5 major families immediately stated their position and did not want to go into this muddy water. Connor remained calm, but he was very nervous inside. In Connor's eyes, it is actually very easy to settle this base. It even only needs to send the armed forces of Luhu base out is completely sufficient. However, the fanfare action is bound to be monitored by some surviving military bases. You can't take the risk this will drag the entire Ross family into a dangerous situation. Everyone, have you thought about a question? Why can this base block our satellite signals? Obviously, they are supported by the surviving military bases in the area, and will soon be established as an even larger base. Once they captured more military bases. 95 You can gain a foothold in the apocalypse where zombies are everywhere, and master more missiles, even black bombs. At that time, each of our families will stay underground forever under the deterrence of black, because what we have done is enough to make these infidels shoot black bullets at us without hesitation. Think about it, it is to unite and destroy this base in advance, let them continue to develop and eventually become our opponents to rule the world. The meeting room fell silent. The people of the 5 major families are all considering it carefully. The Shirai people strictly follow the teachings of the Holy Scriptures, and it is their responsibility for generations to eliminate the infidels and rule the world. Now it looks like it's going to be a success. Suddenly there was an accident. At this juncture, we should indeed unite. Well, Mr. Ross 99, can you talk about your plan? Morgan was an objection, and now the first family to compromise. Connor let out a sigh of relief and frowned habitually. Yes, Mr. Morgan 35, I do have a perfect plan that requires everyone to cooperate. Not far from this base, there is a branch base of my Ross family. 35 We can only rely on it to destroy this base. 35 So I hope that everyone will send the research and development materials related to biochemical warriors in their respective hands to this base. Together, we need to transform more powerful biochemical warriors to secretly complete this mission. Of course, these materials can be shared by all our families, and no one will suffer. 5 The meeting room fell silent again. The people of the 5 major families are weighing the pros and cons, whether there is any loss in doing so. About 10 minutes later, Morgan was the first to say he accepted Connor's suggestion, followed by Locke, Buffy, Berg, Sassoon, The 4 major families also agreed its data sharing anyway open and transparent. These materials can allow the Zile people to create more powerful biochemical warriors. After the meeting, done, Roth Connor turned off the virtual projection, next to Matthew, who witnessed the entire session. Mr. Roth Connor, did you really decide to do this, share our family's R&D data? Roth Connor shook his head. Of course not all will be shared, we just need to make the tyrant's information public. I believe other families are the same. They will selectively disclose some information, and will not take out the technology of pressing the bottom of the box. After all, in the end, which family rules this world depends on who controls the stronger biochemical warriors. Matthew seemed to understand Roth Connor's intentions. You already knew that the 5 major families would not join forces to help us destroy that base. That's why resource sharing was proposed. After all, everyone needs more information on the research and development of biochemical warriors, and they can learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses. But for us, one more bonus. 99. You can use these materials to develop more powerful biochemical warriors in a very short period of time, and destroy Yizzy Mountain as soon as possible, so as to avoid future troubles. Roth Connor stared at Matthew. Oh, Matthew. It's impolite to guess the patriarch's mind while looking at Roth Connor's fierce smile. Matthew shuddered. Go, give an order to Luhu base, and use the liquor to test Shen first. Find out the true strength of Yizishin. 114. Cut off the hands and feet. Catch them all back. Please complete the order. The next day on the farm in the base area of Yizishin, some wheat has begun to germinate. Extremely hot weather in late June. This is simply a spectacle. Many people who know how to plant plants say that a finger mountain is a blessed land. Gradually the crowd spread. Everyone's sense of belonging to Yizishin became stronger and stronger. Today there is not as much farm work as yesterday, and only some people are arranged to water. Because the environment has been transformed, crops can thrive without fertilization. But to empty the cesspool, the person watering will still empty the cesspit first. For those who have not done farm work before the end of the world, this is undoubtedly a kind of torture, and some people can't stand it anymore. 100 people gathered at the gate. Both men and women have it. They all asked to leave Yizishin, which made Han Kexin a little embarrassed, so he could only report to Xiao Yu. When Xiao Yu came down from the mountain, the number of people who have asked to leave Yizishin has already reached 150. If it is not stopped in time, it will probably continue to increase just like a wind. It is not so easy to stop when it blows. Captain, do you want them to leave? Han Kexin asked. After all, these people were not rescued by Yizishin, but they themselves escaped from other places, and they have no right to stop them if they want to leave. Xiao Yu stared at these people coldly. All are black pins. They do the most tiring work every day in the base area, and the welfare benefits are the worst. No one who wears a black pin is a fuel-efficient lamp. In the end times are cruel people. Now the inferior people in the base area are naturally unbalanced. Xiao Yu smiled lightly. Okay, let them go. In the curse contract, there is no stipulation that you are not allowed to leave. After all, voluntary departure from the base area is not considered an act that endangers the base area. After getting Xiao Yu's reply, the entourage of the garrison opened the gate, and the faces of the 150 people showed ecstasy, and there was even a kind of secret joy that the trick was successful at this time. Xiao Yu said coldly, the gate of Yizishin is open for you at any time, as long as you want to come back by 220, we are absolutely welcome. However, when you come back, you will be slaves, instead of black pins. The crowd who left did not seem to care about this sentence, and even snickered inwardly. I'm all ready to leave. Why come back to suffer, slave? I'm not mean. Why come back to be a slave? But Xiao Yu wasn't finished yet. He sneered. I forgot to remind you that after you leave, you are not allowed to settle anywhere that Yizishin has cleared. 35. My mobile unit killed all the nearby zombies, forming a safe zone. You just want to pick up ready-made ones. Is there such a good thing? Xiao Yu naturally knew what these people were thinking in the base area. Unless they perform well, they have the opportunity to take off the black pins. That being the case, it is better to leave the base. The zombies outside have been cleaned up. Even if there are scattered zombies running from other places every day, but not many, hardly a threat. Just leave Yizishin and find any place in the safe area to survive. Xiao Yu looked at the group of people. Go. Why don't you go? As long as it is not on the safe area cleared by Yizishin, I will not stop you wherever you go. 5. Don't take chances. Even if you hide underground in the safe zone, I can dig you out. Xiao Yu must give these people some powerful medicine, otherwise, someone will follow suit. Boss, you are too cruel. We are gone. You still have to control us. Xiao Yu smiled lightly. Am I cruel? If you have the ability to get out, just kill a safe area by yourself. Don't stay near Yizishin, close the door. 99 with a bang. BHCD, the heavy iron door closed, keeping the group out forever. Although some want to come back as soon as he thought of becoming a slave, he dismissed the idea. Xiao Yu returned to the top of the mountain. The Red Queen closely monitor this group of people to see where they end up. Xiao Yu is determined if this group of people really have the backbone and stay away from Yizishin, he will not embarrass them. However, rely on a finger near the mountain, then don't blame me for being rude. The sun is shining brightly today, and the temperature in late June is already very high, but there is always a hint of coolness near Yizishin. Xiao Yu jumped into the pool. The cool feeling dissipated the last trace of the heat, and after a few laps, he laid down on the chair by the pool. Wear sunglasses, strong body, bright and charming in the sun. I am afraid that in this world, only he can be so leisurely. The other side, Tang Dao Beauty Tang Kingsu, as well as Gu Weiguo's soldiers, are on their way under the scorching sun. Although it is a mountain road, but I didn't dare to take it lightly, because zombies often rushed out of the woods by the road. Sometimes a group. There are not many people living in the mountain, but the zombies get excited at night. Some leave the city. Groups ran along the road, and some ran into the mountains. Colonel Gu, we may not be able to reach Yizishin before it gets dark tonight. It's best to find a place to stay in advance. Strive to get to Yizishin early tomorrow morning. Although most of the team were men, Tang Kingsu is still very relieved to take care of Weiguo's people, all pre-apocalyptic soldiers. The belief in the past has not collapsed. At least there is no problem with the character, even if there are individual problems. Even though Gu Weiguo was pressing him, he didn't dare to show it. There was no possibility of being harassed. Gu Weiguo took out the map he calculated silently in his heart, and then pointed to the Great Plains of L City and said, at our current pace, I will arrive at the plain of L City at night. It is not good to spend the night on the plain. Tang Kingsu smiled. Colonel Gu, rest assured, I have seen several videos of Yizishin, and there is a strong mobile force in this base. They clean up nearby zombies every day. Most of the zombies on the plain have been cleaned up, and we should not be in danger. Gu Weiguo doesn't pay much attention to short videos. Although they knew that there was a mobile unit in Yizishin, it was not clear that they had cleared the plains. Well, let's get to the plain before dark and find a safe place to stay. Tomorrow morning, head to Yizi Mountain. The crowd stepped up gradually as the sky darkened. This team of only 100 people finally arrived at the L City plain. Then I found a small farmhouse with walls to settle down the other side. Xiao Yu looked at the sunset that was gradually setting, and asked casually, Queen Red, where are the black pins that left the base? The Red Queen in a princess dress appeared in front of Xiao Yu. Master, in the afternoon, they settled in a farmhouse in the safe area, and they didn't mean to leave at all, but it's not dark yet, so I didn't report it to you in time. Talking room. The Red Queen called up the monitoring satellite image and marked the location clearly on the map. Xiao Yu nodded and couldn't help showing a sneer. He pressed the earphone and said, Qianun, where are you? Captain, on the way back 35. Don't rush back. I'll give you an address after a while, where 150 defectors are hiding. Bring me back, rebel or escape. Cut off your hands and feet and bring them back. Okay, Captain, I gave you a chance. If you don't cherish it, don't blame me for being cruel. The other side, Fat Baby Farmhouse. This farmhouse is relatively well known in L City, and the high-walled compound is also a very ideal temporary base in the last days, plus another one in the safe zone of Yizishin. It can even be used as a survivor camp. I still don't believe that the people from Yizishin can really find us. That is, the plain is so big, there are so many buildings, and there are only 300 mobile troops in Yizishin, so don't worry at all. 39. Ha ha ha, I don't believe in evil. Those stinky beacons see through the sky. A bearded man uttered wild words. He even insulted the mobile unit as a stinky mother-in-law, but when his voice just fell, a mysterious force condensed into a sharp blade in his mouth. Swipe lightly. What? The bearded man was speechless. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth, and then a tongue was spit out. Damn, what's going on? I remembered that there is a clause in the contract we signed that if you insult the armed personnel in the base area, you will be punished by cutting your tongue. It's not really that evil, is it? The three strong women committed the crime before and suddenly broke the bulge. 35. The bearded man just scolded, and now his tongue is broken. What contract did we sign? At this time the sound of a locomotive suddenly came from outside, and everyone couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Could it be that Yizishin's mobile troops have really found it? At this time, beams of high beams shot into the glass windows of the farmhouse, and everyone saw that it was a locomotive leaping in from the wall. It is really a mobile unit of Yizishin. They are here. Run for your life. The pictures of those who were fed to the zombies were still vivid in their minds, and no one wanted to suffer that kind of pain at this time. A group of female soldiers with a knife in one hand and a gun in the other broke in. 150 defectors fled immediately. Shoot, beat, don't kill, Bai Qian said in a deep voice. Swoosh swish, a carbine equipped with a silencer kept firing at the fleeing people for a time. In the farmhouse, there was mourning everywhere, and people who waited all over the place due to too many people. Some lucky people escaped, but when they climbed over the wall, they were suddenly desperate, and more than 200 people outside had surrounded the farmhouse. A carbine was aimed at these people. Swish swish, after a round of burst shots. Those who escaped were also thrown to the ground. Bai Qian released 2 container trucks from the space warehouse. Put all these people in for me, and pull them back to Yizishan. Soon the convoy set off again and returned towards Yizishan. The people in the 2 container trucks kept roaring, "No, I don't want to go back and be fed zombies. Smelly mother-in-law, I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost." The voice just failed. The swearing defector triggered the curse of the contract tongue, was instantly cut off by invisible force. 115, in the middle of the night, what do you want to do? Outpost action. 1 refers to the mountain base. It was already dark at this time, but everyone did not rest. All concentrated on the square of the residential area. 2 container trucks stopped. The door of the container opened, and 150 people were dragged out and thrown on the ground. Their feet were all pierced by bullets. All of them were lying on the ground crying at this time. The garrison pushed a large pulley-type iron cage over. Although it was covered with a black cloth, the zombies roared from inside, letting everyone know what would happen next, especially the defectors lying on the ground at this moment. I was so frightened that the feces and urine were flowing, and the wailing and begging for mercy kept coming. Xiao Yu stood at the front of the crowd. He cleared his throat and said coldly and sternly, "I've always been a reasonable person. These former black pins are all cruel and ruthless things, but I give them safety, give them something to eat. If you're not satisfied, you want to leave, it doesn't matter. I'll let you go, as long as you don't stay in the safe area of the mountain I'm pointing to." The safe zone is a mobile unit, painstakingly cleared out. 39 only people with a finger on the mountain are eligible to enjoy this security, and no one else is allowed. It's a pity they took my words on deaf ears. 99 Then don't blame me for being cruel. Xiao Yu's voice fell. The 2 guards immediately lifted the black cloth of the iron cage, and the 3 zombies roared wildly inside. They instinctively realized that they seemed to have food again. Clang, the iron cage was opened. The first defector was carried and thrown into a cage. "No, please don't, let me go now. I will leave the safe area of Yizishan overnight." 39 What? The second defector was thrown into a cage. "The fertile grass is greasy horse nose." What? The third man was thrown in, and he was too frightened to speak. Xiao Yu watched all this quietly at this moment. The survivors of more than 2,000 people are also watching silently, but their hearts are already huge waves, especially some black pins that didn't follow. They are all happy. "If I went with me today, I am afraid that I would be lying on the ground now, waiting to be fed to zombies. Gradually zombies are full." Xiao Yu said coldly, "Lock the cage." "Is this the cage?" The defectors lying on the ground were immediately relieved. At least they didn't have to be fed to zombies. "Even if you die, you will die. Don't suffer the pain of being eaten by zombies at this moment," Xiao Yu said lightly. "Lock up these defectors too, and bring me back 100 zombies tomorrow, then group feeding. Rules are rules. We can't break the rules for objective reasons, and let all the survivors understand one thing. If you want to go, no problem. I don't care where I go out of the safe zone of Yizishan. Dare to play tricks with me. The end is to feed the zombies. Xiao Yu must stop this bad wind. In fact, he can completely add a penalty for leaving the base to the curse contracts, but no need to think about it. One Finger Mountain is a base for survivors, not a prison, ruled by Xiao Yu, and not a group of criminals. A certain degree of freedom will be given to you. The premises. Don't try to use your cleverness to challenge my IQ. He didn't like this feeling very much. There is a feeling of being toyed with. Back to the mountain resort. The Red Queen suddenly appeared in front of her. "Master, before dark." A team of 100 survivors arrived at the plain of El City. 5 It looks like it's heading towards Yizishan. The vast majority of them were wearing soldier uniforms. After the Red Queen posted the surveillance footage, Xiao Yu saw that it was indeed a group of people wearing soldier uniforms, and a few women. Among them is a woman with a tang knife, killing zombies neatly. It seems to be practiced. However, the monitoring of the camera satellites, the picture quality is not very high, and it can only be seen clearly. After the Red, continue to monitor them. It's safe on the plains. He'll be fine tonight, but if he doesn't come to join us tomorrow, I'll have to go and recruit them. 9 At this time, the Red Queen released the monitoring of the Dujiang River, Xian River, and various tributaries and diversions. In fact, You can't see it at night. Surveillance video is preserved during the day. Master, you can see that there are many survivors on the river, rowing boats towards Yizi Mountain. It will probably take a few days. Yizishan will usher in the peak of defecting again. Xiao Yu looked at the surveillance screen with a smile on his face, and the more people came, the better. The base is not worried about food and clothing. Population is the most important resource in the last days. Of course must be obedient, like those defectors. Death is not a pity. Gradually it was getting dark. Xiaoran was already exhausted. And she wanted to sleep, and she didn't want to be RD again, but Xiao Yu couldn't sleep. Come alone in the garden to cool off. At this moment, a figure flashed from behind to the front. Captain, hee, Anna, why haven't you slept yet? Can you sleep next door to you? If you can't sleep, then you have to sleep most of the night. What do you want to do? Outskirts of the ancient capital Luxe Lake's underground base. The vast majority of people in the base are already asleep, although I can't see the sun in the sky. However, the interior of the base simulates the alternate projection of day and night, including the temperature difference. Thus therefore, they will not live underground for a long time. And the biological clock will be disturbed at this time. The command room was still brightly lit. Commander Feely, looking at the liquors in the picture, came out of the biological gene warehouse, and the expression on his face was slightly hideous. Yizishan, let me see your true strength tonight. This is the order of Patriarch Risconnor. Let the liquors implanted with the second-generation brainwave chip test the true strength of Yizishan. If it can be extinguished, it will be better. Can't be destroyed. Find out their details, and play an outpost for the next targeted research and development of stronger biochemical warriors. Your Excellency Commander, there are a total of 500 liquors, all of which have been remodeled. Please instruct 99. The soldier's report came through the headset. Filey and Abraham looked at each other and nodded. Okay, let the liquors out now. Following the order, the cage of the liquor was closed, and it slowly rose from the base. When it reached the ground, a ground seam split open to both sides, followed by a huge iron cage sent to the ground by the lift platform. The liquors came out of their cages. They were human, or they lost the same body but on all fours climbed like an animal. In fact, the liquors were transformed with zombies. And other costs were negligible except for the nutrient solution. The liquors climbed into the water one after another and swam toward the opposite land. After landing, continue to move in the direction of Yizi Mountain. The liquors are controlled by the second-generation brainwave chip, and they specially choose places without street lights and run fast in the dark. Among them were 10 liquors. On their bodies, long-distance photography devices are installed. The tasks are also different from other liquors. They will film the whole process from a long distance, and then return to the Luhu underground base the other side on the plain of El City. Tang Kingsu is suddenly awakened in a small farmyard. She is an ancient martial arts practitioner. He has a sharper alertness than ordinary people, and he has been sleeping in a big tree recently, making him more alert. There's noise, not a lot. 35. Tang Kingsu felt that it was strange. Before going to bed, he had already killed all the scattered zombies outside. Even if there were any more zombies, he should let out a low growl rather than footsteps, and the footsteps are completely different from the zombies, more like the rustling of reptiles. She got up immediately, grabbing the severely broken Tang Dao. She quietly touched the window and saw a scene that surprised her because this generation belongs to the countryside. Solar street lights were installed everywhere, and under the dim light, densely packed monsters crawled over in the direction of the yard. What is this? Tang Kingsu saw this monster for the first time. Although it is not as powerful as a tyrant, there are too many and I don't know how strong it is. Zero. She quickly woke Uiguo and other soldiers at this time. The monster group had come to the outside of the compound, and some of them bypassed a wall and continued to run towards the distance. They seem to have some kind of mission. Unlike zombies, they forage everywhere at night, and some monsters, crawling in from the fence, sniffed their noses and let out a low growl of alertness, but it didn't stop after turning over the wall. Keep running. Gradually the monsters disappeared from sight. Everyone let out a long sigh, and their hearts were hanging in their throats just now, thinking that there would be another fierce battle. Unexpectedly, the monster ran away. What kind of monster is this? There were a few monsters just now. I looked at our window on the second floor, and they should have found us. 5. Strangely enough, he just roared a few times and ran away. Tang Kingsu also felt strange. These monsters look a lot like zombies or humans, just use hands and feet. It can still walk on the wall. Is it a new species after the evolution of zombies? At this time, Tang Kingsu suddenly said, the direction these monsters are running is Yizishan. Are they going there? Gu Weiguo also reacted. If you go to Yizishan, it will be bad. They will climb the wall, and the city wall of Yizishan can't stop it. Bad vision at night. It is estimated that there are not many night watchmen. After all, There are natural dangers in city walls, so it is easy to ignore the defense. Tang Qingsu felt very uncomfortable. She has always regarded Yizishan as the last Pure Land. Unexpectedly, there is a monster that can climb walls. If Yizishan really falls, where will they go? One refers to the mountain base. Xiao Yu was at halftime when the Red Queen suddenly appeared in the garden. Master, there is a brainwave chip monster invasion. It has been detected by me. The number is 500. Xiao Yu rolled over and got up. While putting on his clothes, he asked, what kind of monster is that? 35 not clear. The picture is blurry. 35 while speaking, the Red Queen put the surveillance screen in front of Xiao Yu. Can be seen roughly. It is a kind of humanoid creature, but it runs with both hands and feet. Dim street lights, and the resolution of camera surveillance satellites is only 1 decimeter. Can't tell what it is. Immediately notify all the team members, including the followers, to gather all. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. 116. Send a super gift bag. The best weapons can explode. Needless to say, Xiao Yu also knew it must be a monster sent by the mastermind behind the scenes, and they want to sneak up on the base at night. Fortunately, the Red Queen has risen to level 2, within 10 kilometers of Yizishan. Anything with a signal receiver will be detected and blocked by her. Otherwise, it's really hard to notice in advance. Xiao Yu took this attack very seriously. From the surveillance replay shown to him by the Red Queen just now, those monsters can climb the wall. There are not many garrison troops in Yizishan Night Watch, so you have to go to support immediately. Xiao Yu just got dressed, and Anna was already ready to go. The two of them went down the mountain first, embraced the waste lightweight power. Xiao Yu took Anna, flew down from the top of the mountain, and landed on the city wall. Attention all units, there are monsters coming to sneak attack. Cheer up immediately. Xiao Yu used a wireless communication headset to remind the entourage of the vigil. In addition to the gate city wall of Yizishan, there are 2 other city walls of 300 meters each, and only 100 garrison guards keep watch at night. Here's Xiao Yu's prompt. The entire garrison immediately became energized soon. The resting garrison and mobile troops included Xiaoran, Han Kexin, Liu Tingting, Bai Qianin, Guo Xiao, Yi Kishu, Xiao, Lu Man, Bai Jin, and your Kim, and a group of high-level personnel also all came to the city wall. There are a total of 3 sections of the city wall, all of which are full of people. Xiao Yu is located in the middle of the 220-gate city wall. Queen Red, where's the target? Report to the master. The monster group is still 4 kilometers away from us, but they are already divided into 2 groups, with 250 units on the left and right. The target of the attack should be the city wall where Erzishan and Sansishan are located. 2-Finger Mountain and 3-Finger Mountain. It refers to the other 2 bamboo shoots among the 3 mountain-shaped mountains that belong to 1-Finger Mountain. 2 and 3 fingers are not shapes. It was named because of its proximity to Yizi Mountain. Xiao Yu frowned and thought, since the monsters were divided into 3 groups and attacked from both sides, it seemed that they wanted to avoid the front searchlight area to a sneak attack. The mastermind behind the scenes really knew Yizishan like the back of his hand, but it was the past. And now their eyes are smeared. I don't even know that there is a level 2 Red Queen. Qi Meng, Lu Man, Bai Jin, and Anna, go to the city walls of Erzi Mountain. Lu Man and Bai Jin's fighting power is slightly inferior. With Qi Meng and Anna around, they can control the field better, especially Qi Meng, who is invincible in melee combat. Xiao, Kishu, Kexin. You guard the gate and city wall, although there are no monsters attacking from the front, but Xiao Yu still had more minds, and sent Guo Xiao to guard, Chu Shui and Han Kexin to assist. After all, Guo Xiao's melee ability is inferior. With Han Kexin present, spiritual charm can effectively control the target at close range. Xiao, you guard the middle goal. If you can spare your hands, remember to support both sides. After all, it is not clear what monster the enemy is. What ability? Still be cautious. The rest, follow me to the city wall of 3 Fingers Mountain. Xiao Yu immediately took Xiaoran, Liu Tingting, and Xiao to another city wall. After the red, always observe the movement of the target, report to all units in a timely manner. Xiao Yu completed the tactical arrangement within a minute. Time passed by minute. The Red Queen reminded in time. Attention Erzishan, the target is 500 meters away from you. 5 Attention Sansishan, the target is 700 meters away from you. At this time Qi Meng, who was guarding the city wall of Erzi Mountain, had already taken out a 6-style broadsword. For the sake of safety, he also held a large shield with a diameter of 1 meter 2 in his hand. 2 pieces of equipment weigh 400 kilograms, but a single piece of equipment weighs 200 pounds, which is within the maximum range of the skill-heavy weapon, so it is as light as a feather in the hand. Rustling, the crawling sound became clearer. All the searchlights of Erzishan were directed to the right side in advance, because the sound came from there. Soon the first monster appeared under the bright searchlight. Everyone saw the true face of Mount Lu. A deformed humanoid creature. The hands and feet crawl on the ground very fast. Looks extremely evil. Fire. Anna gave an order. And the green shotgun pulled the trigger first. Bang. One by one the dense rain of bullets contracted into a fist-sized impact surface, hitting the monster's hind legs. I go. Anna couldn't believe it. She was aiming for the head, but she hit the back. This thing runs so fast, so that after you aim, as soon as you pull the trigger, it misses the position of the muzzle. It must be previewed in advance. At this time, all the garrison troops on the city wall, as well as the entourage of the mobile troops, fired collectively. A dense rain of bullets hit the monster. The body was almost smashed into a sieve, and the head was shot several times. It could continue to climb forward, but the speed was much slower. In the end, Anna threw a spray and smashed her head into pieces, totally deadening. A lucky chip dropped, but didn't have time to pick it up because more monsters appeared later. They rely on the dead end of Erzi Mountain, and once they appear, they will already be under the city 10 meters high wall. At their speed, they can climb up quickly, and hot weapons are of little significance. Cease fire, use cold weapons. Close combat is on the verge of breaking out, in order to exert effective lethality. But Erzi Mountain is guarded by Kim, and the 2-meter-long 6-style broadsword was constantly waving in the realm of the unity of man and knife. She instantly turned on the god of war mode, and no licker could survive under her knife. But the wall is 300 meters long. Some lickers, climbing up from other places. Qi Meng's hands can't be that long. Fortunately, Zhongmin has Guo Zia Oxidao's long-distance support blue bolt action sniper rifle. Boom! With a headshot, a licker's head was smashed to pieces. Grim Reapers named marksmanship. No matter how fast you run, you will be dead within 2 shots at most. At this time, more and more lickers were clinging to the city wall like spiders, and quickly climbed up. Guo Zia Oxidao's marksmanship is the best. It is also impossible to clean up all the lickers in a very short period of time. At this time, Qi Meng tried to release the second skill, T-virus control. In an instant all the lickers crawling on the wall were restrained on the spot and motionless. Success! These monsters also have the T-virus in their bodies. As long as the T-virus is carried in the body, it can be controlled by this almost bug skill. Go back and kill me. Controlled lickers immediately pounce on their companions, especially those who are not. Qi Meng's skills can control up to 200 lickers. There are 240 heads on Erzi Mountain. Only more than 20 were killed before, so there are still more than 10 that have not been controlled. However, it was soon torn apart by dense companions. She continued to control the lickers to kill each other one by one. The dead hands were not twisted to break the opponent's head, or the bloody mouth was directly shredded. Erzishan's side was quickly brought under control. Xiao Yu's side has almost ended the battle. He directly released the T-virus control skills at the beginning, and the team members cooperated very well. The scene was brought under control immediately. At this moment, there are nearly 100 bodies of lickers under the city wall, and more than 100 lickers, obediently kneeling on the ground. The entourage took knives and cut off their heads one by one. Ding, ding, ding. Lots of lucky chips dropped. With a thought, Xiao Yu picked up all of them. Ding. You picked up lucky chips and turned them into experience balls. X1. You pick up the lucky chip and it becomes green carbine. X1. You picked up the lucky chips and turned into blue tang knife. X1. Xiao Yu was stunned. Many experience balls and green weapons appeared in the props dropped by these monsters. There are also some blue weapons in it. Simply a bunker. At this time, Anna's voice came from the headset. Captain, we have dropped a lot of green equipment and blue equipment. Cool. The mastermind behind the scenes first gave me a giant monster that dropped a blue sniper rifle and a purple seedling knife. This time they sent me a big gift package. Xiao Yu was even thinking just a little more of this monster. At this time, the Red Queen quickly reminded, Master, there are 10 monsters that have not participated in the battle. They have been in the darkness 1 kilometer away before. No matter how fierce the fighting is on our side, those 10 targets have never been moved. But now they're starting to leave. While speaking, the Red Queen called up the surveillance screen. It was still pitch black, but 10 red dots could be seen retreating. What does it mean? Can't beat and run. This is not the style of a monster. And Xiao Yu immediately realized that there was a problem. All mobile units follow my orders and go after me. 35 The Red Queen, Send the satellite monitoring to the people of the mobile unit and guide them to pursue. 99 The 2 command issuance areas go out. Xiao Yu, as well as everyone in the mobile unit, all took out a magic-modified locomotive from the storage warehouse. Buzz 1 by Anaheim on the city wall. 300 heavy locomotives roared collectively. Bunch of high beams shot out in front of the followers of each mobile unit. A real-time monitoring map appeared, with 10 moving red dots on it. There are also 303 fixed blue dots. 2.3 Chase. With Xiao Yu's order, all the locomotives galloped from the city wall to the plain, and the 303 blue dots representing the mobile troops began to move rapidly. With this simple map, it will be very convenient to chase unless you run out of the territory of the Eastern Kingdom. You are always exposed to the coverage of surveillance satellites, of course, at the speed of the mobile unit. There is absolutely no chance for the lickers. The crowd is getting closer under the illumination of the high beam. One can clearly see the lickers fleeing in a hurry gradually. Xiao Yu's level 2 magic modified black muscles, because of the fastest speed, has caught up with the licker. The purple Miao suddenly appeared in his hand. A knife swipe. The fleeing licker was cut off on the spot. The locomotive continued to sprint forward with the Miao waving. 2 more lickers were beheaded at this time. The entourage behind him had already caught up. 300 mobile troops, chasing 10 lickers. The ending can be imagined. It has not escaped the 10-kilometer range of the Red Queen shield. All were beheaded after everyone slowed down. They turned around and returned. Xiao Yu stopped in front of a licker's body and saw that it had a camera on its shoulder. Can you secretly film the battle? 117, Machine Gun Guard, Level 3 Royal Key Kingguang, please complete the order. Xiao Yu felt very puzzled that these monsters were equipped with camera equipment and never participated in the battle. Immediately after the battle, they retreated. The whole act is like a war correspondent who is specially responsible for filming the battle process. Captain, we shouldn't kill them all. Leave a monster or 2, maybe they can trace their old nest, Bai Qian said with some regret. Xiao Yu smiled. Your ideas are good and commendable, however, with the obscene and dark urine SX behind the scenes, we won't give us this chance. Xiao Yu licked the eater's shoulder and removed the camera. Look, these cameras are all connected to satellite signals. 35 Of course, in a 10-kilometer radius of a finger mountain, it is impossible to receive any signal, but just leave the range of 1 finger mountain. Once the satellite signal is restored, the pictures they take can be transmitted back to the lair of the mastermind behind the scenes. That is to say, these monsters don't need to return. They can send the picture back. It's no use for us to keep track of them. 35 Bai Qian took over the camera and saw an X sign on the screen, and immediately understood the surrounding area of Yizishan was blocked by the Red Queen, so there is no signal after leaving the range of 10 kilometers in diameter. The signal will be restored. As the captain said at that time, these pictures will be sent back. Okay, let's go back to the base first. Luhu Underground Base Commander Philly and Biochemical Dr. Abraham have been guarding in front of the surveillance screen in the control room. It's already 3 in the morning. 99 The licker in charge of photography has yet to appear. It appears that they remain permanently in the 17th satellite blocked area, and we have no way of knowing what happened tonight. 1 Finger Mountain is too mysterious. How did they find the 10 lickers in charge of the filming? 99 Commander Philly let out a long sigh. He even had an illusion if the Luxalake space area does not start a full-scale war, there is no chance to eliminate Yizishan with biochemical warriors alone. This is not something I can call the shots. 99 I have to report to Mr. Roth Connor, Dr. Abraham, have the biochemical data shared by the other 5 families been sent? Yes, Your Excellency Commander. Okay, hurry up and organize these materials, and strive to develop stronger biochemical warriors as soon as possible. We must prepare both hands in advance. 35 Commander Philly finished speaking. Ben Li sent a message to the headquarters. The time difference between Dongfangguo and the headquarters was 6 hours. I hope Mr. Ross has not rested. Felix felt uneasy. The licker's attack on Yizishan was broken, and I don't know if he will be held accountable soon. On the projection video, Roth Connor's head appeared. Commander Felix, what's the matter, Mr. Ross? Oh, the licker outpost operation failed. We didn't get the information on the battle process. They disappeared like a rock in the shielded area. It seems now, unless our Luhu base starts a full-scale war on Yizishan, there is no other way. In the video, Roth Connor frowned habitually. After a brief thought, he said, no, a full-scale war is not the style of our Sheila, and you will be completely exposed. If Luhu base is detected by military satellites, it may even threaten the entire underground base of the Shirai, and it is not yet time for us to be exposed. Roth Connor didn't want to take any more chances. He had already committed a major taboo when he used a helicopter to lift the tyrant out of the base. Especially now, he suspects that Yizhishan has obtained military technical support and has the ability to monitor not to be adventurous. What Roth Connor fears is not a single finger of retaliation. He was afraid that the Luhu base would be discovered, and once the information was leaked to the surviving military bases, those missiles and black bombs would kill them. Your Excellency Commander 35, what you have to do now is to develop a new type of biochemical warrior as soon as possible. I remember the information provided by the Morgan family, which records a biochemical commander that can command ordinary zombies. You can start with that, whether it is to eliminate Yizhishan or other survivor bases in the future. We must rely on ordinary zombies to fight. We must use the corpse tide, and even the corpse sea tactics. After the video call is interrupted, Philly returned to the command room, where Abraham was still there. PhD, according to Mr. Roth Connor's instructions, you must develop a new type of biochemical warrior as soon as possible, mainly based on the information provided by the Morgan family. Hurry up. 39-1 refers to the mountain base in the middle of the night. All the high-level personnel were there. There was a fierce battle just now. Everyone was not in the mood to sleep. Xiao Yu held a meeting overnight. Recently, the behind-the-scenes attackers have launched 2 consecutive attacks on us. It seems that the thief's heart will not die, and he will not stop until we are eliminated. Xiao Yu wondered in his heart, in the past life and this life, I have never had any hatred for taking his wife or killing his father. I can't understand why this behind-the-scenes organization is determined to destroy Yizhishan. Although the enemy is dark and we are clear, the situation is not optimistic for us. 35 But don't worry everyone. 39 The Red Queen has blocked Yizhishan for 10 kilometers, which means that we are also in the dark, and tonight's new type of monster, in addition to being able to climb walls and having a bit more stubborn vitality, is actually not very strong and cannot pose a substantial threat to the base, but it's really troublesome to face this kind of harassment. 39 I announce tomorrow's mission, except for the daily garrison guards and the people who need labor on the farm. All the rest go out and dig back the nearby solar street lights for me, then install street lights for me every 100 meters in the dark area beyond the searchlights. 35 Xiao Yu's intentions are obvious. It is necessary to insert solar street lights within a radius of 10 kilometers covered by the Red Queen at night. Street lights will illuminate the entire area even if there is a street lamp every 100 meters, as long as it is arranged in a reasonable cross. It can reflect each other even at night. The Red Queen can also monitor the entire area. The behind-the-scenes organization likes to attack at night, and Xiao Yu is worried that if the monsters in the base area are attacked in the future, if the brainwave chip is not implanted, the Red Queen will not be able to detect it. Illuminate the entire area with solar street lights at that time. Even at night, the monitoring satellite can check the ground situation in real time, and even if the brainwave chip is not implanted, it will be discovered by the Red Queen. Now, I'm worried about another issue. Between our city wall and the mountain, there are some dead corners, which cannot be covered by thermal weapons, which is very troublesome. 39 Another point, tonight's monster attack is more like a test, so they only attacked the city wall, and didn't climb Upper Zishan and Sanzishan. If there are thousands of these monsters. 35 Once you climb these 2 mountains, you can enter the base area, which is very dangerous. We have to build outpost towers on the plains. The number can't be less. As long as there are enough outpost towers, there will be a large number of wall-climbing monsters. You can also use a wider field of view to kill at this time. The Red Queen appeared at the meeting site. Master, there is no need to be so troublesome. If you can get back some infantry fighting vehicles, I can instruct you to unload the cannons of the fighting vehicles. 5 vehicle guns are electronically controlled by satellite signals. 99 Although I didn't control the radar satellite, but within a 10-kilometer diameter of a finger mountain, there is no problem with manipulating the cannon. 35 At that time, you only need to build some turrets on the plane, install these cannons, connect the circuit, and I can command the cannons to shoot and kill ground and air targets. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. This is a good way. Get a group of machine guns back, build 20 or 30 turrets on the plane, and hand them all over to the Red Queen. At that time, it's okay to climb the wall monster, even giant monsters. I am afraid that there is no chance to get close to the base, and the security index soars. Okay, so be it. 35 Tomorrow Kexin and Luman will still be in charge of receiving the survivors who defected. Kaianun, Kirshu, Kimin, take all the free personnel out of the 233, and dig the solar street lamp back to me. Xia Oxiao is still at the base. I'll take care of finding the infantry fighting vehicle. After dawn, you must help me find the military base within the ancient capital as soon as possible. There are a large number of infantry fighting vehicles and military bases, including shells for cannons. Only Xiao Yu, who comes and goes like the wind, and who is infinitely self-sufficient like a bug, can be competent for this task. The meeting dispersed, the players went back to rest. Xiao Yu was alone in the living room, and Anna sneaked over again. "Captain, I don't want to sleep yet." Hee. Xiao Yu was suddenly speechless. "Go back to sleep quickly, I have something to do tonight." 99. Anna, like a little grumpy woman, didn't know what she was thinking, and went back to her bedroom after the people left. Xiao Yu immediately checked the space warehouse. Great harvest tonight. There are more than 20 experience orbs alone, which can be upgraded to level 3 skill. In addition, there are more than 50 green cold hot weapons. There are also more than 10 blue cold hot weapons. There are also a lot of bullets and gold bars left. And the crawling monsters exploded. A lot of good things tonight. Make a good plan tomorrow and distribute these weapons to the team members. Next, Xiao Yu checked his skills. Space warehouse and follower mark can be ignored for the time being. After all, it has been upgraded to level 3. There are still skills sharing, spiritual charm, licensing master, enhanced recovery, magic modified motorcycle, enhanced headshot, key light art, magic design pen, ecological transformation, heavy weapons. T-virus control. 10 upgradable skills. Xiao Yu also had a headache for a while. What skills to upgrade for the time being? You can exclude the 3 skills of strengthening recovery, magic locomotive, and ecological transformation. By the way, tomorrow I'm going out to collect infantry fighting vehicles. 99 may be going into some dangerous places. Let's just upgrade the Imperial Qi Qinggong and strengthen the ability to come and go freely. 99 I don't know what new features will be unlocked at level 3 Royal Qi Qinggong. 118 Use key to control things. Sweep the military base. Please complete the order. To upgrade to level 3 Qinggong, it must be absorbed by Yi Keishu, so that both of them can be upgraded to level 3. I don't know if she slept or not. Xiao Yu came to Keishu's bedroom door after knocking lightly 3 times. The door opened. Qiu Shui was wearing a light and small hanging piece, and he didn't seem to be drowsy. "Captain, it's you, come in." Xiao Yu came to Keishu's bedroom. The room is very fragrant, the kind of fate fragrance, which is very good and not pungent. "Captain, sit down, it happens that I can't sleep either. We can chat or something." Keishu is identified an elegant woman. It's not as hot as Anna, and her speech is much more reserved, but Xiao Yu can also hear the voice outside the words. He smiled and said, "Qiu Shui, I asked you to upgrade your skills." Xiao Yu took out 20 experience balls. "You quickly crush and absorb, and see what new changes will be made in the 3rd level Royal Qi Qinggong." Yi Keishu smiled awkwardly. "I thought the captain came to his room in the middle of the night for some heartwarming activity." She took the experience ball and it was all crushed, and all the power was absorbed by the body, which made Yuki Qinggong break through twice in a row, and raised it to level 3. At this moment, Yi Keishu's eyes lit up. "Wow, can I use it as a royal?" With her surprised tone, a vase in the room automatically flew in the air, revolving around Yi Keishu. Xiao Yu's eyes. There is also a system prompt. "Ling. Your teammate Yi Keishu has raised the skill Qi Qinggong to level 3, and unlocked your Qiu Wu." Xiao Yu check out a new feature using key to control objects now. Using key to control objects, the key in the body can be released to control other objects, and the distance should not exceed 100 meters. Royal thing? Xiao Yu flipped his hand, took out the purple seedling knife, and immediately released the key in his body. Invisible key, like an invisible tentacle, wrapped around a purple seedling knife, motionless in the air. Xiao Yu can feel it. Key, the invisible tentacles that have become, can make actions with their own thoughts. Consciousness moves the purple seedling knife. Continue to perform actions such as slashing and stabbing in the air. Xiao Yu was overjoyed using key to control things. This new function is too awesome. Xiao Yu tried to move various items for a while. The heavier the more key was consumed, and in the stage of controlling objects, key could not be replenished, so you can't keep things for a long time. However, when the key is about to run out, stop the imperial object, and then continue to use it after the key recovers. It might sound troublesome, it's actually very convenient. For example, using key to protect 2 seedling knives. When the key is about to be exhausted, throw the 2 seedling knives on the ground, and the key will be restored immediately. Then release the key and pick up the Miao Dao on the ground, and continue to control the object. Of course, key will consume physical energy, and only Xiao Yu, who can breastfeed himself infinitely, can use it recklessly. If it is Yi Keishu, physical fitness must be considered level 3 Qi Qinggong. In addition to unlocking Qi Yu, also increases the maximum flight, distance, height, to 600 meters. It can fly as far as 600 before landing. For ventilation, the maximum flight speed is 6 times the movement speed. The hull has been greatly improved. Okay Xiao, I'll go first. I haven't slept tonight. I have to hurry up and take a rest. It's 4 in the morning. Even if you sleep for 2 or 3 hours, you have to give your brain a rest. In particular, unlock the new feature empowering objects with key. If you hold a 6-style broadsword in your hand, and then control other weapons, you must keep your mind focused and clear. Xiao's mind was suddenly empty, and he felt a little aggrieved for a while. Captain, if you can't sleep tomorrow night, you can come and chat with me. Xiao Yu smiled lightly, nodding his head. He walked out of Xiao's room more than 6 in the morning. Xiao Yu got up early, because the sky was not very bright. The observation of the ground by the monitoring satellite was not particularly clear. It is estimated that it will take a while before the Red Queen can find the military base. After Xiao Yu had breakfast, he flew down the mountain to check on the farm. The wheat in the field has grown to a finger-long seedling, and at a glance, a piece of green oil is full of vitality. Alfalfa grass is also growing well. In addition, the fruit and vegetable seedlings in the vegetable field have also grown, and the early risers are already watering the vegetables. At most next month, according to the survivors in the field, they can eat a variety of fresh vegetables one after another. Xiao Yu continued to walk forward. When the survivors saw him, they greeted him in awe. Indeed, on the one hand, I thank Xiao Yu for providing a safe living environment in Yizishan. On the other hand, I am afraid of his cruelty. A qualified ruler, what is needed is not only respect, but also fear in everyone. Otherwise, individual bulls, ghosts, snakes and gods will come out to make trouble. Xiao Yu continued to walk forward. When passing the sheepfold, there happened to be a survivor who came back from the outside. The grass that the sheep eat now is all cut from the mountains. It was cool in the morning and the grass was fresh, so the man in charge of guarding the sheepfold went to the mountains early to get the grass back after the sun comes out. You can rest. In the past 2 days, the belly of the ewe is getting bigger and bigger, and the ram is slamming the air next door, and the cry of baa is very miserable. Xiao Yu felt this was inhumane. They are all male creatures, which can still be understood. Who is that? Come here. Xiao Yu called the person guarding the sheepfold. You can find Wu Daking later, and ask him to arrange for someone to build a sheepfold in a farther place to keep the goat. Keep the rams away, out of sight, out of mind. It might not be so uncomfortable. Xiao Yu came to the edge of the fish pond. It has already dug a lot, and it should be completed today. There is also a small pond next to the fish pond. There are temporarily caught fish, such as grass carp, crucian carp, silver carp, and cockroach. Some of these fish eat grass, some eat corn. It seems that starting from next month, wheat can be planted a little less, and some corn must be planted to feed the fish. At this time, the virtual image of the Red Queen appeared in front of Xiao Yu. Master, the ancient capital military base has been found. 35 in the 1 district outside the 5th Ring Road. A surveillance screen appeared in front of Xiao Yu's eyes, which was transformed into a 3D perspective by the projection technology behind the red. The view of the military base can be seen more clearly. The base is huge. A lot of infantry, armored vehicles, tanks, etc. were parked in a mess, as well as some crashed helicopters. You can see how chaotic the scene was when the T-virus broke out, but the zombies are not dense. It should be that before the full outbreak, most of the soldiers went to support various cities, and there are not many zombies now. Xiao Yu didn't delay either. After determining the location, he immediately took out his black muscles and rode on it in the roar of the locomotive. Xiao Yu galloped over the city wall and headed towards the 1 district on the outskirts of the ancient capital. The performance of the level 2 magic modified locomotive is more excellent. The leap height exceeds 10 meters, the distance exceeds 50 meters, and the maximum speed is 250 yards. To know this is a super heavy locomotive weighing 10 tons. It is extremely terrifying to have such a fast speed. The mobile troops dare to attack the corpse group, relying on the power and weight of the locomotive. The weight of the car is too light. No matter how good the performance is, it will not dare to hit the corpse. After Xiao Yu left, the base was also busy immediately by Qianun, Yi Kishu, and Yer Kimin are responsible for leading the mobile troops and all the survivors who did not participate in the labor to go out today. They are going to a far place. All the solar street lights were dug out and reinstalled within 10 kilometers in diameter of Yizishan. Heavy workload. I'm afraid it will take several days to complete. L City Plain A farmhouse. Tangdao Beauty Tang King Su, and the soldiers led by Gu Weiguo were discussing the next itinerary at this time. I wonder what happened to Yizishan last night. If it has been lost, it may now become a zombie base. If we go rashly, I'm afraid there will be danger, but no matter what, you have to take a look, otherwise no one will be reconciled. Opinions are divided into two camps: Han Kexin, and most of the soldiers meant to continue to the base. Everyone worked so hard to get here, no matter what, they have to take a look, and some people think that if so many people go, the base area has become a zombie den, might bring out the zombies, especially those monsters who could climb walls last night, moving too fast if they have captured the base when the time comes. I am afraid that this team will be wiped out. The crowd debated for a long time. In the end, it was decided to send an advance team to inquire about the situation. If the base area was held, someone would be sent back to respond. Han Kexin was the first to express his willingness to be the advance team. She always believed that the Yizishan base could not be destroyed, and in her heart, there was the last hope: survivors Pure Land. She could not accept that hope was dashed. The second person who expressed his willingness to be an advance team was Colonel Guigo, but because of his status he is the leader of this lucky, fortunately, survivor team again, and he cannot be allowed to take this risk. In the end, Han Kexin and a group of 20 soldiers formed an advance team and moved towards Yizi Mountain. Not many zombies wandered into the plains from a distance last night. In addition, the activity of zombies is not high during the day. If you are far away, try to avoid the sight of the zombies, and generally you will not provoke them. It's really too close. Scattered zombies, the soldiers will use bayonet to solve. Try not to shoot to attract the attention of more zombies. It took over an hour. Han Kexin and his party saw Yizi Mountain in the distance. A soldier took out his binoculars, and his face showed ecstasy. Great, it's great, Yizishan is fine, it's safe, and we can go there with confidence. Han Kexin immediately took the soldier's binoculars in the 20 times magnified field of vision. The picture is very clear. On the city wall of Yizi Mountain, there is a heroic female warrior standing. There is a lot of blood on the walls. Explained that there was a battle last night. Those monsters that climbed the wall were killed on the city wall. Point to the front of the mountain gate. There are also some survivors who came to flee, and there are water fountains next to them, and those who are thirsty can go to pour water to drink. Everything is in order. It was very peaceful, and there was absolutely no chaos at the base because of last night's attack. Very good. Go back and inform the colonel. Yizishan is safe. Today 15,000. There are two more. 119, the artifact that destroys the world, the Loyal Watcher. On the expressway to one district, Xiao Yu galloped past with black muscles, and there were two seedling knives on the motorcycle's modification stand, a handful of purple, a handful of blue. At this time, a group of zombies appeared in front of them. The number was about 20, and the group of corpses heard the sound of the locomotive from a distance, and just turned around and did not respond. The locomotive was already less than 100 meters away from them. At this time the two seedling knives automatically flew out of the modification frame, as if they were grasped by a pair of invisible hands, and directly slashed and swept into the corpse group. The locomotive galloped past a corpse group, and the two seedling knives also fell back to the refitting rack. More than 20 headless corpses fell slowly behind them. With a thought, Xiao Yu picked up all the dropped lucky chips. It's so cool to use the air to control things. You don't have to shoot yourself. Control the seedling knife to fly out, and you can easily harvest it. Oh, Xiao Yu screamed excitedly. The feeling of flying against the wind was great. Stayed at the base for a long time. It is also a good thing to go out for a while occasionally, although there is a task at hand. For Xiao Yu, it is more like going out to relax sometimes. He understood Han Kexin and Lu Man very well. Survivors are hosted on a daily basis. There was no time to come out to breathe. Xiao Yu was thinking, when he was not busy at night, he might be able to compensate them. Gradually the locomotive got off the high speed and drove towards the one district, where the military base was located. Between the two mountains there is a canyon in the middle, only one road wide. Xiao Yu lowered his speed appropriately, and two zombies in soldier uniforms with assault rifles appeared in front of him. The seedling knife on the modification rack automatically flew out, killed zombie soldiers easily. The locomotive walked forward for a while, and an outpost appeared. Xiao Yu braked and walked in. It was clean and tidy and found nothing useful, but when he came out found the camera outside the door. The infrared is bright, which means that there is still electricity in the 233 military base. The whole world is now without power. There is still electricity in the base, which means someone has activated the backup power source. It seems that there are living people at the military base in one district. Xiao Yu continued to walk on the motorcycle on the mountains on both sides. Occasionally some mouse holes can be seen, and the low roar of zombies can be heard from the holes. There can be no zombies in the mouse hole. These holes should be the observation port of the base's dark fort, and the soldiers inside have turned into zombies. Xiao Yu didn't stop. His target was the cannon on the infantry fighting vehicle. A day has passed. From a distance, you can see the base wall, at least 20 meters high. It is built on the mountain and is very sturdy at this time. The virtual projection of the Red Queen appears. Master, there are 2 cannons at the entrance of the base. They can be removed, but you have to be careful. If there are still people alive in this base and in the command room, it means that the cannon can be controlled to fire. This is a bit of a hassle. I just saw that the infrared rays of the camera are bright, indicating that there must be survivors in the base. Xiao Yu saw the 2 cannons at the gate of the base definitely auto-fire if you just drive over like this. Once people open fire, with the speed of the machine gun, the first shot can be hardened and resisted. The second shot can only be resisted by the flesh. You can't even fly into the base. It's easier to be knocked down in the sky. Xiao Yu could only put away the locomotive then from the space warehouse, take out the magic modified explosion-proof car, then approach the base in an explosion-proof car. Gradually, the 2 machine guns slowly turned their muzzles and locked the explosion-proof vehicle. The people in the car listen. 35. This is a military stronghold. Please turn around and leave immediately. Warn. Please turn around and leave immediately. 35. The sound came from the loudspeaker, and there were indeed survivors in the base. Xiao Yu naturally ignored it. The monitoring of the Red Queen did not find any activity, indicating that the survivors of the base were trapped in the command room, and they could not even handle the zombies outside, so they should not have any strength. Warn. Go ahead and we'll fire. Xiao Yu continued to drive forward. The 2 cannons fired immediately, and a shuttle of 30mm armor-piercing shells hit the road ahead, causing Xiao Yu to feel extremely distressed. The 30mm shelling armor-piercing projectile cannot be exchanged in the mall. You hit one less than one, it's all mine. He stomped all the way on the gas pedal and started dashing toward the base gate. This time, the cannon was merciless and fired directly at the explosion-proof vehicle. Intensive armor-piercing projectiles hit the explosion-proof vehicle, making a clanging sound, and sparks scattered. Fortunately, it is a magic explosion-proof car. The armor defense is very high, and the 30mm cannon can't penetrate it at all. Xiao Yu rushed to the gate of the base. The 2 cannons were unable to aim at Xiao Yu because of the angle. After the red, please confirm that there is no such automatic fire weapon inside the base. Master, no more than don't worry. In fact, this kind of machine gun is generally symbolic, and no one will come to the military base to make trouble. Naturally impossible to install everywhere. Xiao Yu put away the magic modified explosion-proof car, leaping to the base wall. First unplug the wire of a cannon, then use a purple seedling knife to cut off the base of the reinforced concrete. Reach out and touch the 30mm cannon was tightened up in the space warehouse. So cool. Continue to unplug the wire of the second cannon, and then put it in the space warehouse. In the blink of an eye, 2 cannons were in hand. This kind of big killer can shoot both in bursts and in bursts. After moving back to the base area, let the Red Queen control it, which definitely refers to where to hide. No matter how many monsters that climb the wall, they will all come with food. Xiao Yu is in a good mood. There are no weapons in the base that could threaten him now. You can rest assured and bold sweep perform Kexin, fly over the base, and have a panoramic view of the entire base. A row of 2-story squares. The roof is also painted camouflage, and a large number of green trees are planted, which play a concealed role and can confuse spy satellites. There are not many zombies in the entire base. However, due to the large base, the overall number of zombies is very large. At present, there are thousands of them at least. BHCD, Xiao Yu landed on the top of the tallest building in the base. At first glance, there are large warehouse buildings behind them, with semicircular roofs and camouflage painted on them. There are many of these warehouses. All the iron doors were closed, and it was unknown what was inside. In the square outside, many infantry fighting vehicles and crashed helicopters were parked scatteredly. What the hell is in those big warehouses? If he didn't take a look and left, he always felt like he would miss hundreds of millions. Xiao Yu decided to clean up the zombies first and do a good job sweeping the base. He flew off the roof immediately. Zombies from all directions rushed forward, and the roar alarmed the zombies farther away. It's like sending signals to each other. Come on, there's something to eat here. The zombies didn't seem to know how to eat alone. Gradually, the zombies in the entire base roared and ran towards Xiao Yu. At this time, Xiao Yu had a heavy shield in his left hand and a 6-style broadsword in his right. There are also 2 Miao floating in front of him. That's really armed to the teeth kill. The 2-meter-long 6-style broadsword danced at the same speed as the leaves of an electric fan, and a blade was light and airtight. Zombies swarmed. His head was cut off in an instant, or split in half. Xiao Yu was not ready to evade. As he split, he slammed into it with a heavy shield, knocking the flood of zombies into the air, making way for him to continue slashing. This is the ultimate bloody massacre. The corpses on the ground were everywhere, and the black and red blood was sticky on the ground, and it was impossible to get naked when one stepped on it. Internal organs were scattered all over the place. Xiao Yu turned into a killing god, and his entire process was tightly locked by the cameras in the base command room. A group of soldiers stared at the surveillance screen and were so shocked that they forgot to speak. They are male and female at this moment. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. The zombies who had trapped them in the base for more than a month were actually slaughtered by a human being, like chopping melons and vegetables. Is he a human, or something else? A female warrior asked in disbelief. She really didn't know how to describe the man under surveillance. He could fly, and with such a big knife in his hand, he danced very fast. Even if the monitor screen is played slowly, it is not clear the other hand still holds that big shield. A random shield strike can smash the zombies into pieces. It's true. Smash like a cucumber. How much power is this? Female soldiers can't tell if the other is a human, or a superhero in the movie. Everyone, let's wake up. Now we don't know what is the purpose of his coming to the base, and not sure if he's a human or a monster. You also saw it just now. That man stretched out his hand and disappeared. The two cannons at the door. This kind of technique is unheard of. We have to be prepared. If he is the enemy, we can only self-destruct the base and perish with him. The speaker was a colonel in his 40s. He was wearing a wrinkled military uniform, the white shirt inside, and the collar had turned black, and he could see that he had not washed it since the end of the world. Despite this, his military temperament will not make him look downcast because his clothes are dirty. Instead, it gives a sense of arrogance. Other soldiers heard self-destruction of the base. They all woke up in an instant. There are artifacts in this base, which must not fall into the hands of people with ulterior motives. If that man really came for these destructive weapons at that time, it really can only self-destruct the base. But everyone had a look of hesitation and timidity on their faces. They are not soldiers on the front line. It is the technical arms of the base. Without the blood of battlefield training, the fear of death is much stronger than that of ordinary soldiers. The colonel also saw everyone's thoughts. Everyone, I hope you understand how important the things we store at our base are. It is the heavy weapon of the country, the sharp sword that frightens the enemy. Human civilization will surely open a new era. Zombies will be wiped out sooner or later, and these weapons will be inherited by future generations. 55 We are the watchers of the artifact of the town. Even if you self-destruct the base, you can't let it fall into the hands of the bad guys. I hope you have this consciousness. There is another chapter. If it comes out at 1 o'clock, it will be uploaded, and if it exceeds 1 o'clock, it will be uploaded tomorrow morning. 120. Bazooka. Missile. All mine. When military base on the square of the entire base, there was a river of blood at this moment, and there was not a single complete zombie corpse. Xiao Yu let out a light breath. I finally killed it. Don't look at the process is very easy, but my heart is really tired constantly hacking. Everyone feels numb in theory. With Xiao Yu's strength, as long as he is given enough time, he can kill all the zombies in this world, clean. But theory is just theory. Killing nearly 1,000 zombies today, he already felt numb, and if he saw zombies again, he would be too lazy to move his hands, not to mention killing all the zombies in the world. Even if the hundreds of thousands of zombies in L City are killed, it is estimated that they will be able to vomit. Xiao Yu lit a cigarette. He took a deep breath, diluting the bloody smell in the base. He came to an infantry fighting vehicle. This is an 8-wheeled infantry fighting vehicle with a 30mm cannon. Xiao Yu reached out and touched it. His mind moved. The chariot was put into the space warehouse. When I go back, let the Red Queen instruct me on how to remove the weapon system. Just take the car now. There are probably 20 or 30 chariots in the base. Xiao Yu immediately performed his light work and flew to the next chariot. Reach out and touched yet another one. At this time, he noticed that the camera in the base was also rotating as he flew. No doubt someone is watching him. Xiao Yu doesn't care either. You come out and stop me if you have the ability. Of course he will not take the initiative to find each other and waste time, unless you come out by yourself. Maybe you can bring it back to Yizish, and the people at the base are soldiers. Whether it is character or character, it is much more reliable than ordinary survivors, and it is also good to bring it back to the base less than 20 minutes. Xiao Yu put all the 24 infantry fighting vehicles in the base into the space warehouse. Although these infantry fighting vehicles are scattered at the base, it takes more than 20 minutes just to run. However, Xiao Yu hurried on the road with light energy, and the efficiency was naturally not very fast. Now he decided to check out those warehouses. Base command room. The entire command room was dug out directly from the mountain, so it was very hidden and not conducive to discovery at this moment. Everyone is looking at the surveillance screen. How did he do it? He can fly. And I even think that those things that he can't touch may be hidden by him. He's definitely not human. I don't know what means he used to disguise his appearance as ours. Could it be aliens? The end of the world is the race of this creature, the means of annihilation for us humans. Now that 90% of people have turned into zombies, their purpose has been achieved. Now start collecting our technology. 5. But if he is an alien and can come to our world, he should despise our technology. It doesn't make sense logically. There must be secrets we don't know. The people in the command room speak every word to me. There were countless suspicions about Xiao Yu's performance after all. His behavior is indeed difficult to explain. Look. He's gone to the warehouse. It's full of heavy weapons from the base, so he can't take it away. How to do? The colonel looked at the surveillance screen and took a deep breath. Watch out for now. Those heavy weapons don't really matter. As long as he doesn't have a silo idea, we can tolerate him. 995 and his appearance attracted more than 100 zombies outside the command room. Now kill them all. We're safe. As long as he doesn't move the silo and leaves the base, we can be free the other side. Xiao Yu came to a warehouse with a large lock hanging on the iron door in the military base, except for individual buildings that are automatic doors. Most of them are such easy to operate padlock iron doors. Don't say anything else. At least after a complete power outage, it can be guaranteed that the warehouse can be opened at any time and the materials in it can be activated. Xiao Yu slashed the iron lock with one knife, pushing open the heavy iron gate. At a glance, it was full of vehicles parked inside. The body is painted in camouflage. The front of the car is square, and there are no cargo boxes behind, but iron pipes. There are 4 rows in total, 11 camouflage iron pipes in each row. Xiao Yu was taken aback. This is a rocket launcher, a big killer. This thing shot into the sea of corpses absolutely blow up a large piece. Although it is not the same as a missile, it is not a precision-guided weapon, but its firepower covers a wide area and is very ferocious. Queen Red, can you control the rocket launcher system? The Red Queen appeared in front of Xiao Yu. Master, I can do it. The rocket launch command is relatively simple and can be deciphered with my current ability. 5. However, the range that can be hit is limited to 10-kilometer radius of a finger mountain. I can't provide accurate coordinates if hitting further targets, unless you upgrade your console to level 3 ASAP 99 at that time. I can hack into the spy satellite, so as to obtain precise coordinates in a wider range, and strike at more distant targets. Level 3 host. The wall-climbing monsters exploded 6 mainframes last night, and just now exploded another one. There are still 3 host ships left, and the Red Queen can be upgraded to level 3. Once the spy satellite is invaded, it means that Yizishan also has long-range strike capability. Spy satellites aren't limited to taking pictures. It's very functional. Ground and air and sea surveillance can be carried out from orbit. Then, it is sent to the ground receiving station by means of radio transmission, and then processed by optical, electronic equipment and computer, thereby extracting useful military intelligence. The process is complicated, but all of this can be done by the Red Queen with her host. Very convenient. Xiao Yu reached out and touched the rocket launcher. With a thud, it was instantly put into the space warehouse. Cool, move on to the next one soon. The 4 rocket launchers in the warehouse were swept away. This warehouse is full of short-range rocket launchers. The range is about 15 to 50 kilometers, and it can launch traditional artillery shells, sub-munitions and ground penetrators. Xiao Yu continued to the next warehouse. A knife to split the iron lock. Push open the iron door. There are also 4 rocket launch vehicles, 44 tubes, which are short-range rocket launchers received. Come to the 3rd warehouse, 4th warehouse. As the warehouses continued to be swept away, the number of Xiao Yu's rocket launchers also surged. Now he finally realized this base, possibly a missile launch base, is just incidental to the rocket launcher, because he saw that there were many round iron covers on the square. Needless to say, there's definitely a silo below. This thing can't get back, just get a missile back. And it's meaningless without a silo, and the launch procedure is complicated. Must have unlock password, start device password, launch button password. Can't launch without a single wrong move. Still, don't make up your mind about this thing. Xiao Yu continued to sweep, and after the 8 warehouses were cleared, a total of 12 short-range rocket launchers, 12 medium-range rocket launchers, and 8 long-range rocket launchers were harvested. But there are 2 warehouses in the back. Xiao Yu slashed the door and lock with a knife, and the hearts of the command room were all hanging in their throats. Ask for flowers. He's in. Do you want him to take the things in here too? Take it and take it. It's all conventional warheads. As long as the silo is not moved, we can tolerate it. Xiao Yu was stunned by this. Time depend on missile launcher. 95. There are a total of 4 vehicles, with a square front, and the rear box is replaced by a 4-tube launcher made. You can get this thing back. Queen Red, Can you unlock the instructions for missile launch? 35 Yes master, but you have to upgrade my mainframe to level 6. Level 6 is level 6, it's just a matter of time, as long as it can be unlocked. Get the missile back first. Xiao Yu's mastermind behind the scenes. Don't let me know where your old nest is, otherwise I will feed you a few missiles, and it will be cool, I take it. Xiao Yu quickly put the 4 missile launch vehicles into the space warehouse. The last warehouse door opens. There are only 3 missile launch vehicles inside, which are double-barreled launch vehicles and belong to long-range missiles. Got it. It's a pity that I can't find the kind of launch vehicle with only 1 missile. That thing is destructive. There might be this base, it should be hidden in a more secluded place. Xiao Yu didn't bother to look for it. He didn't want to destroy the world. It's no use taking it back now. He can finally understand why. Before entering the base, he was warned only once. And the cannon at the door opened fire because it's full of big killers. There are also artifacts that can destroy the world. Even now is the end of the world. It is impossible to let the survivors in. Xiao Yu looked at the camera in the warehouse. He waved his hand and said, "Hey, I know you are watching me. Do you want to go back with me?" 55 Although this is a secret place, Xiao Yu also knew that there were survivors, but he never took it seriously. There is a Red Queen watching any trouble. He can find out in time. Even if the base starts the self-destruction program, with his hardening ability, he can resist the first wave of damage and immediately flew into the air to escape. And even if it's self-destructing, it wasn't an instant explosion. There was still a process, enough for him to escape. Xiao Yu continued to persuade, "Come out, I'm the leader of the Yizishan survivor base, go back with me. You stay here only to die? Zombies will wander here sooner or later." Xiao Yu still takes soldiers seriously. This stemmed from the fact that when he was in S City, Xiao Yu admired the fact that the defenders sacrificed their lives and sacrificed themselves to coexist with the entire city. Even if it takes a little bit of speech, he also hoped that these people would go with him. Base command room. Everyone was stunned when they heard Xiao Yu's voice. He said he was the leader of Yizishan. Didn't we read that video before? Yizishan is indeed the base of human survivors. Is he not an alien? What should we do? Should we believe him? But does human beings have such a powerful existence? I still don't believe it. 39 Hurry up and pay attention. The middle-aged colonel paced back and forth. The look on his face was hesitant, but he knew he had to make a decision. Food runs out immediately. Although the zombies in the base have been cleaned up, the world has been occupied by zombies. Sooner or later they will find here. The colonel gritted his teeth and said, "I will meet him when I go out. You stay inside and don't move." 9 If I die, you are not allowed to come out to revenge me again. 121 The second base. The female soldier wants to follow me. Open the ammunition depot. Not long after, the colonel walked out of the command room and came to the warehouse where Xiao Yu was. He hadn't seen anyone other than the base for a long time. It seemed a little overwhelmed at the moment. The two sides did not speak when they met. Xiao Yu was also looking at each other. The crumpled military uniform, the collar of the white shirt had turned black. Although wearing a hat, the hair that sticks out at the edges is greasy and looks like it hasn't been bathed for a long time. But stand up straight. A proud and upright body is naturally exposed. Only you? Xiao Yu asked suspiciously. The colonel replied, "Can you tell me first, are you really human? Are you really the leader of Yizishan?" 99 Xiao Yu thought it was a little funny. "I'm not human. Am I still a monster?" The Red Queen. Show him the surveillance footage of Yizishan. "Okay, master, soon." A bird's eye view of the mountain appeared in front of the colonel in a 3D perspective. Needless to say, the group of villas on the top of the mountain. The key is the solar photovoltaic panels halfway up the mountain, the vast farmland below the mountain, and the green wheat and vegetable seedlings, giving people a feeling of vitality. There are also busy figures of workers in full swing. The whole scene appeared in front of the colonel, which was out of tune with this apocalypse. "What do you think? What do you think of me?" "I don't want to know. And don't ask me how I got hold of artificial intelligence. I am very busy. Ask you again, do you want to go back to the base with me? If you've got anyone else, it's best to get together." 35 The reason why Xiao Yu is so patient is that there is another layer of use. Whether it is a cannon, a rocket launcher, or a missile launcher, someone needs to maintain it. If there are other survivors in the base, they are masterclass. After going back, you can teach a group of apprentices, and it will be much easier to maintain these weapons in the future. Otherwise you will have to let the Red Queen lead the apprentices. The colonel looked at Yizishan carefully. This is indeed an ideal place to live. The key is that the base is thriving, not like a thug camp. Such bases represent the hope of human civilization. "Okay, let's go with you." 35 The colonel waved at the camera and said, "Everyone, come out." 99 It didn't take long. A group of male and female soldiers came out of the command room in the mountain. Like the colonel, they were dressed in dirty clothes, but they were in good spirits. The colonel looked at everyone. You are all still young? Follow him. 99. There was something wrong with the colonel's tone. Colonel, what about you? Aren't you coming with us? The colonel shook his head. I'm gone. Whoever guards the base, I dedicate my life to this base. I can't leave. When the soldiers heard that the colonel would not leave, they all panicked. Since the colonel won't leave, then I'll stay too. You're so lonely here alone. I also stay. I have lived in the base for 10 years, and I can't let go of this feeling. 35. The soldiers expressed their stance one by one, wanting to stay with the colonel. Xiao Yu sighed. Although these soldiers are relatively stubborn, the more they are, the more religious they are, and taking this group of people back, their dispositions are certainly reliable, but obedience to the colonel may be far greater than himself. After all, Xiao Yu didn't have a background in the birth of soldiers, so it was difficult to empathize with them. This made a plan suddenly born in his mind. Simply develop here into a sub-base of their own. It can be regarded as a backup for yourself. Don't say anything else. Just the 20-meter high fence at the entrance of the base, plus the environment surrounded by mountains, except that you can't farm. The security here is no less than a finger mountain. Okay, since you are determined to stay, I will not force it. I will give you food and daily necessities that you will never finish in your lifetime, so that you can guard this base with peace of mind. But I have 3 conditions. First, I need to install an artificial intelligence host here, so that neither me nor you can monitor nearby movements. It's not limited to the movement of zombies, but also people who may have a base idea. Xiao Yu is worried about the mastermind behind the scenes in case these bastards find the base and come to destroy it. Although installed in the red rear of the military base, it is only a level 1 mainframe, but you can network with the hosts of Yizishan, share level 2 hosts, and even upgrade to more advanced host capabilities in the future. It can play a very good role in monitoring and protecting military bases. Don't say anything else. Shielding the satellite signal in a 10-kilometer radius from the base is enough to ensure that it will not be targeted here, not to be attacked by long-range missiles. The colonel heard to give them food, and also provided artificial intelligence and satellite monitoring. I hesitated, then nodded and agreed. After all, they were just a group of technical troops. The base's satellite and radar operations were completely discredited, and Xiao Yu's support was indeed urgently needed. My second request is that you should send at least 1 or 2 technicians back with me, otherwise the rockets and missile vehicles I took away will not be maintained by anyone. In fact, the Red Queen can do it. It's just that it feels weird to ask the Red Queen to teach a group of apprentices. Might as well bring the 2 back. Third, if Yizishan falls, the door here must always be open for me. The colonel discussed with the soldiers, agreed to all 3 of these. After all, everyone promises to give you food that you can't finish, and it is reasonable to open the door for Xiao Yu. Before I leave, I will leave 2 infantry fighting vehicles at the gate. 99. The weapon control system of the chariot will be replaced by artificial intelligence to help you keep the base safe day and night. Okay, now who of you are willing to go back with me? 3,525 soldiers. Look at me, I look at you. Neither took the initiative to stand up. However, Xiao Yu could already see that the only 2 female soldiers seemed to want to leave. It is not that they are not firm in their beliefs. Women are naturally fond of lively places. In the past, there were many people in the base, and they could go out to play during vacations. Now it's a lonely graveyard. Sometimes when I think about it, it's really a bit sad to live here for a generation. The colonel also saw their thoughts. There are a total of 25 people in the base, and there are only 2 female soldiers. Although nothing out of the ordinary has happened, there will definitely be problems over time. Soldiers are people too. The male competition for magnetism will one day play out, which is not conducive to unity. Zhang Yan, Liu Ying, you come out. Yes. 2 female soldiers stood up, and the colonel said in an orderly tone, you follow the leader of Yizishan. If you have the conditions, you can come back to see us occasionally. The 2 female soldiers wanted to leave, very sad again, feeling very confused. Xiao Yu smiled. Don't worry, you are guarding the base. In fact, there is nothing to do. Arrange for the staff to rest. When it's empty, go to Yizishan and take it as a vacation. When I go back, I will clear the road. 5. Hearing Xiao Yu say this, everyone's face showed a smile. In fact, no one wants to die alone here, but the mission is greater than personal enjoyment. Sometimes trade-offs have to be made. Now being able to have the best of both worlds is naturally a good thing, and the 2 female soldiers are also very happy. At least they feel better. There is no feeling of betraying the base. I want to say something important next, Xiao Yu said with a serious face. To tell you the truth, Yizishan has also been threatened several times. There is a behind-the-scenes force against humanity that is trying to destroy Yizishan, and I suspect that this organization is the murderer who caused the end of the world. The Red Queen. Play back the surveillance video of giant monsters and wall-climbing monsters for everyone to see. Okay, Master. Soon, tyrants and lickers attacked the surveillance of the base, and it was broadcast. Although the solution is easy, the tyrant himself stretched out his head and let Xiao Yu behead him. The lickers were killed without even climbing up the city wall. And not even one who escaped was spared. Despite this, the colonel and a group of people were still shocked. I thought that monsters like zombies were beyond recognition, but I didn't expect that there would be even more outrageous, especially tyrants 5 meters tall, human-like, wearing armor and a Vulcan heavy machine gun. As long as you're not an idiot, you can see it. This is definitely a man-made monster, and it can be inferred from this that Xiao Yu did not speak. Our enemies are not zombies, it's the Black Hand behind the scenes, so I need weapons and ammunition for the base. Of course, I don't want anything under the silo, and it doesn't make sense to give it to me. The thing was launched. It is equivalent to destroying an area. Although Baijin can transform the radiation environment, she must maintain the formation every day. Kind of hard. The colonel seemed to understand what Xiao Yu meant, discussed with a group of soldiers, and finally nodded in agreement. Okay, rockets, conventional missiles, we can give you all, but I have a question. 35 Actually, our base commander has long since become a zombie. Whether it's what's under the silo or the missile launcher, we haven't had any instructions to launch it. You can't use 2.3 even if you take it back. Xiao Yu smiled lightly. You don't have to worry about this. My artificial intelligence can crack it. Lead the way now. In fact, Xiao Yu doesn't need to be so troublesome at all. Just direct mental charm control. However, he still wanted to bow before the soldiers. As long as it is not a special situation, there is no need to have faith in these. Even if the people who are still watching the Doomsday use this method. Soon Zhao Shan took Xiao Yu to a mountain. There is a hidden entrance here. After the camouflage was lifted, a padlocked iron door was revealed. All the ammo is in there, but I don't have the key. No key is not a problem, as long as you find a place. Xiao Yu took out a purple seedling knife and split open the padlock. A group of people secretly clicked their tongues. I had seen on the surveillance before that Xiao Yu cut a big iron lock with this knife, like it was peeling a radish. See it for yourself now. That kind of shock is more intuitive, and it is hard to imagine what kind of material the weapon is made of, so that it can be so sharp. Xiao Yu slowly pushed open the iron door. The dust-covered breath rushed toward the face, and it was a long tunnel into the eyes. There are rockets neatly placed inside. The number is very large. Further away, there are missiles mounted in iron cylinders. It's developed now. 122. 2 army flowers. Personal bodyguards. Beautiful ancient warriors. Xiao Yu and a group of soldiers walked into the tunnel. It may be that no one has come in to clean it after the end of the world. There is some dust on the floor. The air is very dull, and it exudes the smell of military. 3-proof paint. Rows of rockets are placed on the shelf like this. At that time, the end of the day was not taken into consideration. None of these things were covered by the oilcloth, and they were just exposed on the shelf, irritating Xiao Yu's eyeballs. There are quite a few. There are short-range rockets, medium-range rockets, and long-range rockets. Xiao Yu casually touched a shelf. Turn on the power of the space warehouse, and with a thought, all are taken away. 44 short-range rockets were put into the space warehouse, and my heart was pounding with excitement. With these things, One Finger Mountain security defense is completely formed. Just relying on the garrison and the mobile troops can only be said to have crushing pressure on zombies, and for organizations that have mastered technological power, they have to rely on these things. Xiao Yu continued to sweep. The colonel and a group of soldiers followed one by one. Look terrified. As soon as you touch it, the thing is gone. It feels like the magic on TV. He touches it. Where did these rockets go? Don't know what to call the leader. Xiao Yu. Boss Xiao, can I ask, where did you find these rockets? Xiao Yu turned around and looked at the colonel. You're curious, I can understand, but I really can't explain it to you. You just have to remember one thing. 39. No matter what means I use to take these ammunition, I am always a human being, not a zombie, and a person from the 17 Eastern countries. This is enough. Xiao Yu didn't want these people to think about it. It was better to dispel their doubts. After all, these rockets are nominally theirs. Take other people's things and give some reasons. The colonel and the soldiers stopped questioning Xiao Yu, although he was mysterious and outrageously strong, but from the tone of voice and behavior, it was not difficult to see that he was undoubtedly human. As long as these weapons are taken out to deal with the target is the zombie, the colonel can accept it. By this time Xiao Yu had already cleared out the short-range rockets, a total of 1,584 pieces, equivalent to 12 rocket launchers, each with 3 full ammunition. There are also medium-range rockets in the back. The medium-range rocket launcher is a 17-tube launcher, and a total of 612 rockets with a range of 100 kilometers have been harvested. It's still an extra 3 full ammo per car. There are also long-range rocket launchers in the back. The long-range rocket launcher is an A-tube launcher with a range of 400 kilometers. And a total of 192 rockets have been harvested. More than 2,000 rockets were swept away. High explosive bombs, sub-munitions, penetrators are available before the end of the world. To sweep away so many weapons, it would be enough to be shot 100 times. Xiao Yu sighed, continuing to walk forward. There are many wooden boxes on the ground. The colonel said that these are machine shells. All are 30mm shells. There are 3 kinds of conventional bullets: shelling armor-piercing bullets, and armor-piercing incendiary bullets. However, it is mainly based on conventional ammunition. Xiao Yu put all these ammunition into the space warehouse, a total of 110,000 rounds. I drop a good boy, so cool, but in fact, there are not many. The base has 24 infantry fighting vehicles, and the standard ammunition box of each chariot is 500 rounds of 30mm shells. That works out to less than 4,600 spare rounds per tank. To know this is not a howitzer, strictly speaking, a 30mm cannon, which fires super caliber bullets. If burst, hundreds of shots can be fired in one shuttle. Therefore, 110,000 shells are not too many. Xiao Yu took out another 10,000 shells for the base to spare, and only took 100,000 shells after returning to the base. It is installed on the turret and controlled by the Red Queen, not to mention that it can be used as a sniper rifle, but not much. The missiles are placed behind, with 12 medium-range missiles and 9 long-range missiles. This is the big killer. There is not much storage, and they are generally reproduced by military factories after they are used. Xiao Yu took away all 21 missiles. There are many trucks behind, specially transporting rockets. Xiao Yu also took them away. The tunnel is clean. The colonel looked at the empty tunnel with a bit of melancholy in his heart. His mission is to protect these things. Although the silo is the most important thing, he also has feelings for the things in the tunnel. Xiao Yu patted his shoulder. Don't be bitter. I didn't eat these. When you are free, come to Yizishan. You can see them at any time, right? Xiao Yu said that the road to Yizishan will be opened, and people at the base can go there at any time. Time to see these weapons again. The colonel and all the soldiers were relieved a lot, and smiles appeared on their faces. Okay, take me to your command room 99, and I need to install the artificial intelligence host, and the WEN base can not only block all satellite signal penetration, but also monitor the whole country. 35. This is a great thing for the base now. This group of people is not engaged in communications. The base's radar and satellites have become decorations. Red Queen is extremely important to them. The colonel took Xiao Yu into the command room and found the safest monitoring room. Xiao Yu took out a level 1 Red Queen host. After turning on the power, a little lolly in a red princess dress appeared. She is a level 1 Red Queen. You have to listen to this person in the future. By the way, haven't asked the daimyo yet. 35. My name is Zhao Shan, the colonel replied. Xiao Yu nodded and continued, from now on, you will follow Colonel Zhao's instructions and be responsible for the security and defense of the entire base. Okay, master. In name, it means to obey Zhao Shan's arrangement. In fact, Xiao Yu is the master of the Red Queen, and the level 1 Red Queen must share the functions of the second level Red Queen. Belong to the primary relationship. Even Xiao Yu wanted to know how often people in the base went to the toilet. Level 1 Red Queens will report to Xiao Yu immediately. Installing the Red Queen on the base means Xiao Yu can control the base's every move at any time. Next, Xiao Yu gave Zhao Shan a lot of food and daily necessities. In addition, the level 1 magic modified explosion proof vehicle was left at the base. In the future, they could take a break and drive the explosion-proof vehicle to Yizishan. Although Xiao Yu will clear the road, it refers to the overturned cars on the road, and he can't clean up the zombies along the way. If driving an infantry fighting vehicle, there are not many zombies, but they can reach Yizi Mountain. If they encounter a large group of corpses, the infantry fighting vehicle will be trapped, or the magic-modified explosion-proof car is more suitable for impacting corpses. I received so many infantry fighting vehicles today, and when I go back, I will unload the cannons, and then I will transform the infantry fighting vehicles. At that time, it will definitely be more powerful than the explosion-proof car. Okay, I'm leaving. Xiao Yu took out a black muscles that pulled the wind out of the space warehouse. Get in the car, you two, and I'll take you back to Yizishan. Xiao Yu pointed to 2 female soldiers, one named Zhang Yan and one named Liu Ying. They are all young female soldiers. She is also pretty, but compared to the members of the team, it is still a little worse, and it is estimated that her appearance is 90 points. Wait for the follower mark to upgrade again. That can be included in the entourage, and it is not bad to become a personal bodyguard, although Xiao Yu doesn't need guards, but there must be some force. The team members are very busy, and they are alone wherever they go, and they always feel like they are alone. There are two more sisters around. Sometimes it can liven up the atmosphere. Zhang Yan and Liu Ying looked at their comrades reluctantly, and they felt relieved when they thought that they could come to Yizishan. When they were resting, the two got into the back seat of the heavy machine. It was a little crowded, but it was just enough to sit down. The weight of the magic modified locomotive is 10 tons. The car is 4.5 meters long, about the same as an SUV, and it is no problem to sit 3 people. One with a roar. The black muscles left the Wen military base, gradually left the one-line Sky Canyon. The speeding locomotive had 2 short, shoulder-length hair blowing in front of him. Forget it. He hadn't washed his hair for more than a month. It probably doesn't smell good either. However, Zhang Yan and Liu Ying were in a very good mood. Been locked up for so long, suddenly released, not to mention how happy. Holding Xiao Yu has been chatting and asking non-stop, not boring. Along the way, whenever there's a car accident scene, Xiao Yu will stop and put the overturned car into the space warehouse. The road is clear, whether it is the survivors who escaped from this road to Yizishan, or the soldiers of the base who come to rest in the future. They can all travel unimpeded in the afternoon towards dusk. Xiao Yu returned to the base. At a glance, there were more people queuing at the gate than yesterday. People who should have come from the Dujiang and Xi'an waterways have begun to arrive one after another, and the base area will usher in the peak period of survivors. Zhang Yan and Liu Ying looked at the vibrant base. At this moment, I finally felt the smell of fireworks in the world. After being locked up for so long, I feel isolated from the outside world. Leader, let's start taking people to learn how to maintain the chariot tomorrow. Yeah, it's been closed for more than a month, and I really want to be active. 35 The two sisters couldn't wait. Okay. Tomorrow I will ask Kexin to help you select a group of reliable apprentices. Who is Kexin? Minister of Personnel of the base area. While talking, he came to the interview point in front of the gate. Han Kexin was busy interrogating the newcomer, while Lu Man was in charge of signing the curse contract. After seeing Xiao Yu, the two put down their work. Captain, you are back. Xiao Yu stopped and responded. By the way, he asked how many people came to defect today. Hearing Han Kexin say that there were more than 300 people and the queues outside don't count, this shocked Xiao Yu. There were only over 100 people yesterday, and even if the peak period is coming today, it is impossible for more than 300 people to appear all at once. Captain, that's it. After you left this morning, a garrison of City Y came to defect with a dozen survivors, nearly 100 of them 99. It turned out to be a collective of survivors to defect. No wonder. Xiao Yu suddenly realized that since he was the defender of City Y, he must be a soldier. Then he would select a group of people to learn how to maintain the chariot with Zhang Yan and Liu Ying. These people are far more reliable, responsible for maintaining the chariot. Xiao Yu can also rest assured at this time. Han Kexin smiled meaningfully. Captain, there is a very beautiful girl in this team. Her name is Tang Qingsu, and also an ancient martial arts practitioner. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. 123. Boss, we have been washed in vain. Martial arts have changed. Xiao Yu suddenly became interested. The ancient warriors are still very beautiful. It seems that the players have already guessed the team's recruitment criteria. Look at the smile on Han Kexin's face. Obviously he was talking about his LSP, but he didn't say it. Forget it, no explanation. I take the blame for the system face control. As long as I can improve my strength, I will accept the blame. Where is that person named Tang Qingsu? After passing the interview, I will send it to the mountaintop villa and wait for the captain to come back to deal with it. This is so cleverly said. When I come back to deal with it, I'm afraid I'm thinking, wait until I come back to collect people. Good job. Xiao Yu praised Han Kexin, then drove Zhang Yan and Liu Ying to the parking lot. The only way to get to the top of the mountain is to take the elevator, but Xiao Yu had never taken an elevator. Zhang Yan and Liu Ying were taken aback as soon as they stretched out their arms and wrapped their arms around their slender waists. They had never been treated like this by a man before. The mind suddenly had a bad premonition. Could it be that the leader of Yizishan is a womanizer at this time? Xiao Yu pointed his toes and took the two of them off the ground, like immortals from outside the world riding the wind, and flew straight to the top of the mountain. At the same time, in the garden on the top of the mountain, after Tang Qingsu changed her clothes, she began to feel uneasy while sitting in the garden. The group arrived at Yizi Mountain at noon. After the interview, He was placed in the base, but she did not have a unified arrangement with the Uigo's soldiers. He was actually taken to the hilltop villa. The environment here is really beautiful. Before the apocalypse, they were all top resorts, but after the apocalypse, it is not an exaggeration to describe it as heaven. It just puzzled her. Why take yourself up a mountain alone, Sister Tang? Eat fruit. 39 These fruits were collected by the captain before the end of the world, and they are very fresh. Xiaoran is eating fruit. An Kexin swallowed her saliva quietly. Looking at this cute and harmless girl, she couldn't raise her guard, so eat it too. Sister Xiaoran, can you tell me why you left me on the top of the mountain? 39 Oh, Sister Tang, you've been asking all afternoon. Didn't I tell you many times? You will know when the captain comes back. Maybe you can get a great chance. Look at me, I just made a bunch of fruits, and when you just went up the mountain, Ting instantly relieved your fatigue, and these abilities were given by the captain. Our captain is a god, and he is very strong in every aspect. If he likes you, you will take off right away. Do you know, An Kexin always felt that An Xiaoran was fooling her. How could she give strength to others? She is the inheritor of Guo Tangdao Xiao Yu. It took more than 10 years of swordsmanship to achieve today's achievements, and she never believed in things that could be accomplished overnight. A point of sweat, a point of gain. But this girl is not like a bad person. She should not poison the fruit. An Kexin ate the fruit with confidence. At this time a figure suddenly rose into the sky like a flying fairy from outside the cliff. An Kexin's eyes widened in shock. Biting half a banana, he forgot to chew it. Just following the figure rising into the sky, he kept looking up. Don't look at it. Looking at it, I found that it was a man. And he was holding two women. Someone who can fly. An Kexin felt that Sangun was strongly impacted, and no one could fly. She is an ancient warrior. It is clear the Qigong in martial arts is actually only after the inner strength is exerted, and the explosive power of a person is stronger. You can jump a little higher, just a little farther. Qigong in ancient martial arts is completely different from flying. Look, this is our captain. She's back. 35 Xiaoran seems to have gotten used to her while eating the fruit. He said to himself, is he the captain? As soon as An Kexin finished speaking, the figure fell in front of her. Xiao Yu looked at the table full of fruits and said, Zhang Yan, Liu Ying, you should eat some too. By the way, are you An Kexin who learned the ancient martial arts Tangdao Xiao Lian? An Kexin stood up and nodded. At this moment, he has not recovered from the shock. Xiao Yu looked at An Kexin. His temperament was cold, and he had an immortal aura that didn't eat human fireworks and looks very beautiful. It smells like a fairy. Sister, not bad, not bad. Xiao Yu said two good things in a row. One is her image, and the other is her ability. Xiao Yu is about to form an army of survivors, but unfortunately there are no instructors. An Kexin practiced Tangdao Xiao Company, which according to Han Kexin was a sword technique used in combat in the ancient army. Very simple and overbearing and practical. Regardless of whether the occupation of the ancient warrior is suitable for joining the team, can let her train the legion of survivors. Xiao Yu sat opposite An Kexin. Give me your hands. 35 An Kexin stared at Xiao Yu vigilantly, and there was still some doubt in his eyes. This man is very strange, and when they meet, they will give him the hand. Xiao Yu shook his head. He smiled helplessly, released his spiritual charm, and controlled An Kexin not to move. Then pull up her hands. Regardless of whether you agree or not, let's see if we can pull into the team firsting. Team matching in progress. Name, An Kexin. Occupation, ancient warrior sword. Comprehensive score, 97. Ling. Meet the team conditions. An Kexin successfully joined the professional goddess team. Ling. Team members +1. You will get rewards, and all attributes will be doubled. It worked. This profession is also very special. Ancient warrior sword is a special reminder for ancient warriors who belong to the type of swordsman. With An Kexin joining the team, the number of team members increased to 12, and Xiao Yu's full attributes increased by 24 times. Then by Yukiman's occupation attribute dynamic fitness, all attributes are increased by 50%. It is equal to 36 times the horror of all attributes. I drop a good boy. A casual punch hits nearly 20,000 pounds of power. Cracking the mountain is nothing more than that. Now Xiao Yu's power, using the 6-style broadsword, feels light and airy. However, it is limited to the professional skills of heavy weapon, and the weapon cannot exceed 200 pounds. Otherwise it will not be able to enter the realm of the unity of man and knife. Lightweight doesn't matter at the level of Xiao Yu. The weight of the weapon doesn't really mean much. What he cares more about is the realm of the unity of man and knife. Xiao Yu withdrew his mental charm. An Kexin's body immediately took the initiative. She looked at Xiao Yu in surprise, with a look of fear in her eyes. Are you human? Or, she didn't know how to describe it, human or god. God, This title seems too exaggerated, but An Kexin couldn't understand what happened to her just now. Holding hands by Xiao Yu, though the body cannot move, the thoughts and feelings are clear after the instant transformation. The feeling of gaining powerful power was too clear, and she finally realized that Xiaoran did not lie to her. This man can truly empower others. At this moment, in front of An Kexin's eyes, the information of the team is floating. There are 13 people in total. The captain is Xiao Yu, and the team consists of 12 people. There is also a line of prompts below. Be kicked out of the team by the captain, or the captain dies. You will lose all your power. Xiao Yu handed the battle uniform belonging to An Kexin to Xiaoran. By the way, I exchanged 2 sets of follower suits in the mall, and gave them to Xiaoran together. Then he looked at An Kexin and said, if there is anything you don't understand, Xiaoran will tell you. Now that you are a member of the team, you will know what you should know. Zhang Yan, Liu Ying, you all come along and wash yourselves. I haven't showered for a month. Although the sister paper is a beautiful sister paper, it's just too much. When Xiao Yu said this, the two of them couldn't help laughing shyly. Both felt ashamed. Everyone on the mountain is clean. Floral scents are everywhere. It's hard to say what they smell. Xiaoran left with the 3 of them. Xiao Yu continued to check An Kexin's professional attributes. Professional attributes, martial arts transformation. For all team members, the melee talent is increased by 3 times. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. The melee talent has been increased by 3 times, which is even more exaggerated than the 2 times increase in Guo Xiao's professional attributes and shooting talent. But one is long-range shooting, one is close combat. Each has its length in frontal combat. Long range is definitely more dominant if it is a sneak attack. Once the melee talent comes in, it's a massacre. Of course, Xiao Yu's own entourage, naturally, would not have a civil war. Continue to view career skills. Professional skill, blade light wreck. Passive skill, when using a knife-type weapon, the attack speed is increased to 200%. Professional skill, knife key raging LV. 1. Active skill, consumes physical energy to release the knife gas, which can ignore the target's armor defense. There are 2 skills, one passive and one active. Although passive skills cannot be upgraded, the 200% attack speed is increased by percentage for someone like Xiao Yu, who exploded with all attributes simply divine. After Xiao Yu's dynamic fitness increased by 50%, all attributes reach 36 times, and it was no problem to chop 25 times a second if it is increased to 200%. The speed of 50 knives per second is faster than the rotation of the helicopter's screw. Good, propeller. I drop a good boy at this attack speed. Any form of crowd tactics would be a rookie in front of Xiao Yu. Dao Ki raging is even more powerful, directly slashing out the sword energy of long-range attacks, ignoring armor defense. The price is only to consume part of the physical energy for Xiao Yu. The bug that can have unlimited milk. This consumption is directly ignored. An Kexin joined the team and brought 2 new skills and a new attribute. A combat power of the entire team soared again, especially Xiao Yu, whose mouth was full of oil, had the most terrifying increase at this time. Xiaoran and An Kexin hadn't come out yet. Zhang Yan and Liu Ying had already taken a shower, put on the brand new entourage uniforms, and came valiantly. The style and material of the followers' suits are the same as the team's level 2 suits. It's just that there is no entry-level sword technique in archery. Leader, we're done washing. 99. This is the first time we take a bath after the end of the world. It's so comfortable. 35. Liu Ying realized only after she finished speaking that she seemed to have slipped her tongue, and it took more than a month to take a shower, which was too embarrassing. Xiao Yu smiled. You 2 sit down. He also took special care of these 2 girls on the way back. The 2 told Xiao Yu that if he moved the silo, they would self-destruct the base. Xiao Yu admires such a person of faith. Just then the system prompts again. Ling. Activate Team Attribute 12 to get rewards. 124. The only man. The hormones are rampant. The Legion of Foot Fight. Ling. Activate Team Attribute 12 to get the reward attribute mark. A new skill has been rewarded. Xiao Yu immediately checked the skill introduction. Attribute mark. Put a certain attribute of the team into the target body in the form of a mark, and obtain the enhancement of the attribute. Xiao Yu understands the skill introduction carefully, then suddenly enlightened. The attribute imprint is different from the follower imprint. It is more flexible and free, and any attribute can be given to anyone. Of course, naturally, it is not as powerful as the follower mark. A level 1 follower mark can grant 2 attributes to follower. A level 1 attribute imprint can only grant 1 attribute. Just as the formation of the Survivor Legion was about to begin, Xiao Yu decided to give Tang Kingsu's martial transformation attribute to the new legion that was about to be established because martial arts sharp change is a melee attribute all the cold weapons, even if these people are not as loyal to themselves as their followers but man cold weapons they also did not dare to make trouble with the mobile troops and the garrison. What's more, everyone has signed a curse contract. So you can rest assured. Xiao Yu looked at Zhang Yan and Liu Ying. Now that the number of followers is full, they cannot be included for the time being, so we simply give each of them an attribute mark to temporarily increase the following strengths. Correct. There are no restrictions on attribute imprints, which also means that a follower can be given an attribute mobile units and garrison troops neither has melee talent at that time. You can also give them martial arts transformation, and for the mobile troops, the combat effectiveness of going out on duty will be enhanced again and the garrison it can also have powerful melee capabilities when facing zombies or monsters on the city wall at this time. Xiaoran and Tang Kingsu came over. Team leader, Tang Kingsu shouted while standing in front of Xiao Yu, with a smile on her face. Not much to say thank you. Maybe she is the kind of person who is not good at expressing her heart 233 times. However, with a smile on her face, she could see that she was very happy. She just stood in front of Xiao Yu, very respectful for this kind of ancient Wu family. Generally speaking, they stick to tradition and respect teachers and Taoism. In Tang Kingsu's eyes, Xiao Yu is not only the captain, but also the venerable teacher of the gift of recreation. She respects Xiao Yu from the bottom of her heart. Sit down. Tang Kingsu sat opposite Xiao Yu, still holding the broken tang knife in her hand. Only then did she realize that she already had a storage bin and holding a knife in front of the captain is a little rude, so put it away immediately. I hope the captain will forgive me for the rudeness. Tang Kingsu got up and said apologetically. Xiao Yu motioned her to sit down. Don't be so restrained in the future. This is where I live. I don't want to be so serious. In fact, Xiao Yu wanted to say, you don't want to take over the old martial arts family. I'm a little uncomfortable after thinking about it. He still didn't say anything after all. This is the upbringing and habit that people have cultivated since childhood, and it will not be changed for a while. Show me your knife. 35 Tang Kingsu handed his tang knife to Xiao Yu, and the blade was all curled and chipped, like serrated teeth. Can imagine how many zombies did this knife kill, and how many bloody battles it has experienced. Xiao Yu couldn't help but look at Tang Kingsu with admiration. He took out a blue tang knife from the space warehouse. Use this knife in the future. Blue tang knife. The blade is orchid, the blade is white, and the splendid blue flame burns the blade pattern, as if alive, like a beating blue flame. Tang Kingsu was stunned for a while. There is such a beautiful knife. Thank you, Captain. She happily put away the blue tang knife, but the broken knife was also put into the storage bin. BHCD seems to have feelings for that knife too, probably an ancestral knife. Okay, then I'll get down to business. Kingsu, I want to form an infantry regiment. With you as the regiment commander and instructor, I want you to train them in the shortest possible time, then pull out and clean up the zombies. 35. There are still 2 small towns near Yizishan that have not been cleaned up. The 600,000 zombies in L City are also a safety hazard. Once the Corpse King appears, large-scale corpse tides will threaten the stronghold. The 600,000 zombies in City L had to be destroyed in advance so that they could sleep soundly. Tang Kingsu nodded. Don't worry, Captain, I will definitely live up to my mission. Again, the tone of this speech is too. Forget it, it will be fine to get used to it slowly in the future. Who let people be born into family. In addition, I will arrange a deputy head for you, also a member of our team. His name is Yu Kimin. 35. In fact, Kimin is more suitable for foot combat. Before she joined the team, it's already a super Sarah fighter. After joining the team, he transformed into powerful existence with dual attributes and dual skills. Once you enter the realm of the unity of man and knife in terms of Ping A's ability to definitely surpass Tang Kingsu. Xiao Yu knows this best, but she lost because she didn't have the sword. Tang Kingsu's sword key can ignore armored defenses, not to mention Qi Meng holding a heavy shield. Even if she is sitting in an armored car, she can't hold it. Moreover, since Tang Kingsu is appointed as an instructor in the future, the people of the infantry regiment will definitely trust her more, and it is most suitable for her to be the regiment commander. Qi Meng can only be subordinate to the subgroup at this time. The sky was already dark, and the team members also returned to the top of the mountain. New players joined tonight. In addition, Xiao Yu has harvested so many rocket launchers and missiles, which is worth celebrating. By the way, let Tang Kingsu, Zhang Yan, and Liu Ying familiarize themselves with everyone after dinner. Team members report on their work today. Han Kexin and Lu Man have taken in nearly 400 survivors today. At present, the population of the base area has reached more than 3,200 people. There is already a surplus of labor. Xiao Yu proposed to form a 1,000-man infantry army, and let Han Kexin select suitable personnel tonight, all using mirror-faced people. Mirror people have better temperaments, more principles and bottom lines. The infantry regiment is dominated by men. After all, men accounted for 60% of the base area, and it was impossible to form a women's army under such circumstances. Xiao Yu also doesn't want to contribute to the situation where yin is rising and yang is declining. The future of this world has to be propped up by men, as long as the entourage and team members are women. If all combatants were women in the future, I am afraid that there will be a lot of motherfuckers in the base area, and then it will be finished. However, considering that both the Legion commander and the deputy commander are women, 2 women mixed in a bunch of men, it's really outrageous. So Xiao Yu plans 30% of the infantry regiments were women, and they acted as guards for the regiment commander and deputy commander. Thus the people around Tang Kingsu and Yu Kimin were all women. It's not that they are worried about what they will say to the people of the Legion. After 36 times the full attribute enhancement, the masculine charm that Xiao Yu exudes can be called a rampant harmonious confidence is still there. In addition, the team members have a little brain, and it is impossible to make such a low-level mistake as for whether it will be harassed by the people of the Legion. That's even more impossible. There is a clause in the curse contract, and there must be no substantive admiration for the high-level officials and followers of the base. Is an act of love, not harassment. Xiao Yu will not prohibit others from liking anyone, but to his teammates and entourages, he cannot make hints, deliberately strike up a conversation, give something to please. No problem, as long as you don't think in the direction of love. Have a thought. If there is another behavior, you will be severely punished. The power of the curse contract, the survivors have long known. No one dares to surpass this thunderpool. The reason why Xiao Yu had to arrange so many female guards beside Tang Kingsu and Qi Meng was purely to make him feel at ease. At least they weren't around men. Captain, I want to make a suggestion, Tang Kingsu said. You say, the one who escaped with me was the defender of City L. After my observation, there is no problem with character. The leader of the garrison is Gu Weigo. I used to be a staff officer of the garrison, and I have a lot of actual combat experience. I think the infantry regiment can continue to use him as a staff officer. When he goes out to clean up zombies in the future, he can play a greater role. Xiao Yu pondered for a while, and did not rush to answer. Han Kexin added, Captain, I have carefully questioned this Gu Weigo. He is an honest person, has a strong overall view, and is very strict with his subordinates. More than 100 survivors were once taken in the mountainous area of Y City. In order to protect these people from retreating, many soldiers were desperately killed, and he almost drove a gasoline cart to die with the monsters. Oh, right. According to Gu Weigo's account, in the mountainous area of Y City, they were also attacked by a giant monster. 39 later, when he was about to enter the mountainous area of L City, he was led into the paddy field and killed. According to Gu Weigo, this attention came out of Kingsu. Xiao Yu looked at Tang Kingsu. She nodded slightly shyly. Unexpectedly, giant monsters also appeared in Y City. It seems that the behind-the-scenes organization is not only targeting Yizishan. This also verified Xiao Yu's previous guess. The mastermind behind the scenes may really want to destroy all human beings, otherwise there is no way to explain why the giant monster would attack the Y City defender camp unknowingly. Xiao Yu felt a sense of crisis, and he had to take the time to clean up the zombies in L City. Retention is always a hidden danger. By the way, I just said Gu Weigo, right? Can let him serve as the staff officer of the infantry regiment. Since Han Kexin has carefully cross-examined, she can be trusted if there is no problem with her character. Kainun, Kirshu, how are you today? The task of the mobile unit today is to take a group of survivors out to dig street lights. Captain, we dug more than 2,000 solar street lights today, and there's no more nearby. Have to dig further afield. Solar street lights are generally installed on rural roads, and the number is not very large. City roads are still dominated by street lights. This will ensure that the rainy weather, but also lighting. Xiao Yu was a little worried. It would be difficult to install all solar street lights within a 10-kilometer radius of Yizishan. Just then, the Red Queen appeared. Master, in fact, I only need to install a circle of street lights on the edge of my shielding range and enclose the base. Be safe. 3 circles is best. As soon as it gets dark, as long as there are monsters or a large number of zombies, I can find it as soon as possible. Xiao Yu pondered it for a while and felt it made sense. Use street lights to encircle the base 3 times at a distance of 10 kilometers. The level of lighting is sufficient to detect any threat. 125. Eavesdropping on the door, she asked me to hurry in. After the meeting, everyone went to the swimming pool in the garden to cool off. Tang Kingsu, Zhang Yan, and Liu Ying were embarrassed to go into the water because they didn't have swimsuits. Anna kindly said that she had a lot of them, so I took it back to the bedroom to get them swimsuits. It's just that when they were released from the storage warehouse, they were all 2 ropes, which made the 3 girls worry. One was born in a traditional ancient Wu family, the other 2 are soldiers. Where can I bear such a positive swimsuit? But when I thought that there was only the captain at the top of the mountain, I finally accepted it. Yizishan at night is breezy and breezy. Xiao Yu enjoyed pressing his shoulders, and occasionally had brain pads, and he was full of emotion. For a while in the previous life, I was chased by zombies and had no way to go to the sky, and there was no way to enter the earth. This life has changed against the sky. Shouldn't it be time to think long term and just get a base and gather a bunch of people together? Human Tinder continues. This is a serious and responsible topic. Xiao Yu doesn't want to mention it, but he has to face it. May be the next thing to consider when sweeping towns and cities in the future. Sort out those libraries. These are the crystallization of the wisdom of human civilization and textbooks in the future. The survivors of the base area will reproduce, and the children will need to read when they grow up, and they cannot be illiterate one by one, but also pay attention when choosing a textbook. It is best to choose the previous version. The new version is poisonous. Unconsciously, it was late at night, and the team members went back to rest one by one. Xiao Yu thought more, so he stayed in the garden for a while. When I went back, I passed by Liu Tingting's room, heard movement inside. Xiao Yu thought she was uncomfortable, so he hummed and felt uncomfortable, but the door opened at this time. Liu Tingting looked at Xiao Yu. Captain, don't be at the door, come in. Early the next morning, Xiao Yu hurried down the mountain with the design drawings, and then rode a motorcycle to survey the terrain everywhere on the plain. She is the head of the base's infrastructure department, also an architect. Last night Xiao Yu gave her a task to design 22 turrets for the base. Among them, 18 turrets are distributed on the plain, and the firepower must be able to cover any blind spots outside the base. The other 2 were built outside the gate. Both deterrents and guard gates are necessary. The last 2 are designed inside the base to prevent monsters from slipping through the net from climbing into the base from Erzi Mountain and Sansi Mountain. 2 turrets inside can cover the entire base. It's more than enough to count slippery fish. After receiving this task, Xiao Yu attached great importance to it. She didn't enjoy the coolness in the swimming pool last night, and asked the Red Queen to call up a 3D 3-dimensional map around Yizi Mountain overnight and start designing with each terrain at dawn. The manuscript was finally designed. He then asked Xiao Yu to give her a sip of milk, and hurriedly went to the field to investigate. It is estimated that Wu Daking will send someone to start the construction later after having breakfast. Xiao Yu also started to get busy, and his task was heavier today. First, 32 rocket launchers and 7 missile launchers had to be placed in the base. This kind of big killer must not be accessible to ordinary people for safety reasons, can only be placed in the parking lot halfway up the mountain. Ordinary people are not allowed to go up the mountain, so accidents can be avoided. However, the area of the parking lot was not enough to park so many chariots, so Xiao Yu asked Wu Daking to arrange some people to continue to expand the parking lot, continue to excavate halfway up the mountainside until enough to stop all tanks. In addition, Xiao Yu had to remove all the automatic cannons from the 22 infantry fighting vehicles today. In the future, the cannon will be installed on the turret. The rest of the infantry fighting vehicle shell can be used to magically transform it into a mobile fortress. Although there are red post guides on how to disassemble, but without a professional dismantling machine, Xiao Yu could only use the magic modified machine tool to make some simple hand tools. This is strength work. Ordinary people can't do it, and he must do it himself anyway. 36 times the full attribute increase. There are no screws that he can't unscrew, no armor that he can't remove. Took half an hour. Xiao Yu made a lot of manual disassembly tools, and then under the guidance of the Red Queen, began to get busy. The other side, Zhang Yan and Liu Ying have already formed a logistics maintenance team under the arrangement of Han Kexin. 50 people in total. They were all selected from Gu Weiguo's defenders, and now follow Zhang Yan and Liu Ying to learn chariot maintenance techniques. Until they learned, Zhang Yan and Liu Ying were able to be the hands-off shopkeepers, and then became Xiao Yu's personal bodyguards in order to follow Xiao Yu's side as soon as possible. The 2 girls taught very hard. I wish these people would learn it sooner. On the plain below the mountain, according to Xiao Yu's instructions, Han Kexin has formed a 1,000-man infantry army front of the team. Tang Qingsu and Yu Kimin looked at the crowd valiantly. At this time, Han Kexin pressed the communication headset. Captain, the troops of the infantry corps are assembled. Do you want to come in person? Okay, I'll come down right now. When the infantry army is established, it is natural to appoint the army commander, deputy commander, and staff. This matter must come from Xiao Yu himself. He is the leader of the base. Appointing such an important position, if he does not personally participate in the ceremony, It will appear perfunctory. The consequences are Tang Kexin and Yu Kimin, including Gu Weiguo, had low status and respect in the Legion. This is very serious. Xiao Yu temporarily put down the work in his hand, and then flew down from the mountain and landed in front of everyone. 1,000 people looking at Wu Wangyang. Although he stood upright, it did not have the effect of being horizontal and vertical, and it lacked the temperament of the army. Xiao Yu didn't take it to heart after all, it was only the first day. With Gu Weiguo as a soldier, he should be able to train well in the future. Everyone be quiet. Xiao Yu had never done an authorization ceremony in front of so many people, but the crowd was already very quiet. He still learned from the opening remarks of the previous shopping mall leaders, and came to be quiet. You are all elites selected from the base area. I hope I can train hard in the future and go out and kill zombies bravely in the future. 99 Being able to join the infantry army will give you a brand new medal, which is a symbol of status and glory. Intuitively speaking, 35 with the new medals, your welfare benefits, and even the right to choose a spouse, are higher than ordinary people. This was made clear by Xiao Yu from the beginning. All fighters, you can give priority to the right to choose your spouse. Of course, it is not compulsory, it must be voluntary as a soldier, as long as people with normal brains should not refuse. But I put the ugly words first and gave you honor and rights. You must perform your due responsibilities, out of the base, in the face of zombies. Whoever dares to be a deserter, just grab them back and put them on shackles and become slaves. Now, give you 3 minutes to think about it. It's too late to regret. As long as you come out of the team, your mirror pins can still be kept. 5. Ask for flowers. Xiao Yu is reasonable most of the time. You can't just pick off the mirror pins just because others don't dare to kill zombies. If you're not a soldier, you can still be a farmer. But 3 minutes passed. No one stood up when Han Kexin was selecting these people. He told them, and everyone was mentally prepared. The most important is clearly tell these people that shields and cold weapons will be distributed. There are weapons plus so many people. As long as you don't rush into the city, there's basically no big problem. Very well, I hope you will always keep this courage. 35 Next, I will appoint important officers of the Legion, and you must obey them unconditionally in the future. Infantry Regiment Commander and Instructor, Tang Kexin is full of heroic spirit, walking to the front of the team with a wind and her temperament that does not eat the fireworks of the world, immediately attracted everyone's attention. Hard to imagine this woman not only served as a regiment commander, but also part-time instructor. But think about those people at the top of the base. All of them are powerful women, so everyone is relieved. Xiao Yu continued, Deputy Head of the Legion, Yu Kimin 35. The sexy and domineering Kimin came to the team with a 6-style sword. As soon as she appeared, immediately shocked everyone. The person who can carry this knife alone is enough to show how strong his strength is. Besides, they fought against the lickers on the city walls before. Yu Kimin's deeds have long spread. One person beheaded 200 lickers, and everyone has long been convinced by her. Chief of Staff of the Legion, Gu Weiguo 35. Hearing his name, Gu Weiguo in the crowd was stunned for a moment. He never expected it. He just joined the base yesterday and was promoted today, and he is still his best staff officer. This surprised Gu Weiguo, but seeing that the Legion commander was Tang Kexin, he roughly guessed that it should be Miss Tang. No, it was the Legion commander who spoke for him. Gu Weiguo was also very grateful in his heart. He went out of the queue, came to Xiao Yu, and as usual, gave a military salute and said, Gu Weiguo thanked the leader for his promotion, determined to live up to his mission, assisted the regiment commander and deputy commander, and managed the infantry corps well. Xiao Yu nodded and said, I have heard about you, and I hope you will continue to maintain an upright and courageous style, but you're a staff officer now. In more cases, it is to make suggestions for the Legion and assist the 2 Legion commanders. Gu Weiguo immediately straightened his body. A serious salute. Although he didn't say a word, he seemed to have made a promise of 10,000 pounds. Xiao Yu nodded. Then he stared at everyone and said, since you have become my warriors, naturally I will not let you go out and die. Now everyone, get down on one knee. The team of 1,000 people, including even Tang Kexin and Yu Kimin, didn't know what Xiao Yu was going to do. However, 1,000 infantry soldiers still obeyed the order and knelt down on one knee. Xiao Yu condensed martial arts talent into 700 marks and penetrated into the bodies of 700 male warriors. The shooting talent was condensed into 300 marks and penetrated into the bodies of 300 female fighters. Infantry Legion can not only have melee in case of encountering thugs with guns, there must be a long-range shooter to kill them, so Xiao Yu gave 300 female guards double the shooting talent. At this moment, everyone felt the transformation of their bodies. They looked at Xiao Yu, both men and women, with a frenzied expression on their faces. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.